The 11th meeting of the 25th Council will come to order. All councilors are present this evening. We'll get started with a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance in English by Councilor Sanchez, and the Pledge of Allegiance in Spanish by Councilor Bassan, who always does a good job on that. Thank you, councilors. We'll get started with a proclamation, starting with Councilor Pena.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think we're in a little bit of a disarray between me and Councilor Grout trying to steal her papers. And thank you. So we have a few folks with us this evening. Here in the chamber, we'll have Nicole Rogers from the African American Community and Business Liaison with the Office of Equity and Inclusion. She has invited the following members of her team to come up and accept the proclamation with her. Torrance Green, Jeremy Jasper, Ziara Kirksey, Dee Brown, Teresa Carson, Angela Peaches Rush, Bishop David Cooper. So hi, I'll start by reading the proclamation. So whereas Juneteenth, also known as Emancipation Day, commemorates the observation of the end of slavery in the United States and is observed annually on June 19th. And whereas in Galveston, Texas, on June 19th, 1865, Major General Gordon Granger announced the end of both Civil War and slavery, saying the people of Texas are informed that in accordance with the proclamation from the Executive of the United States, all slaves are free. This involves an absolute equity of personal rights and rights of property between former masters and slaves, and the connection heretofore existing between them becomes that between an employer and hired labor. And whereas the city of Albuquerque calls upon its residents to acknowledge and celebrate the end of the Civil War and the emancipation of Black Americans, and to commit to eradicating systemic racism that still undermines our founding ideals and collective prosperity. And whereas the city of Albuquerque restructured the former Human Rights Office into the Office of Equity and Inclusion and the Office of Civil Rights to better address racial disparities and to achieve equity across all populations and indicators. Whereas the city of Albuquerque is committed to supporting community annual Juneteenth events, including building an economy and a city that delivers our nation's founding promise to Black Americans. And whereas the city of Albuquerque created the Office of Black Community Engagement, provides resources to engage the Black community, listen to diverse voices in government, and increase access to city jobs and resources. Be it proclaimed that the council, the governing body of the city of Albuquerque, hereby proclaims June 19th, Juneteenth. Congratulations. Mr. President, if you'd like to share a few words.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you to you, Councilor Pena, for sponsoring this for us, and to the council for signing this for us. I just want to give more time to the community so they can talk, not me.
Well, thank you very much for having us here today, and we just want to thank you for your continued support of us. When you think about the challenges that are going on in the world today, and we're all pretty aware of them, we think about Juneteenth as a special time where people of this part of the country didn't recognize that slavery had ended. But I'd like to think about it even bigger. When we think about the challenges we've had in this country for 200 and some odd years, the one thing we can all be proud about is this continual struggle to make things right for all people. That's what we should be proud about. And this is just one example of when our government comes to our citizens, when we do the right things for right people, and it's not just for people of color, but it's for everyone, because we all win in the end. So again, thank you very much for your continued support of us.
Thank you. Anyone else want to share? Everybody's like, no, you do it.
Plus, we're going to do our final walkthrough for the event. But we do want to formally invite you to come and join us in our celebration. We are planning a 2-day festival at Civic Plaza right here, June 18th and 19th. So we'll make sure to get you that information. We'd love to have you come and read the proclamation for our opening and really just have you celebrate with us. So I hope you can make it. And we also will be back next year to talk about funding for our event, because it's a major event for us, and it's all heavily sponsored by a lot of our African American businesses. The city helps out a lot, but it really is this group of people going out, hitting the pavement, and getting the sponsorships to really make sure that we can have a really awesome celebration. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. We look forward to it. And if you could, Mr. President, we'll get the proclamation to you.
All right, next we have Councilors Jones and Bassan.
Mr. President, Councilor Jones, thank you. Tonight, we have a proclamation recognizing the chamber music, and the following people are here to accept the proclamation: Ruth Ronan, John H. Jack Reynolds, Mark Cleveland, Pamela V. Pyle, and Jonathan Gerson. If you want to come up, thank you so much. I'm going to start reading the proclamation, and then I would love to hear from you afterwards, please. Whereas June 2022 marks the 80th anniversary of the Albuquerque June Music Festival, and whereas the June Music Festival was founded in 1942 by Ruth Hannah McCormick Sims, a prominent resident of Albuquerque, rancher, member of the U.S. House of Representatives, and philanthropist. And whereas after the death of Ruth Hannah McCormick Sims in 1944, the June Music Festival was sponsored by her husband, Albert G. Sims, likewise a member of the U.S. House of Representatives, as well as lawyer, banker, businessman, and philanthropist. And whereas pianist, composer, arts administrators, and longtime Albuquerque resident Ralph Berkovitz became executive director of the June Music Festival in 1953. And whereas Ralph Berkovitz, along with internationally renowned cellist George Miquel and famed violinist and pedagogue Joseph Gingold, my apologies if I didn't do it right, undertook financial responsibility for the June Music Festival in 1961. And whereas in 1966, the June Music Festival was incorporated under the laws of the state of New Mexico with the board of directors responsible for the festival. And whereas the June Music Festival began to offer winter concerts in the years following its incorporation, and whereas the June Music Festival changed its name to Chamber Music Albuquerque in 1997 to more accurately reflect the scope of its programming, and whereas Chamber Music Albuquerque is today a community-based, all-volunteer private nonprofit organization presenting year-round seasons of concerts by world-class classical chamber music touring ensembles, and whereas Chamber Music Albuquerque and the June Music Festival have for 80 years made available to audiences in Albuquerque and central New Mexico performances by eminent musicians from all over the world. And whereas generations of Albuquerque residents have grown up attending the June Music Festival, experiencing concert presentations of the same quality available to audiences in the world's musical capitals, and whereas the 80th anniversary June Music Festival is being presented by Chamber Music Albuquerque in June 2022, be it proclaimed that the council, the governing body of the city of Albuquerque, hereby proclaims the month of June as Chamber Music Albuquerque Month. If you all would like to say a few words, that would be fabulous, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. We're very grateful to the council, to Councilor Jones and Councilor Bassan, and we thank you so much for making this proclamation. Chamber Music Albuquerque has been around for 80 years under its current name and under the original name of June Music Festival. It's an organization run by volunteers, by ordinary private individuals. It's an extraordinary accomplishment that the city of Albuquerque has been able to support this organization through its citizenry for as long a period as we have. I don't know of any music presenting organization in the American West that's been around as long as this one has. And it's a tribute to the people of the city of Albuquerque that they have kept it going all this time. I'm Jonathan Gerson. I'm the president of the board of Chamber Music Albuquerque. We have no professional staff. We're run by ordinary, regular human beings, two of whom I've got here to my left. Standing to my immediate left is Mark Cleveland. Mark is a member of our board currently. He's an employee of PNM, but he volunteers his time with the blessing of PNM to be working on our board and to be supporting what we do. And farther to the left, we have Ruth Ronan. Ruth is, I've got her permission ahead of time to say she is 90 years old. She has been affiliated in one way or another with Chamber Music Albuquerque for something on the order of 40 years. She was the president of Chamber Music Albuquerque in the 1990s when we officially changed our name from June Music Festival to Chamber Music Albuquerque. And to this day, she's an important source of support to us, turns out for every concert, and helps make sure people like me don't make any mistakes keeping stuff going. We're thrilled to be here and to receive this recognition. Mark or Ruth, do you wish anything? Okay. We're done. Thank you all so much, and we really appreciate the support.
Thank you very much.
Next, we will have a presentation regarding El Camino Real de Tierra Adentro National Historic Trail, the development concept plan. And to present, we're going to have Richard Meadows from Bernalillo County, and also Aaron Zam and Christina Warenko from MRWM Landscape Architects.
Good evening, Mr. President, councilors. We did have a PowerPoint. I don't know if that's been loaded. Okay, all
We
right.
see it on the upper screen here. Let's get it onto the TV.
All right. Thank you all for having us here tonight. The county partnering with City Parks and Rec as well as the National Park Service. In the last couple of years, we've prepared a development concept plan for El Camino Real National Historic Trail. And we're asking tonight, there's a resolution in your packets. We're asking that resolution is to adopt the plan and that you recognize the work in the plan. And with me tonight, I have Aaron Zam with MRWM, and he's going to give a little summary of what's in the plan.
Thank you, Richard. Thank you, counselors. Forgive me, I'm going to read from this. This is a 2-year project, a 400-page document, and I want to give you guys a good, thorough summary of it. So I'm going to read from this script so I can get through this quickly. So our team recently published this 100% draft development concept plan for El Camino Real de Tierra Adentro National Historic Trail. We're here tonight to give you a very brief and high-level overview of the project as the public review period comes to an end and we prepare for publishing the final document. The development concept plan provides a vision for the preservation and development of a retracement trail following portions of El Camino Real that are located within Bernalillo County, the city of Albuquerque, and the village of Los Ranchos. I'll abbreviate the trail as NHT in our presentation here tonight. The plan identifies strategic actions, development projects, infrastructure improvements needed to create a multimodal path that follows El Camino Real NHT as closely as possible. The goal is to create a continuous path for pedestrians, cyclists, and vehicles. The project identified within the plan are intended to contribute towards tourism, economic development, and cultural preservation while paying special attention to the equitable development of community infrastructure. The plan includes guidelines and recommendations for the retracement trail, a list of specific amenities and guidelines for branding, materiality, and design elements to make the trail visible, distinct, and relevant for visitors. Next slide. So the project team engaged the public during the summers of 2020 and 2021. A variety of engagement formats and tools were used to comply with COVID-19 regulations in place at the time. You can see a summary of those efforts on the screen, as well as other jurisdictional partners with whom we met. Next slide. For planning purposes, the NHT was broken into 3 sections: North Valley, Central, and South Valley. Within the North Valley and South Valley sections, another division is made between east and west parallel routes To safely accommodate all users, cyclists, pedestrians, and vehicles, more than one route is recommended in some locations. Next slide. The NHT covers approximately 22 miles on either side of the Rio Grande within Bernalillo County. It's a braid of routes that shifted up and down the valley with the ever-changing path of the Rio Grande. The historic trail is shown as a dashed brown line in the graphic, if you can see it on the screen. The predominant public opinion was to prioritize locating the retracement trail as close to the NHT as possible. In addition, criteria such as connections to historic trail sites, public spaces, and quality of recreational and educational value were used to identify the preferred location of the retracement trail. Next slide. There are several priority projects identified in the plan, and they're prioritized for a variety of reasons, including the list shown on the screen. Note the numerous City of Albuquerque priority projects highlighted in blue. Some of these include interpretation and amenities at Los Poblanos open space, the rail yards and proposed rail trail, a new pedestrian bridge connecting the rail yards and South Broadway, bike and pedestrian improvements and branding and signage along the Alameda Drain Trail, future trail improvements such as the San Jose Drain Trail and Griegos Drain Trail, and numerous neighborhood walking loops within the heart of the city. Next slide. The National Park Service and the BLM have identified 6 high potential historic sites along the NHT within the project limits. These are historic villages or parajes that connected by the NHT, and Old Town is one of them. In addition, the Albuquerque Museum has already been certified by the NPS, and this is important because of these sites are more likely to receive NPS funding partnerships. Next slide. A variety of trail amenities are proposed along the retracement trail to provide features that attract users, educate and encourage them to stay on the trail, and reflect the unique cultures and communities through which the trail passes. They vary in scale from simple rest stops with a single bench and sign to linear parks and plazas that can accommodate larger gatherings and events. Next slide. The proposed retracement trail traverses a wide range of landscapes, from bustling urban areas in the heart of the city to scenic rural areas in the north and south valleys. It travels through busy arterial streets, narrow rural roads, and at times along drainage facilities. The retracement trail utilizes existing bike lanes, sidewalks, and multi-use trails where possible. On some roadways, a reconfiguration of the existing right-of-way is required to accommodate the trail. Next. When complete, the NHT will be the only continuous north-south multi-use trail that extends from one end of the county limits to the other. And along its path, there are important connections to other existing trails and transit facilities that will enhance multimodal connectivity within the city. The plan identifies existing and potential trail laterals that will connect the east and west retracement trails. Next. As a National Historic Trail administered by the National Park Service National Trails Office, the NHT has a unique logo and signage standards already in use along portions of its length. These standards ensure that each trail segment reads as part of a larger trail that runs through the entire state of New Mexico. In addition to the unique identity and trail branding, we've created as part of this plan for use along the retracement trail through the county. And these 2 sign and branding types will be used together. Next. The plan document includes preliminary project costs that are summarized by project segment, priority, jurisdiction, and project partner, plan section, and improvement type. Costs shown in the summary table include both bike and pedestrian facility improvements and amenities and wayfinding improvements. Next. So the 100% draft development concept plan document has been available on the project website for viewing and for comment for the last few months. And that project website, camino-burnco.com. The plan was recently presented to the Village of Los Ranchos Board of Trustees, and on May 24th was officially approved by the Bernalillo County Commission. So with that, we'll take any questions you have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Zahn. And as Mr. Zahn mentioned, this plan is years in the making, and it will require the approval of the council, but it's a nice partnership with the village of Los Ranchos and the county, and a lot of great planning. You know, of course, settlement of this valley has gone on long before the Camino Real, but the Camino Real was a major influence on our valley and our community as we know it today. So I'll open up for any questions for counselors from the design team, and we'll be hearing this soon. All right, looks Looks like you covered it well. Thanks so much for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
All right, we'll now move on to general public comments. We do have a number of people signed up tonight. We're going to limit our public comment to 1.5 minutes tonight because of the quantity of people who have signed up on various subjects and also for general public comment. Here are the public comment ground rules. Each participant has up to 1.5 minutes to present. Comments are to be addressed to the counselors only and through the council president for recognition. Any disruptive conduct will result in removal from the meeting. For those commenting in the chambers, again, with the 1.5 minute limit, the light on the podium will be green for the first minute, and then the light will turn yellow, indicating that you have 30 seconds to wrap up your comments, after which there will be a red light to indicate your time is up. Mr. Moya, please call the name of the first speaker.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our first speaker is Destiny Logan, followed by Micah Martinez.
Do I just go whenever? Okay. Hi, my name is Destiny Logan. I'm a resident of the Northeast Heights, and I'm here to thank you for supporting Planned Parenthood. Oh, sorry, you can't. Haven't done this before. Sorry, can you hear me now? Okay. Hi, my name is Destiny Logan. I'm a resident of the Northeast Heights. I'm here to thank you for supporting Planned Parenthood. Here in New Mexico, we take care of our families and our neighbors, regardless of the U.S. Supreme Court decision. Abortion will stay safe and legal in our state.
Micah Martinez, followed by Augustine Chavez.
Hello, my name is Micah Martinez, and I wanted to say thank you for supporting Planned Parenthood. I just wanted to say that it's dangerous for the U.S. Supreme Court to pick and choose when patients are allowed access to health care. So thank you for allocating funding for Planned Parenthood.
Augustine Chavez, followed by Lori Jameson.
Hi, my name is Augustine Chavez. I would like to thank you all for allocating funding to Planned Parenthood. For generations, New Mexican families have allowed Cariño to pave the way for safe New Mexican healthcare in our state, including access to safe abortion. So thank you all.
Lori Jameson, followed by Don Schrader. Don Schrader, followed by Miss Ward.
Our close relatives, the bonobo apes of Africa, live, make, love, not war. Never in the wild, never in a zoo has one bonobo been seen killing another bonobo. Imagine if that could be said of human beings. They settle conflicts with sex. Male and female, female and female, male and male. Giving and receiving pleasure instead of pain, bruises, violence, murder. Why do millions of men suffer shame and guilt about their sexual attraction to men? Why do I have no shame, no guilt about passionate sex with a healthy single man who is attracted to me and I attracted to him? Why are millions insanely addicted to violent movies, violent video games, violent sports, boxing, football, guns, and war? Why? It's insane. My mother taught me to speak truth and to stand up for what I believe. Thank you.
Miss Ward, followed by Curtis Comstock.
sorry, do we get 90 seconds or 2 minutes? I'm going to start with a little show and tell tonight. I'm wearing a shirt from my first clinical rotation and have a mug from my last clinical rotation in medical school. Both were with healthcare for the homeless. People have been in tenuous housing situations for decades in Albuquerque. When community members share their concerns, don't automatically assume a viewpoint comes from fear or ignorance. It may come from experience and knowledge. Additionally, don't use ignorance to foment fear for perceived political gain. The majority opinion of respondents of current and former members of the SR Marmon Neighborhood Association is to oppose living lots and safe open spaces anywhere in the city. The significant minority who support the concepts do so only if adequate protections are in place. One of the primary protections is no permissive use in any zoning district. A public hearing should be required for each considered site. Another primary protection is a 1 city block or equivalent buffer around each proposed site to mitigate spillover harms to neighborhoods. Our members want a well thought out plan prior to any implementation if it should pass. Thank you.
Curtis Comstock, followed by Claudia Klessert.
I understand that that Councilwoman Renee Grout is in the process of introducing a bill to redirect a fiscal 23 budget appropriation previously discussed by the City Council. If successful, her legislation would redirect $250,000 in appropriation intended for Planned Parenthood to instead help fund youth and women's homeless shelters in Albuquerque. I'll be brief, knowing that everybody's time is valuable. My reason for speaking to support Ms. Grout's bill is personal. I served with Planned Parenthood's board here in Albuquerque in the mid-1980s and was heavily involved in fundraising activities. At the time, I expressed to the board that I was in favor of their family planning services, but did not support abortion. My fellow board members, the late Carol Tuckler, president, and other good people there were okay with my working on the board with that proviso. Subsequently, in 1992, I became a committed Christian and came to realize that abortion services were the principal mission of Planned Parenthood everywhere. This went against my faith and my understanding of natural law given to us by God and espoused by the framers of our Constitution. I also disagree with taxpayer funding Planned Parenthood organization. Therefore, I would like to see the $250,000 budget allocation be used instead for youth and women's shelters. Is that it?
Claudia Klessert, followed by Michaela Chavez. Michaela Chavez, followed by Nick Lehman.
My name is Michaela Chavez. I am here to support Renee Grout's proposal to redirect $250,000 of money for Planned Parenthood to our homeless issues. As you all know, Albuquerque is suffering from a homeless pandemic. And while I understand we have to be compassionate about our approach, this is a perfect way and a perfect start to do that. We need to be able to get our homeless population rehabilitated and back into society. They need to be productive members of society, have resources to be able to do that. And I believe that the money spent for $250,000 toward the homeless would be much better use of our funds. I also don't believe that taxpayer money should be going to fund abortions. Thank you.
Nick Lehman, followed by Joshua James Lawrence.
Hello, Council President, Council, and Keller Administration. I'm coming back to Council to show you the amount of press conferences and news releases ABQ Raw has been sent in this binder from the Mayor's Office, APD, and AFR. APD has a press conference touting homicide victims being cared for. That was shortly after my last appearance. We were not allowed to attend. We would have asked why Public Information Officer Gilbert Gallegos still has a job. He attacked a homicide victim's family member on an official APD Twitter account. We covered the story. He has violated numerous APD policies and even deleted public records, which is a criminal act. Any other civilian or officer at APD would have been fired for this conduct. In an email we have obtained, Mr. Gallegos says ABQ Raw is not a news outlet. ABQ Raw is a news outlet that many trust with what is going on within Albuquerque. The Bosque fire happened. No AFR, no APD, no not even from the city to let us know that there was critical updates coming, that we could inform people of what's going on. We have learned from confidential sources there's a constant discussion on what to do if we show up to these events and how to block us from access. Last meeting, Mr. Riel said all press releases are on the website. That is a lie. There are some that are exclusively sent to a media list. It's a dangerous game for the executive branch and their PIOs to play media czars. This cavalier attitude by the Keller administration is a dangerous game with civil rights. Thank you for your time.
Joshua James Lawrence, followed by
Excuse me,
Michael Brasher.
can I get a question for the administration in reference to that? Mr. President?
Yes, we'll hear from the administration.
Mr. Real, I was just curious as to why they are excluded from media, and just a quick explanation to them and also the other city councilors as to why they don't get any of the media releases.
Mr. President and Councilor, first and foremost, it is my understanding that all these press releases are published, and if they're not getting those press releases in our, we will certainly make sure we get those to them.
We want an email. Like, there's a media list.
Excuse me.
There's not give and take here with the public speakers.
I've been
please.
fighting for my civil
we're-
rights for 2
we're-
years.
We're not addressing you, sir. We're addressing the
enough.
administration. Please, if you're not going to go along with that, then we'll stop the discussion.
And Mr. President and Councilor Sanchez, I will visit with our communication folks to see what the structure is as it relates to getting those press releases out to different outlets. But as I said to you before, those press releases are published. And secondly is that there is a conversation that we've had as it relates to the role and the work that this outlet in particularly wants from the city, and I'll have to get with our press folks to get you more details about that.
Mr.
Councilor
President?
Davis.
Mr. President, all I was looking for is just some transparency. City Council, as I understand it, is on that press release, and they do get ours. They do not get the administration's, and that's and so I'm just hoping for some more transparency from the administration. Thank you.
Councilor Davis.
Excuse me, and Mr. Lehman, I want to ask you really quick. Don't go away. You know, I know a little about this. I own a couple of newspapers, and I've worked in this industry both as an advocate and as a publisher and an editor for news outlets. Have you or any of your organization ever been accepted in any membership of any professional media association and bound by any code of ethics and been acknowledged by other members of the journalism community?
Oh yeah, there's the NPPA, which is a photographer organization. There's they've represented us on a couple of issues.
I'm sorry, Mr. President. Mr. Lehman, what I'm asking is not have they represented you, but are you a member of professionally acknowledged associations? Have you presented those credentials to the city?
We think membership to those organizations are critical to being advocates when we have to fight for our rights to be on lists. So yes, we are.
I understand. Mr. Real, if you could help us, I know we asked about this last time and we still are looking for some answers. I think Councilor Feeblecorn was one asking. Could you please share the administration's policy on credentialing media? I know at one time we had one. It required memberships and being accepted by some national and state certification organizations to ensure that an organization was following those ethics. And, I think it'd be a good chance for us to look at that again and just to be sure. And if they qualify, I think that we have a policy for it. If they don't, then it would give them a step to move forward.
Mr. President and Councilor Davis, be happy to look at that and get that back to you.
Thank you, sir.
Joshua James Lawrence, followed by Michael Brasher. Michael Brasher, followed by Grace Olivas.
Mr. President, members of the council, my name is Michael Brasher. Some background first. There are approximately 250 recognized and unrecognized neighborhoods in the city of Albuquerque. They work together. They each form a coalition with the exception of one district. These coalitions have formed an inter-coalition council. Joe Vias, who we miss a lot, is no longer with us. I serve as president of the coalition. Thank you for letting me speak. Neighborhood associations are pro-community. They support economic development. They support job creation and having a safe and healthy community for both recognized and unrecognized neighborhoods. Here tonight, you will meet members of the coalition who have worked hour after hour after hour to provide you with information we hope will be helpful as you formulate your policies and as you make decisions. The time they spend working for you is not free time. It has a real value, and it has my deep appreciation for their work. You'll hear them say often that they work to be active, constructive participants in city government. Here's my request. B13. It is hoped that that will be postponed tonight. You don't need to take any action on B13. Thank you.
Grace Olivas, followed by Peggy Neff.
Good evening, city councilors. I live on the west side of Albuquerque, District 1. As I understand, many city councilors have voted to allocate $250,000 of taxpayer dollars to Planned Parenthood. However, the vast majority of Americans and New Mexicans, including pro-choice individuals, oppose forced taxpayer funding of abortions. Planned Parenthood performs abortions up to 5 months gestation and brings in $4.7 million in annual revenue. I would like to know, why do they need additional taxpayer dollars? Considering the significant issue of homeless people that has been in my district, District 1, along with the surrounding Albuquerque area, it would make sense to allocate these funds instead to a homeless shelter for youth and for women that Councilor Grout has proposed. I'll leave you with this scripture from Jeremiah 22:3. Thus saith the Lord, execute judgment and righteousness, and deliver the spoiled out of the hand of the oppressor, and do no wrong. Do no violence to the stranger, the fatherless, or the widow, neither shed innocent blood in this place. Thank you.
Peggy Neff, followed by Francesco Artist.
Good evening, councilors. I'm here to ask you to address public concerns regarding the recent neighborhood recognition ordinance. I believe the process that led to its adoption was severely compromised. I put forward these points for the record. Council used a flawed and suspect neighborhood engagement process to support the new neighbor, narrow. It has substantial inaccuracies. Original documentation is not available for the public review, and the conclusions drawn from it are false. Council used the NEP reports to remove the capacity to have overlapping neighborhoods, but the NEP reports do not support this. No one was calling for this. Council staff took unbridled liberties without due process and quite likely in violation of the Open Meetings Act to remove this part of our narrow. Council refuses to discuss a tiered system of recognition that would help grow and support neighborhoods. In fact, Council refused to discuss the neighborhood revisions with the public. Council refused to consider that the public's assertion that the two-point contact system prescribed in the IDO and the rationale for a new narrow is not working. Council refused to add verbiage to the narrow to address the concerns of neighborhood associations that they are not consulted in regard to visioning for our city. The public provided examples of systems that could easily be included in the narrow that would help you to represent your constituencies, but you refuse to adopt these. The only conclusion that can be drawn is that you do not want to represent your residents. Council promised that the planning department had a pending deliverable of a smart mapping system.
Your time is up, Ms. Neff.
Basically lying to the public.
Francesco Artist, followed by Philip Bustos.
President Benton, City Councilors, the recent downtown store activation grants made $500,000 available to new small businesses that occupy street-level retail space downtown. I propose a similar approach with Route 66 Rescue Plan. I'm in strong support of rescuing the central corridor that had its small businesses destroyed by the art project. Albuquerque is gearing up for celebrating the 100th anniversary of Route 66 in about 3 years from now. We will be encouraging locals and visitors alike to come get their kicks on Route 66 for a once-in-a-lifetime massive boom to our local economy. Do we really want them to go back home the world over telling stories of how we destroyed our stretch of the historic Route 66 by our own hand? The time is now to capture lightning in a bottle. Thank you.
Philip Bustos, followed by John Welch.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, fellow councilors, for hearing me. I'm here to support Councilor Grout's proposal R2246, redirecting the $250,000 funding away from Planned Parenthood. I'm sure you have heard all of the arguments on why it is inappropriate to fund a private for-profit abortion-centered corporation, and I agree with all of those objections. But if you choose not to change your mind, I humbly would request that you equitably fund Albuquerque CareNet in the same amount, so that women experiencing an unplanned gift have the opportunity to choose the health care that would support the mother and child's welfare. Thank you very much.
John Welch, followed by Rochelle Pollock.
Thank you, City Council members. My name is John Welch. I am a taxpayer and an owner here in Albuquerque, and I'm here to support Renee Grout and her effort to redirect these funds of $250,000, which is no small amount for me anyway. I don't know about y'all, but and I can see that it seems to be that there's a, I mean, I like women, and I like to see women thrive, but I like baby women too. I grew up as a child. I don't know about y'all, but my mom had me and 6 other siblings, and I just want to support Renee and Dan Lewis and Louis Chavez, and I encourage the rest of you all to think about what you're doing with this money. It can certainly help. I'm not asking that you make it illegal. I understand that that's something that I might like and others might like, but I am asking that I don't have to pay taxpayer money that I am paying for something you think is a convenience to women and something that you feel that is also respecting women. I don't see how that respects women at all. And I know that there are people that agree with me, and I highly recommend Renee Grout's proposal. Thank you.
Rochelle Pollock, followed by Charles Sheldon.
Yes, good evening. I'm here representing the people of Albuquerque who have suffered so much in the past few years with COVID, employment issues, our children losing school time, etc. One of the few things we could still count on was our property values potentially increasing in value. How is it possible that you, who we voted on with such high expectations, would consider bringing tent encampments to our area, which would definitely bring more crime and lower values to our properties? In many cases, our real estate values are all we still have left materially from all the years of hard work. Every area with these tents, by fact, have drawn crime to the surrounding areas all around. Now, instead of properly managing the situation, how could bringing more of these and expanding more of these help with our city? El Paso, as an example, happens to border New Mexico and Juarez. As we know, it's next to Mexico. It's also part of, very close to New Mexico. Yet they are one of the top safest cities in the country. If you look it up, which I was surprised to find out they are, the top 10. Their citizens have better schools, less car thefts, less murders, and daily increasing home values. How is it possible that they are capable and motivated to care for their citizens in this manner while we're not able to do anything except to see our property values go down. So I think everybody should have access to every good thing available to them, but not in our backyards. We need to give them the help, but not bring it to our yard. Thank you. Please don't vote for that.
Charles Sheldon, followed by Greg Zanetti.
Mr. President, council members, my name is Chuck Sheldon. I've been a member here of the community for 40 years, managing property. We have about 1,800 units. Of that 1,800 units, we have 450 vouchers that we help people find homes. I'm here tonight to ask you to reconsider passing that bill. That's a very hard bill to look at and say that we're going to enforce, you must take vouchers. We talk about Section 8 vouchers, and we look at Section 8, and from the Bernalillo County, most people aren't aware that you have 3 different types of vouchers. You have people that come from different positions that have been chronically ill, that some need financial assistance, and some can be helped readily. You know, I've worked with several of you counselors here on some of the projects we've been trying to do in the Southeast. Forcing people, forcing small owners, and most of our owners, we represent over 150 owners, cannot afford to be able to wait 3 or 4 months to get payments from the counties. We right now, today, when I looked at our books, we had over $70,000 owed to us from the county and the city. That's a large chunk of money. And we're a small business person. I urge you to vote and reconsider this vote on this bill. Thank you.
Greg Zanetti, followed by Paul Hadel.
Good evening. My name is Paul Heidel. I don't think Mr. Zanetti is here. But good evening, councilors, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Paul Heidel. I'm here to speak in support of a smart piece of legislation, which is O2216, prohibiting discrimination in housing based on a person's source of income. I'd like to thank councilors Bassan and Davis for bringing this important issue forward, because as you know, we are in the midst of a housing crisis in Albuquerque. The beauty of this bill is that it reflects one of the core tenets of good government, which is to stand with and to advocate on behalf of the oppressed. Veterans, people with disabilities, LGBTQ people, and people who've had involvement with the criminal legal system need government to remove barriers to safe housing. Safe, affordable housing leads to a healthier community for us all, because when people have a safe place to live, we'll also see a positive impact on public safety. I do ask that the council carefully consider the definition of the minimum income requirements so that it only include the portion of rent paid by the individual. I believe we all do care about ending homelessness in our community. The way to end homelessness is simple: provide housing. I'd like to encourage this council to please stand with the most vulnerable in our community, and I urge your support. Thank you.
Ali Eninga, followed by Peter Kalitzis. Peter Kalitzis, followed by Barbara Olivas.
I want to begin letting you know people on Zoom are having trouble hearing. They're texting us. I'm Peter Kalitzis on behalf of Parkland Hills Neighborhood Homeless Solutions Committee. All of the amendments related to sheltering the unhoused, including safe outdoor spaces, overnight shelters, and living lots proposals with permissive use status, seeks to rob our neighborhood and others of the right to input, not to mention allowing applicants to evade responsibilities of addressing adverse impacts with their application, including the possibility of capacities in overnight shelters in excess of 100, excess of 500 up to 1,000. Even with conditional use, there are errors and violations in protocols by the cities, including lack of providing legally required notifications, which continues to occur to this day. The conditional use process has given neighbors surrounding Gateway an invitation to collaborate with development of measures to help community agreement. Deciding to eliminate the conditional use nature of these sites is hasty, short-sighted, and will have long-term ramifications our city cannot afford. Thank you.
Barbara, excuse me, Barbara Olivas, followed by Tad Naminsky. Tad Naminsky, followed by Lena Kephart.
My name is Ted Niemiecki. How many knows about prices going up all the time? I noticed construction lumber, hardware last year prices went so high. Now food, gasoline. Yes, Biden blaming oil company. Oil company blaming Biden. They own the same gain. Increase, so government collected taxes. Every dollar counts for government. Increase prices. Less people, what is food, for example, necessary, and gasoline. Well, they must buy it and tax on it. That's where we at. Now, who's suffering? All this big monopoly, for example, health, Presbyterian, 14-story and up building. All state-owned hospital, 3 different buildings going up. Where this money comes from? How many government ever bankrupt? No. They getting money coming from, know how to get it. That's what I'm trying to say. My time running off. He's gonna shut me off.
Lena Kephart, followed by Father Peter Kalal on Zoom.
Good evening, counselors. My name is Lena Kephart. I am a homeowner in District 2, and I'm here to voice my support for the Safe Outdoor Spaces legislation, but against amendments B23 and B24, which would make these absolutely necessary spaces essentially useless and unavailable to the community that they are necessary for. B24, which would require identification in safe outdoor spaces. Obviously, a majority of the unhoused population don't have identification. In order to get a standard driver's license or ID in New Mexico, you need 1 proof of identity, an identity number, and 2 proofs of New Mexico residency. These are hard to get in the first place, and the reality of life as an unhoused person would mean frequent need for replacement and make these areas inaccessible to them while that was happening. B23, criminal history, which would prevent anyone with a misdemeanor or felony charge or conviction to be permitted from staying in the outdoor spaces. I wanted to bring attention to the fact that the councilors, I don't know if you know, but there are at least 553 ordinances in the city code that have misdemeanor penalties for violations. And with the state code, there are about 300 statutes with misdemeanor penalties, including petty misdemeanors, and about 340 statutes with felony penalties, making it so that no one with a criminal conviction would be able to access these spaces would render them effectively useless and inaccessible when they are necessary. Thank you.
We'll now move to speakers on Zoom. First speaker will be Peter Khalil, followed by Bob Haggerty.
Hello, my name is Father Peter Kalal. I service a chapel on the northwest side. I'm addressing the council to ask them to postpone a vote to rezone MX zones as being used for homeless encampments, because in our area, not only am I the pastor of this church, but I'm a board on a small school there as well. And around these areas, I don't think it's wise to have a blanket permission to rezone these areas without first looking into and having criteria to say where and in what places will these homeless encampments be placed. Especially with our school there, I'm concerned about that for the children in that area. And so I would ask that that not be voted on tonight, that would be postponed until there are further criteria determined for using these areas for the homeless encampments. Thank you very much.
Bob Haggerty, followed by Lucy Haggerty. Bob Haggerty?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you, council members. I'd like to voice my support with Father Kalal. Those homeless encampments will just further vice and drug addiction and even overdoses and stuff. It's not good for civilization at all. And regarding supporting Renee Grout in the funding of the Planned Parenthood money, you know, you just celebrated that proclamation for Black slaves being freed. How many Black babies will be murdered by Planned Parenthood with that money? Baby Black lives matter. Hispanic lives, white lives, Asian lives. Please reconsider this culture of death being spread over citizens that we don't want that. We don't agree with that. And it's not wise at all or good to be using money for destructive purposes that destroy civilization. And regarding the homeless, look at if that money would be used to help them get jobs. You see able-bodied men begging on the street corners, and there's help wanted signs all over the city. I know they have problems, but sometimes tough love is real compassion. So those council members that are furthering this culture of destructiveness, and especially the abortion problem, please rethink this. Normally, the Archbishop would be publicly very vocal in shining the light of truth on this horrible thing that's menacing our country. But the lay people have to do it now. Every one of us will be judged on Judgment Day. Look to that. Look to God to see what he's going to do at the end of our lives.
Thank you.
Are we promoting virtue and goodness or destruction and death?
Thank you. Your time is up. We do have Lucy Haggerty next.
Yes, thank you. I'm in total agreement with what my husband says, of course, but I would like to add that regarding your plan to change zoning to accommodate more homeless encampments is a very bad idea. This is only going to promote more crime, disease, illegal drugs, human trafficking, and further destroy our city. So no more encampments of any kind, please. Stop wasting our money. Think of a better idea. Instead of luring more people here by providing for all their needs, when most of these people can probably fend for themselves, you're just enabling these people on our taxpayer money. And I, as a lifelong resident of New Mexico and Albuquerque, cannot even go camping in the local mountain campgrounds without having to pay for a permit and clean up after myself, while these people can camp endlessly downtown or wherever else in Albuquerque and get free food, free services, and then a city crew to clean up after them. That's a shame that you're doing this to Albuquerque. Don't do this to Albuquerque anymore. Don't change the zoning for this purpose. And last of all, regarding giving $250,000 to Planned Parenthood, that's a crime of the highest order. You are accomplice to murder if you do that. Why would you murder our youngest citizens, our youngest citizens who can become great taxpayers and good people? That's not going to help our economy, if that's what you're thinking. And I did read that you thought it would be good for the economy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Marcy May.
Just a second. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm talking about the $250,000 that's going to Planned Parenthood. I also have a page that I sent out to you guys that is showing how Curtis Boyd and all of his employees and his lawyer are also contributing to Planned Parenthood. I want to bring out the point that I believe that this is money laundering, because these same people that the city council and the city council members, of which I am very disappointed in a couple of you who tout yourself as conservatives that are supporting this. Abortion is not health care. It is taking a life of an innocent human being by the most brutal procedure. I have a friend who's also special needs adult, and he's like, why don't they put this money towards the Special Olympics, which has been defunded? And you know, here's the thing, is that Planned Parenthood and the other abortion facilities, they target our special needs babies because they're a burden to them. So I would ask that everyone who's voting for this, instead of voting for that, give it to the women's shelter, give it to Special Olympics, but keep it out of Planned Parenthood. We're talking $1.5 million, 774,000, 500,000 or 5,000 and plus dollars from Curtis Boyd, and I sent that to you on your email. Please take a look at it before you make more money or more decisions
Thank
to
you.
send
Your time is up.
money to Planned Parenthood. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. President, that will conclude general public comment.
All right, thank you. We'll move on to the administration question and answer period. Councilors, any questions for the administration? Councilor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I had a couple of questions for Albuquerque Fire and Rescue, if there's someone here. Hi, Chief.
Council Feeblecorn, Council President.
So I just had a question about, and I've been going back and forth with your department. There was a 911 call placed on the 31st of May at 2:22, and it was routed to AFR. And the caller was concerned that she saw someone in the street who looked disoriented, who had a sign which made her think that this person was homeless, but he looked ill, he was swaying, he was slumped over his cane. And I think you've had a chance to review the tape. She was asked twice if she would go interact with this person. And I just want to see if that is really the policy. Are we asking citizens of Albuquerque who call 911 for help to go intervene with people that they do not know? There may be a mental problem, there may be a drug addiction problem. Are we really asking people to walk up to strangers and interact with them on behalf of the city when they're trying to find help for that person?
Council President, Council Feeblecorn, I've listened to the first part of the tape. I haven't listened to the second part of the tape. But as far as our policies go, there are a set of questions that our dispatchers follow. And one of the questions is, have you talked to them or have you asked them anything? Again, just making sure that we get all of the information needed to determine what type of dispatch we need to go, whether it's a seizure, whether it's a heart attack, whether it's a heat stroke. So this is something that we do have a QA policy in place, that we are reviewing her concerns and making sure that everything that she has concerns about is going to be addressed, and how we can do it better next time. Because that's the last thing that we want, is that any citizen have concerns about calling 911. I want to be perfectly clear. We want everybody that feels that they need to dial and ask for our help, that we're here to serve them and to make sure that they don't feel like they are being asked to do something that's is out of their scope and putting them at risk. So, but there are questions that we do ask, and this was a new dispatcher that we are going to be talking to and addressing and making sure that he does understand the policy thoroughly before asking that if he did ask somebody to go and talk to somebody. But again, there is questions that did they talk to them, so that we can get the full understanding of what we are dispatching our personnel to.
Thank you, Chief. Can I continue, Mr. President? You know, I'm kind of disturbed that you haven't heard the second part of the tape, because I have, and it was requested several days ago. We got it. We forwarded it to your department as well. And it was not a question of, have you talked to this gentleman? It was 2 or potentially 3 times. I can't remember. We can play it if you'd like. But you know, go back and talk to him and find out what's going on. And I'm just really concerned. I would not want to be directed to do that if I was trying to get somebody to help. And I don't think that the citizens of Albuquerque should be either. So thank you.
Yes, ma'am. And we will address, again, I'll talk to our members. Again, we do not want to ever put the public in a position where we want to put them in danger. We want to make sure that we gather as much information as possible, so that's, again, that we get the proper resources out to them, which I want to say that ACS was already en route to this call, and I know that they were trying to gather as much information as possible. Yes, ma'am.
Councilor Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a couple of questions for the Chief of Police.
The other chief.
President Benton, Councilor Sanchez.
How are you doing, Chief?
Doing?
Some of the things that we're looking at is the same things that we discussed last time. I wanted to ask the questions again. How many officers do you have, boots on the ground, field services officers that are answering calls for service? And that's including the officers that go to calls from call to call, not including the sergeants or the lieutenants, the officers that are actually answering the calls for service.
President Benton, Councilor Sanchez, you know, things have changed over the last 10 years at the Albuquerque Police Department, and sergeants routinely respond to calls for service. That's part of our settlement agreement with the Department of Justice. So sergeants are responding to calls for service. That's part of the many things they do in the balance of their job, in which we're trying to change to ensure that we have proper people to help them with some of their administrative processes so they could continue to respond to calls for service. And I think that's an important question that we ask, is what is defined as a call for service? I think there are many times that we have to remember that our traffic section takes traffic accidents, which each day would result in a call for service for our uniformed officers if they weren't responding to calls for service. But to answer your question specifically, as for staffing for the Field Services Bureau, West Side, Southwest Area Command 66, Valley 94, Southeast 93, Northeast 88, Foothills 78, Northwest 74. If you'd like to remove 4 personnel from each of those, 3 for the lieutenants and 1 for the commander, those numbers would be 4 below what I just told you.
Okay, what's the total?
The total is, I have to add those up, but give us a little bit, we'll add them up and get it over to you.
Okay, and then how many officers do we have on the Albuquerque Police Department? Currently, last meeting you said you had 875.
We are currently at 895. That includes our last graduating class from about 2 weeks ago.
And how many did you have all 26 graduate?
I believe there's 26 or 27 that graduated.
And how many resignations between last meeting on the 2nd till today?
I don't have the exact numbers from the 2nd to this day, but I can tell you in the month of May, we had 5 resignations and 2 retirements for a grand total of 7 separations for the month of May. I actually make that 6 because one individual asked to meet with us tomorrow to come back to the department. And there may be a second that's in the pipeline.
Alrighty. And you were also going to get me some information in reference to gun violence numbers.
President Benton, Councilor Sanchez, give me 1 second to make my screen a little bit larger because as I've gotten older, I don't see as well. Right now, we are at 50 homicides for the year, which is equal to last year. Tomorrow, if we get through today, we'll be at 51, or we'll be down by 1. That number fluctuates greatly through the course of the year. As you recall, in April, we talked about a 27% reduction. We did have a heavy month in May in terms of homicides, and it was higher than usual, and it equaled us out almost. We do still have a 95% clearance rate, and I was told today that we have about 5 cases in the pipeline that we're hoping to have cleared by the end of the week. Do you have this other one?
Do you count, Mr. President and Chief, do you count the homicides that are in the city limits that the other agencies take? Because these are still within Albuquerque.
Councilor Benton, President Benton, Councilor Sanchez, we count the homicides that the Albuquerque Police Department takes. If there's any others, I don't believe that New Mexico State Police has assisted us with any this year. They did assist us with 2 that were outside of their office on Carlisle in 2021, but I don't think there's any cases that we're currently looking at that we believe occurred when the city of Albuquerque or somebody else is investigating.
Mr. President, Chief Medina, how about BCSO? How many have they investigated that are within the city of Albuquerque?
President Benton, Councilor Sanchez, I don't believe they've investigated any within the jurisdiction of the city of Albuquerque, but we could double check with them and get you that response back later. And currently, right now, we are looking in terms of gun violence. We are at 107 bullet to skin shootings in the city of Albuquerque for 2022 compared to 95 last year.
107 compared to 95 last
107.
year. So we haven't made any improvement from last year to this year at all. Is what
No.
what I'm seeing.
No.
And how many more officers do we have on the streets referenced last year at this time?
President Benton, Councilor Sanchez, I believe we have less officers than last year to now.
The reason I'm asking and what concerns me, Chief, is the fact that we're not getting any better. That's a whole year that's gone by, and there should be some sort of improvement in reference to what we're seeing. We're in Albuquerque. It's our job as city councilors to make sure that these things improve, and if they don't improve, then things need to change.
President Benton, Councilor Sanchez, I agree with you. We need to work together to make sure things improve. And I'm sitting here in front of all of council, and I'm going to say this. If everybody's expecting the Albuquerque Police Department alone to reduce violent crime, they're mistaken. It's going to take all of us as a community to reduce violent crime. We're no different than any other city, major city within the rest of the country. We're all seeing an uptick. We have a broken criminal justice system. We need to work together to ensure that we have high levels of prosecution. We have high levels of cases being able to go through district court. District court was shut down for a period of time during the pandemic, and we need to work together to find solutions. The Mayor's Metro Crime Initiative was the first step in that. The second step is going to be us meeting again. And what our ask is of council, in which we control, is we need to work on quicker, faster nuisance abatement. That's the biggest thing that I'm pushing for. Every part of the city has an area that is seeing an increase in crime. We need to focus on those specific areas. Councilor Davis has specific areas in the southeast we've discussed. Councilor Benton has specific areas within the valley that we've discussed. You have areas within your area command that we also know that are high crime areas that have specific locations in which we need to address. And our ask of council is help us improve and strengthen and speed up the process of our nuisance abatement so we can take ownership of the problems where we're able to, because not all issues are we able to concern at the local, address at the local level. And let's make some changes that really assist us in lowering some of these crime rates.
Okay, if Mr. President, if that's the case, and we'll ask, City Council will help you in any way they can. But the problem is we're still looking at the laws that are not being enforced at the lowest level, which brings to me a special order that you recently passed in reference to not to attempt, for the officers are ordered not to attempt enforcement of littering, trespassing, obstruction of sidewalk, and laws and ordinance unless the Family Community Services Department requests each such enforcement, and only offer after Family and Community Service Department personnel determine that the homeless camp is continuing to trespass after being given a 72-hour notice to vacate. What I'm seeing there is that's a complete lack of discretion for the officers in reference to enforcing the laws of the city of Albuquerque.
President Benton, Councilor Sanchez, I think it's very important that we understand the history behind that and that we do not make mistakes that have affected other cities and have put them in a position where they're unable to enforce any of these laws, period. I just came back and I've spoken about this with several major cities. One of the things that this special order does is it says we will not enforce that on public land. That does not apply to private property, and officers can still go to private property and enforce any of those ordinances you just mentioned. This ordinance is specific to public property, and it's specific to officers being able to enforce these laws. You have to remember that years ago when you and I were young patrol officers, we went out and we dealt with homeless, and 9 out of 10 times what happened to their property was probably something that shouldn't have happened to their property. I need to be concerned about how we remove homeless individuals from public property. We need to ensure that all of their rights are followed and that we have a process that is there that can be defended in court to ensure that we don't get to the point, because it's very easy for us to say, let's go arrest all the homeless in the park. The moment we're making an arrest, we've just taken custody of that individual and all of their property. The process which we have developed in cooperation with a lot of our partners within the community puts it to the point where we're able to go recover, to remove those individuals. We do not take ownership of their property because for sanitary reasons, we're cleaning that park up, which really lessens the impact of our officers being tied down for a simple misdemeanor arrest of that sort. This is a best practice. This is one way that we're going to do it.
So we're more concerned about the property than we are about the laws that they're breaking. That's what I'm getting, what you're saying.
President Menton, Councilor Sanchez, I am very concerned about their rights afforded to them under the Constitution of the United States, and to ensure that we follow those guidelines to make sure that we're doing this properly. This special order is putting a process in place, whether we like it or not. It's putting a process in place that is going to protect the city and protect the taxpayers from liability. I highly recommend that, Councilor Sanchez, you find time to sit down and address this issue with city legal to find out where this is coming from and why we're doing this and why we think we're doing it in a way that is going to protect the liability of the city of Albuquerque. There are changes that we are making. We did rescind this process because there are changes we want to make, as in terms of sidewalks or areas where people are moving. We want to make sure we take that out because we should not allow people in those locations. But that is why we've rescinded the special order to clarify a little bit of the language to make sure that we have a balance of protecting people's rights and at the same time enforcing the safety for the public.
I'm still getting that same message.
Address the chair, please, Councilor.
Mr. President, Chief Medina, I'm still getting the message that we're not focusing on the taxpayer. We're focusing on someone who's breaking the law. And that's the message that I'm still getting. And I'm sure that everybody else is in here still getting that law. When we go and we drive back and forth to our houses and we drive back and forth within the city of Albuquerque and we attempt to run our businesses and we call the police and we ask for the police to come out, and you've said you've already dealt with this, we're still not seeing that. I just the other day have called the police and for criminal trespass, smoking fentanyl right in public, and still nothing has changed.
Thank you, Chief. We do have questions from a couple other councilors, Councilor Davis and then Councilor Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't want to belabor this point, but Chiefs, while you're here, thank you. I do think getting the message is right, and I do think it's important for us to focus on how many officers we have available to service the folks that are calling, but I also want to be sure that we get a chance to catch up on a couple of other things, Chief, since we've seen you last. The new IMR report has come out. I want to say, and maybe, Chief, you can correct me, I want to say that in my almost 7 years here on the council, I think this is the first time I've seen a positive IMR that said we had made significant progress on some key places, and I wonder if you could give us a really quick update and a synopsis of the progress, what's changing a little bit, and what you see coming next as a preview for the next one.
President Benton, Councilor Davis, as you know, we went under a settlement agreement, and I think the city has admitted there's a lot of things that we needed to do better. One of the biggest obstacles that we faced in recent years was changing the culture of APD. And I'm happy to announce today that we have changed that culture in a way that's really reflecting in our monitors' reports. And one of the things that we've learned and our officers have learned is compassion for the community. And that's compassion for all members of the community. And I stand here today stating that we will continue to move in the direction to ensure that our officers treat all members of our community with dignity and respect. And I think it's reflected in this report. And I'm hoping that within the next 2 years, we'll be able to get out from underneath this settlement agreement.
And Mr. President and Chiefs, while you're here, I do appreciate that. I think focusing on the small things does really matter. I disagree with my colleague that we have lots of things we can agree on. I don't think arresting folks for their addictions is helping. In fact, we've got lots of data from us and from the county that shows us the most expensive approach to dealing with that problem, and that exaggerating it actually increases the addiction. It causes all the social issues that go with it. And so I applaud the department for allowing and encouraging our ACS and our other agencies to step up and try to work on those first and address the impacts. So instead of dealing with someone using drugs on the street, for example. But if they break into a house and steal something for it, I think that's what our police and our criminal justice system are for. And so we've got to find those balance. And I appreciate that you're doing that. But I think there's also a bigger picture message that I want to focus on. Chief, I've been really noticing that on Twitter and in the public realm for the first time again, and I don't know how long, I'm starting to notice that we seem to be closing an awful lot more homicide cases and high ticket sort of cases than we have in a long time. And I think there's a little restructuring that's been done with not very many new folks in the homicide and investigative divisions that are having those impacts. Where are we in terms of, I know we heard how many homicides and shootings we've had. Where are we in terms of closing those for the homicides of the year?
We're approximately at about 50% of our homicides from this year closed. We have another batch of homicides that were closed from the previous year. As you know, FBI protocol states that we have to count all the homicides within the year, whether the homicides in 1 year, if it's a clearance, even though it's from a previous year, counts towards our clearance rate. We're currently at 95% clearance rate. This is the highest clearance rate APD has ever carried into the 6-month mark in anybody's memory. So we are clearing these cases, and we are also putting emphasis on the victims' families. And with council support, the state legislature's support, we've been able to up the amount of advocates we have to address some of our victims' families and make sure that they're informed with the processes that are occurring.
And Mr. President, we have other things to do today that are going to take us some time, but I just want to point out and ask maybe chiefs if y'all could, and maybe we can do this in a more informal setting. I think we're back to talking about gun violence again, as we should be at every meeting and in every conversation, but certainly recently, Chief, working with you and with some of our former school resource officers, I guess they're still current, we passed some of those first school threat laws that have now become state laws and others here in the city of Albuquerque. I'd love for us to get some data, if someone could take some notes and get back to us on the number of guns that have been seized this year, particularly by Gun Violence Reduction Unit and others, like what tactics are working, and also about our school violence response plans. How many times have we used that gun threat legislation that this city council passed to give APD new tools? And perhaps before we get back to school session, I'd love to see, and maybe this is more in a non-public setting, just how APD is addressing and evaluating their active shooter responses, so that we can look at mass casualty events and how APD is properly prepared, certainly for another time, not for today, but I think we ought to be on top of those issues before we get back to school.
President Benton, Councilor Davis, we'd love to return at a later time and kind of speak about our active shooter plan and how the city of Albuquerque trains its officers to respond to these situations.
Councilor Lewis.
Mr. President, Chief, you said that we have fewer officers this year than we did last year at this time, and I think we have fewer officers than we did on the streets than we did even 5 years ago, and it's still just shocking for me to hear that. I guess I would like the administration to address that, because it's something that has been the priority, not just a priority, but I know over the last for the last 5 years has been such a priority to the point where the mayor has said this is critical to community policing. This is critical to reducing crime in our city, critical to increasing our traffic stops. The department has more money than it's ever had before. Public safety has more money than it's ever had before. But specifically, if y'all would address, maybe Lawrence, Mr. Royal addressed the issue of fewer officers on the streets than we had last year, and the priority. Is it still a priority of the administration? Is it still a priority of the mayor to hire? I think the goal was 1,100 police officers, and so we're a long ways from that. We're nowhere closer to that than we were last year, and even over the last 5 years. So, if you would address that,
Mr. Rao.
Mr. President and Councilor Lewis and members of the council, I think it has been a priority of this administration from day one to get to the magic number of 1,100 officers, if not 1,200 officers. We did really well the first 4 years of the administration. We are hiring up to 100 officers a year, and we were getting close to a point where we thought we would be in a very good position. In the middle of that, we had a pandemic, and we had a complete restructuring of, quite frankly, of how people pursue occupations. It's no mystery that many of our positions around city government, whether it's police or it's transit drivers or solid waste drivers, things have changed very dramatically. We are still very much focused on continuing to ensure that we get to to those numbers. I know that the chief has some plans to continue to work through. We've got relationships with CNM. We're going out and recruiting. We're trying to get lateral officers that want to come to the department. We're looking at incentives across the board to try and encourage folks to stay with the department or to move to the department from other departments. It is a continuing effort, and I know that the chief has some plans that he probably want to just iterate with you or talk to you about tonight, but I will say to you, it is our effort and our goal to continue to work on those numbers and getting the number of folks up in that department because it's critical for the city.
Mr. President, and Mr. Rail, I know you're hopeful, I'm hopeful, we're all hopeful, but there's been absolutely no progress made whatsoever. Even in the first 4 years, we might have hired a few hundred officers, but we lost same amount of officers. There's been absolutely no net progress, no net gain in the addition of officers. And so do we admit that that's a failure, that what we've done is a failure, and try something different, something new? Appreciate you, talking about some new solutions. I think that's where we need to head. I think we need to be very specific about what it's going to take to get there, what you need from this council to help us get there. But I think it starts by saying we've made absolutely no progress whatsoever in 5 years of hiring more police officers than we had before.
Mr. President and Councilor Lewis, I think as a new city councilor and a councilor that was here before, you know how challenging this issue is. There's no such thing as failure here. There is a question of continuing to work at an issue that has been a challenge for the city for many years. And we will continue to work towards that effort and look forward to continuing to move the department in the right direction. And just by the mere conversations that we've had here about some of the positive things that are happening in the department, I think it shows that the department is working really hard to make things better, and will continue to do so.
Councilor Grout.
Mr. President, Chief, when is the next cadet class starting?
President Benton, Councilor Grout, I will be welcoming the next cadet class tomorrow at 11 o'clock.
Fabulous. And how many?
I believe we have 35 in there, 34, 35, 34, 35.
That's great.
And I'm happy to announce that our plan to increase the number of PSAs resulted in 5 of our PSAs graduating from the PSA program to starting the academy with this next academy class.
Great.
And we have 6 more PSAs starting tomorrow.
Very good. Thank you.
Councilors, other questions for the administration? Councilor Grout.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have some questions for Family and Community Services.
Mr. President, before the chief leaves, would you mind if I just, okay. Do you mind, Mr. President? Okay. I just want to say thank you to you, Deputy Chief Brown, Sergeant Middleton, everyone who participated, Commander Barraza, who participated with this weekend's Lowrider Super Show, the administration, Lawrence Royale, Pat Montoya. I just want to say that it was really inspirational, and the work that was done to kind of, we're talking about some positive with APD. I think the work being done to bridge the gap between the community, Lowriders community specifically, to kind of move our community forward was really shined through this weekend, and I want to thank you all for participating. So thank you for that.
Councilor Grout.
Mr. President.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Hi, Mrs. Pierce. I have some questions about housing for the overnight shelters. Do we have a centralized database to collect the number of empty shelter beds on every night?
Councilor President Benton and Councilor Grout, I think that question was asked, and we are working on that. I think we do have an estimate of city sheltered beds that information was collected, and we can have Deputy Olguin speak to that. There isn't a system daily that says how many shelter beds are available, but because of the conversation that we had, I think last council meeting, we do have some of that information, and Deputy Olguin can provide that.
Thank you.
Hello, President, Councilor Grout. So we did take a tally of all of our city-funded shelters that include Barrett, Good Shepherd, Heading Home, which has the Albuquerque Opportunity Center, our West Side Shelter, and the Wellness Hotel. The only open beds are at the West Side Shelter. We have about 998 beds that are city funded, which you'll note is different from our last total, which is all the shelter beds in Albuquerque. And in the winter months, we have about 58 open beds. Summer, about 149 averaged open beds, which is about 207 total.
Are any of the faith-based shelters included in your numbers?
No.
No.
Well, if you consider Good Shepherd, but.
Okay. Is there any way that we can have a collective, have like some kind of a system where you can communicate with the different vendors, faith-based and city-funded, to get these people off the street? I was talking with ACS today, and sometimes they pick up folks off the street and they don't know where to take them because nobody's communicating with them where to take them. And I think that we should be working together. You should perhaps have a database that is updated daily so that we know where to take these people when somebody's trying to do their job and get them off the street.
Yes, President and Councilor Grout, that is a great idea. I think it would take some additional administrative support to run something like that, although it would be, a fraction of a position to do so. And I'll just speak to the fact that we are exploring a case conferencing model to place people in housing. So perhaps the shelter piece could be incorporated into that as well.
Okay. I think it's kind of a no-brainer. It should be done like really soon. Another question I have is about transportation out to the West Side Shelter. How often does the bus run, and where does it pick people up?
It picks people up and drops people off, so once a day each, at the Coronado Park.
Okay.
And there's also a pickup at God's Warehouse.
Okay.
And it's twice a day, for each pickup and drop off.
Is there any way, I've heard the argument that people can't come and go from the west side because there isn't transportation. Can we increase transportation like the bus system, like we do on, all our public streets? If
Well,
that would help?
yes, we
Because
can.
there's a lot of money in y'all's budgets now, and I think we should consider that as well.
Council President Benton and Councilor Grout, right now there is transportation available if somebody were to need to come in when it wasn't the designated time, because people do need to come in for methadone treatment and other things, and so we do have vans that are available for people to come in and out as they need to.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Thank you, that's all.
Thank you. Councilors, any other Q&A for the administration? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to the approval of the journal. Vice President Lewis.
Mr. President, I move approval of the May 16th journal.
There's a motion. Is there a second from Councilor Davis? All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Opposed? That passes unanimously. Are there any changes to the letter of introduction? I will move the rules be suspended for the purpose of introducing O32 and referring it to the Land Use Planning and Zoning Committee. O32 is adopting a zoning map amendment for approximately 0.76 acre site located at 10,035 Country Club Lane, I'm sure that is, northwest, between Golf Course Road and Paradise Hills Golf Course, from NRC to RML in order to facilitate future redevelopment under the RML zone district. This needs a 2/3 vote for a suspension of the rules. All those in favor of suspending the rules for this item?
I'll
raise
second your
hands.
motion.
Did I not move it?
Correct.
Okay. Second by Councilor Jones. Opposed? And that passes. All right, well, I'll move the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing EC 93 on tonight's agenda for action. EC 93 is approval of unallocated emergency solutions grant match and entitlement funds as listed in the second and third substantial amendments of the HUD 2021 action plan. Second from Councilor Feeblecorn. All those in favor say yes. Raise your hand. And that passes. Next is Councilors Sanchez, Lewis, Jones, R18.
Mr. President, I move R18, creating a pilot program to test and review a priority-based budgeting approach in the development of the annual operating budget. Make a motion that R18 be pulled out of the Finance and Government Operations Committee, be placed on the June 22nd council agenda.
There's a motion and a second from Councilor Grout. Is that correct? All right. All those in favor, say yes and raise your hands. Yes. Opposed? That passes. Vice President Lewis.
Mr. President, I move approval of the letter of introduction.
There's a second from Councilor Bassan. All those in favor of approval of the letter, raise your hand. Opposed? And that passes. All right, we have no committee reports tonight. We'll move to deferrals and withdrawals. Are there any deferrals or withdrawals at this time? Councilor Feeblecorn.
Mr. President, I move R13, directing the administration to install three-way stop signs at the intersection of Cutler Avenue Northeast and Morningside Drive Northeast, be deferred until September 7th.
There's a second from Councilor Davis. All those in favor say yes. Raise your hand. Opposed? And that passes. We'll move on now to the consent agenda. Are there any changes to the consent agenda, councilors?
Mr. President.
Councilor Lewis.
Mr. President, I'd like to pull EC 2239 from the consent agenda.
Okay. Any others, councilors? Councilor Sanchez.
Yes, Mr. President, I was looking at EC 2266, and it says revenue and expense report for second quarter fiscal year 2022 and quarterly savings use report through APD. And I just had a question in reference to the administration. It looks like this is 45K.
Councilor, we'll go ahead and approve the agenda, and then we'll get back to the one.
Okay, sounds good.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks. For the individuals on tonight's consent agenda who are being appointed to serve on a board of or commission, thank you for your willingness to serve. We'll move to approval. Vice President Lewis.
Mr. President, I move approval of the consent agenda.
All those in favor of, there's a second from Councilor Grout. All those in favor of the consent agenda with the two items pulled, say yes and raise your hands. Yes. Opposed? That passes. And now we'll go on to Councilor Lewis, EC 2239.
And Mr. President, this is an appropriation to the Aviation Department for some new construction projects, and I wanted just to see if the administration would address a recent audit that internal audit did regarding some of the most recent construction projects. I don't know if the director here tonight.
Mr. President and Councilor Lewis, Mr. McCurley is here from the Aviation Department.
Okay. Well, I'll just get started on this. And this this internal audit that was published in April of this year, pretty extensive audit that was done. In the executive summary, it says the audit found that aviation did not have the appropriate framework in place to effectively monitor and control project costs and progression, resulting in additional $3 million in change orders and over 2 years of project delays after the original contract completion date. It says aviation staff over-relied on the architect consultant and as a consequence failed to document the approved schedule of values, maintain a construction schedule from the primary contractor, validate the contractor's payment applications to ensure that project costs were justified, document visual inspections of construction progress, and develop its own project management policies and procedures. Further, aviation to date has not assessed up to $753,000 in liquidated damages from the primary contractor as provided for under the contract to help recover costs, overruns, and associations with the project. And Director, I would just ask, it's a pretty extensive audit that was done. I think what I would ask you is now that we're looking at another $110 million in appropriating for construction costs in the airport, I mean, has the department, have you all appropriated or have you put together, do you have an appropriate framework in place to effectively monitor project costs?
President Ben and Councilor Lewis, yes, we do have the framework in place. Actions we've taken is that we're utilizing the CMAR project delivery method on this, which will give us time savings, and it'll also do a cost control for us on the project where we'll have a guaranteed maximum price agreement with the contractor doing the construction. In addition, we have incorporated a dual review and authorization for all pay requests and change orders by aviation and DMD. Third item, we're training and reviewing DMD procedures with our aviation team. Fourth, we're creating a shared drive for all construction projects. Fifth item, we're developing spreadsheets for the tracking of documents in relation to projects, which include submittals, RFIs, and change orders. Excuse me. Six, we're developing a project handbook to provide detailed guidance and process procedures in managing projects. Seventh item we're doing is we have our aviation internal auditor who will conduct audits every 4 months during the duration of the project. Eighth item, we're scheduling project audits with OIA for this project. And the final change framework that we've done is we're sending our aviation internal auditor to training conference and construction project audits and project cost control.
Okay, Mr. President, these are changes you've made since this audit came out?
Some of these I've incorporated during the 2 years I've been on, and some are since the audit.
Other questions, councilors? Thank you, Mr. Director.
Thank you.
We'll move on to.
Mr. President, may I just make one comment? I apologize for interrupting. I just want to make sure that for the record and it's clear, this contract that was audited by the OIG was a contract that was issued in the previous administration. It was a problematic contract when we came into office a little over 4.5 years ago. And I want to make sure that we're clear on this. This is a contract that had a very poor scope. It had contract issues associated with subcontractors that walked out of the job in the middle of the contracting period. So there were a lot of issues associated with the operations or with the management of this particular contract that we ended up having to work with and work through. So the issues that Mr. McCurley just pointed out in terms of what we're doing moving forward gives us great confidence that we're able to manage these contracts in a much better methodology. But I do want to make sure that the record is clear that this contract had some major issues that we're working through. I met personally with the contractors on various occasions, the former contractors, just to get them to come to the table to review the project and to have contractors finish the job. And so it's one of those, unfortunately, that did not get scoped out correctly at the beginning of the process, and we ended up with a long, arduous discussion with the former contractor. I would also just point out that we have sent the contractor a notification of payment to liquidated damages for the delays in the project, and we will continue to pursue whatever items we have to make sure that we recover whatever funds we possibly can, given the nature of the project.
Councilor Lewis.
Mr. President, Mr. Rael, what I specifically was reading here is inside the internal audit, and the audit focused entirely on our department, and specifically failures of the department to put a sufficient framework in place to ensure that this kind of fraud and abuse wouldn't happen. And so I appreciate the explanation of the contractor, but that wasn't the point at all. I mean, the point is, what are we learning? You know, what is the city learning? What is the city going to do different, regardless of whose fault? I mean, regardless of the contractor who we're working as. The internal audit clearly said this was our fault. These are things that we need to change here, and I'm concerned about that because I think a part of growing, a part of getting better is admitting the fact that we've got some serious problems, that we've got to put some things in place. And I appreciate the director saying, hey, these are some specific frameworks and things that we put in place to be able to do that. But I'm also concerned that we're not going to change if we come up with, if we're just looking at making excuses.
I want to belabor the point. I would just simply say, Councilor Lewis, I did not make excuses. I was trying to give you and the council a perspective of what happened before. There is clearly always an opportunity for us to learn and to do a better job. Mr. McCurley just outlined what those are, and we'll continue to move forward. But I think it was critical that we all have a perspective of how long this process was in the making, if you will, this issues. And we do have some work that we've got to do, and we're prepared to do that and move forward.
Yeah. And Mr. Al and Mr. McCurley and councilors, you know, one thing that stuck out is this over-reliance on the architect as far as monitoring it. This is a very well-funded department, and those architects that are doing these projects are making a very nice fee. And so we do need to rely on them, and we should expect a lot of those consultants who we're paying. And then at the same time, obviously, they need oversight as well. But that concerns me that it sounds like that consultant was not doing their job as well. So, you know, these kind of oversight management issues when we're talking about this kind of money really are critical. So I appreciate Councilor Lewis bringing it up, but I do not want to belabor this topic. I'd like to move on. We have a question on the
Just quickly,
next
Mr.
one.
President.
Councilor Lewis.
Mr. President, yeah, just quickly. The specific audit says that the aviation staff over-relied on the architect consultant. And I just think that we need to take to heart the things that we as a department need to change, you know? Not the people that we do business with that we can't control, but what we control. And that's what the audit focused on. And I think moving forward, I hope that we take this audit to heart and the changes that need to take place in order to, you know, make sure that we're spending this money in the way that's, you know, does the taxpayer right.
Councilor, you missed my point. This is not somebody we cannot control. This is somebody who's under contract to the city, just as the consultants are a contract to the city. They have a certain responsibility as well. I'm not trying to deflect it or anything of that sort, if that's what you're thinking. But it's the management of the consultant as well as the contractor. But the architect in these public works projects has a very major responsibility, and it worries me about who we're selecting as architects in this case. That was my point. All right, so do you want to move the
Mr. President, move well, actually, I need to move EC 2239,
Right.
correct? I'll move
Mr.
EC
President,
2239.
just to clarify, it's been referred to EC, and that's common for the consent, but this is actually a resolution, so for purposes of the vote, it's R 2239 that you're voting on.
R 2239? Okay. Clarification there. All those in favor say yes and raise your hands. Yes. Opposed? And that passes. We'll move on to R 2266. That's Councilor Sanchez is pulled.
Thank you, Mr. President. Little concerned about the 77,000 for the IT licensing support using salary savings at the police department. What happens if we end up getting the amount of officers that we need to have, and now we're using the salary savings for a reoccurring expense, which is maintaining and using it for IT purposes? And what is the system and what's it for?
Mr. President, Councilor Sanchez, are you looking on a specific page of the quarter two projection report?
It's on the consent agenda and EC 2266 on my paperwork.
Counselor, I think he's asking which page of the attachment.
Which,
Oh. Yeah.
And Mr. President, Councilor Sanchez, I do have $3,167.
Item 116.
Okay. And Councilor, Mr. President, Councilor Sanchez, this is the very reason why, to give you a little bit of background, we've always had this imbalance between APD's personnel and operating budget, and this year we took a big step in addressing that because we knew that they were primarily using a lot of the salary savings to support the operations. So for the fiscal year 23 budget, we tried to realign that as much as possible, which is why we took $7.2 million in salary savings, appropriated that to the operational side. But for this specific item, I'll have to get with the department to see specifically what this is. But I want to say the vast majority of these that you're seeing on this report today should be addressed in the fiscal year 23 budget. Mr. President, Councilor Sanchez, there shouldn't be an issue supporting all these operational costs in 23.
Mr. President, Director, I'd like to get a little more information on this before we put this through, if that's okay. I'd like to see what it's about, what the necessity is, and what we are accomplishing with it, since we are pulling from salary savings.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Davis, thank you. Mr. Bakta, I know you and Mr. Davis and I and Councilor Benton and others had looked at this. I sort of raised the sort of same concerns Councilor Sanchez is. As we talked about during budget, this is something we've worked on for years in terms of trying to identify the structural problems in the budgets where departments sort of inflate their vacancy rates to cover what are known operating costs, right? The TASER contract was a good one. That's one we've known every year. We have always funded out of vacancy savings. It made no sense to unfund, to use a vacancy savings for a contract that we know we have to pay for. And that's why we developed this report, sort of working together on that. But I do have to say, I realize that the new budget, and I think we've done a better job, is significantly better in this regard. But this report kind of looks like we're phoning it in. I mean, there's 2 pages of unbudgeted, not budgeted, and then a $1 million transfer per professional, that like line item 109. Like, what is that? And $257,000 for weapons. Like, I know we didn't forget to buy $250,000 worth of guns. I don't know what we did with them. So I think this report, I don't think meets the purpose of what we were trying to do. And I realize it was probably developed when the budget was being developed and we didn't have a lot of time. But I do think there's some more detail that probably needs to be worked out, particularly as we get into the next one, right? Because that was one where we're getting into the first of the year. We have lots of extra dollars. There's more appropriations. I just don't think this really gets the detail that was purpose. It kind of looks like somebody was just trying to rush through this. And I really think, particularly at APD, it stands out that APD did not have the detail that the other departments did. I realize it's bigger. I realize there's more of a budget there. But that's more of a reason why it does draw extra attention, because that has been sort of the big piece of the budget in this vacancy savings challenge. And I don't think this answers that question. I realize I have faith in the new budget, but I don't think this one does. I would like to see more information about some of the big tickets. I recall during our budget conversation, we asked for that first report for more detail on everything above $250,000. I'm not sure I've seen that yet. I want to reiterate that request that we get a little more detail on any of those above that $250,000 number, because it is kind of a big ticket, just to be sure it's been addressed in the 23 budget. And hopefully we can move forward. But I don't think we have to pause this tonight, because it's at this point, some of these are 8-9 months old. And in theory, we've already passed a budget to address this. So, but going forward, I certainly hope that our next reports would look a little more detailed, or at least on those big ticket items. Like, I think that does make a difference. So thank you, Mr. President.
All right, so we are still on 2236, you see. Councilor Sanchez, you seemed indicated that you were not ready to vote on this tonight. If so, you should move a deferral.
I move to defer it till we get some more information in reference to what we're looking at here, just a little more information from the police department. I think it's important that we all know what we're doing instead of the small amount of information that we have on our report.
Mr. Davis, could you respond?
Mr. President, and you will be receiving a third quarter report also coming soon. So what I'll do is I'll inform my team and work with the department so we can start inserting those details in the third quarter report also.
Okay, so you could, within that report, you can address Councilor Sanchez's question in more detail.
Yes,
and
Mr. President.
some of these other questions that Councilor Davis referred to. I'll move an approval or receipt be noted, I guess, on 2266.
Mr. President, there was a motion for deferral. We would have needed a date specific. I didn't hear a second, and so if there is no second, your
There
motion
was a
would be
motion for
proper.
deferral, but there wasn't a date stated.
Correct. They need to correct that motion to give a date or a time frame at least. June 22nd would be the next meeting of the council. The following would be August 1st.
Mr. President, that sounds fine. We can move it till, or defer it till then. Just want a little more.
August There's a motion for deferral to June 22nd. All those in favor say yes and raise your hand.
Mr.
Yes. Opposed? That pass. There's 2 noes. And that passes on a 7-2 vote. I think
Thank you, Mr. President. We did, once the vote happens, it's clear that there would have been a seconder, but we'll note Councilor Lewis is the second on that.
Thank you. All right, let's move on to announcements. Councilor Feeblecorn.
Mr. President, there will be an intergovernmental legislative relations committee meeting on Monday, June 13th at 1 p.m. via Zoom video conference.
Councilor Davis.
Mr. President, there will be a Finance and Government Operations Committee on Monday, June 13th at 5 p.m. in the Council Committee Room on the 9th floor.
Councilor Sanchez.
There will be a Public Safety Committee meeting on Tuesday, June 14th at 5 p.m. in the Council Committee Room on the 9th floor.
Councilor Jones.
There will be a Land Use Planning and Zoning Committee meeting on Wednesday, June 15th at 5 p.m. in the Council Committee Room on the 9th floor.
All right, thank you. We have no public hearings tonight. We'll move to approvals, starting with the one item, EC 93, approval of unallocated emergency solutions grant, match, and entitlement funds as listed in the second and third substantial amendments of the HUD 2021 action plan. I move approval. There's a second from Councilor Bassan. Thank you. Any discussion or questions, councilors? Seeing none, there's a motion and a second for EC 93. All those in favor say yes and raise your hands. Yes. Opposed? And that passes unanimously. And then we'll move to final action. Councilors and public, I have reordered the agenda from the published order somewhat because we do have a couple of bills that involve numerous departments that where we have department leadership waiting to answer those questions. So we're going to start with those. Then we also have the IDO and related questions there. So we've juggled it a little bit, but we're going to start with items labeled F and G. And the first of those is Councilors Bassan, Lewis, and myself, 025.
Mr. President, 025 is authorizing the issuance and sale of the City of Albuquerque gross receipts tax improvement revenue bonds in one or more series in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $100 million. Move it to pass.
There's a motion and a second from Councilor, was that Bassan, I believe?
And Mr. President, I move the floor substitute to 025.
And I will second that. That's the floor substitute in your iPads. We'll need a vote to make the substitution. All those in favor of the floor substitute, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
I second it. Yeah. And all those opposed? And the floor substitute passes. And we'll continue from there. I think we have people signed up to speak. Unless councilors want to speak on any matter before we get going with the public comment, let's go ahead and, Councilor Pena.
Thank you. If Mr. Melendez can just clarify, I've gotten lots of calls about the additional $10 million as part of this.
Mr. President, Councilor Pena, yes, the bill was amended at the Committee of the Whole, and that resulted in the addition of the $10 million to up the amount to $100 million. That is in the ordinance, and it's was also amended into the appropriations resolution, so it is included therein.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right. We'll move on to public comment then. Mr. Moya.
Thank you, Mr. President. We'll have Francisco Artist, followed by Matthew Suarez.
President Benton, City Councilors, I'm in strong support of amending the Route 66 rescue plan to include refurbishing the long abandoned motels that sprung up during the early days of the Route 66 being built, converting them into affordable spaces for our awesome neighbors. If some of these funds are not already spoken for, let's please give these abandoned properties a wonderful new, desperately needed purpose. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Matthew Suarez.
Good evening, President Benton, councilors. My name is Matthew Suarez. I'm represented with the Carpenters Union here in Albuquerque, New Mexico. We stand in strong support of the passage of these bonds, creating more opportunities for local hire, apprenticeship, and training in the city of Albuquerque. Thank you.
Mr. President, that'll conclude public comment.
All right, thanks. That takes us back to the bill. Councilors, any discussion? And this was fairly thoroughly discussed at the Committee of the Whole, as I recall, but if you have any comments or questions right now, I want to thank my co-sponsors. We were a pretty good group working together on this, and I think all in all it reflects some big priorities of the city. All those in favor, we do have a motion and a do pass for the floor substitute, a vote 25. All those in favor say yes and raise your hand.
Yes.
Opposed? That passes unanimously. Councilor.
Mr. President, I just want to give a sincere thank you to the full council for finally getting through this and making it work for not only the council, but for all districts in Albuquerque to see something with tax dollars that I think people are going to be very excited. I know my district is going to be very excited, but I just want to say thank you for collaborating and cooperating on this behalf.
Thank you. All right, we'll move on to the accompanying resolution committee substitute R2234. This is amending the adopted capital implementation program of the city by approving new projects from the proceeds of City of Albuquerque Gross Receipts Tax Improvement Revenue Bond Series 2022. I move a do pass. And there's a second from Councilor Lewis. Is there anyone signed up to speak on this?
Yes, Mr. President. I will have Rachel Biggs.
Good evening, Ms. Biggs.
Mr. President, City Council members, my name is Rachel Biggs with Albuquerque Healthcare for the Homeless. I just wanted to sign up to speak in support of the $20 million for affordable housing. Thank you for recognizing the need for affordable housing in our community. We're really excited to see this included as a priority of the bond money. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, and everything you do for the health of our community, Ms. Biggs. And is that it? Okay, so councilors are back on the resolution. Councilor Lewis to close.
Mr. President, I urge your support.
All right. And so we're back on CS R2234. There's a motion and a second. All those in favor say yes and raise your hand. Yes. Opposed? And that passes unanimously. We'll move on now to, again, the first item that was already in our agenda, item A, Councilors Davis and Bassan.
Mr. President, item A is Committee Sub 016 amends the Albuquerque Human Rights Ordinance to prohibit discrimination based on the source of income and making appropriations accordingly to develop and distribute those materials and support those agencies. I would move a do pass.
There's a motion and a second for a do pass. And we do have an amendment in the iPads. Councilor Bassan.
Mr. President, excuse me. Hang on, I'm pulling it up here. Thank you. I'd like to move amendment number 1. This one is a technical amendment. So on page 10, line 17, amend as follows. Section 8, compilation, sections 1, 2, 3, and 4 of this ordinance shall amend, and then so on. It originally read 1 and 2, but we need it to say 1, 2, and 3, and 4.
There's a motion and a second for Councilor Davis on the amendment, which sounds like mostly a small cleanup. All those in favor say yes of amendment number 1. Opposed? That passes unanimously. We're back on the bill. Is there anyone signed up to speak? Oh, I'm sorry. Councilor Sanchez was opposed. I missed that. So it was 8-1. Are there folks signed up to speak? Mr. Moya.
Thank you, Mr. President. First speaker is Rachel Biggs, followed by Evelyn Kuhn.
Good evening, Mr. President and City Council members. My name is Rachel Biggs with Healthcare for the Homeless. The fallout from COVID has exacerbated our housing crisis. Housing vouchers and rental assistance are valuable tools for helping families stay afloat and stabilizing the housing market. However, Albuquerque does not protect against housing discrimination based on a person's source of income, which shuts out our vulnerable community members from housing, causes displacement, and concentrates poverty. The lack of source of income protection has an adverse impact on some of our most vulnerable populations, including our elderly, persons living with disabilities, domestic violence survivors, families with children, ethnic and racial minorities, and veterans. Our community members should not have to endure further hardship and discrimination simply because they are using a lawful subsidy or non-wage income to help cover their housing costs. Ending discrimination against prospective tenants based on their source of income will allow Albuquerque to leverage essential federal dollars into our community. In 2020, federal rental assistance programs provided New Mexico with $168 million. These funds help landlords pay property taxes, make updates to their units, and improve the quality of our housing stock. Additionally, we have data to show that the positive impact of this type of legislation. A 2011 study concluded that these protections increase voucher utilization rates. And finally, an Urban Institute study that found that tenants with vouchers owed less back rent during the pandemic, showing that vouchers have helped landlords and tenants weather the pandemic's financial effects. Policy changes and increasing our supply of affordable housing go hand in hand. I thank the council for increasing funding for affordable housing. This ordinance is the necessary next step to ensuring that we are able to utilize those funds efficiently and not leave valuable resources unspent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Evelyn Kuhn, followed by Alan Lasek.
Councilor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the last speaker. I'll just speak to it. Ms. Biggs? Thank you very much for your comments about the voucher system. There is one problem with the voucher system that I believe the city of Albuquerque needs to take a look at it. It is one of the reasons that the landlords, at least the hundreds of them that contacted me, have a problem with, and that is the fact that they are required. It is a long process from the time they accept a tenant to the process for the city to start paying them rent. And any number of these landlords are small, family-owned, mom and pop, or one person owns an apartment complex or a fourplex or a duplex or whatever they choose to rent. When the city is not capable of paying the first through the third months or maybe even up to the fourth month without certain requirements that the city puts in place for the city's paperwork or whatever, these property owners have to keep paying utilities, taxes, maintenance, all the things that are due on a property, but they are not receiving rent from the city of Albuquerque because of the voucher issue. I would like for you to tell me what the city plans to do if we are in need of more housing and yet we are making it almost impossible for the smaller property owners, not small property owners, but owners of small properties to do this. Do you have any ideas on that?
Mr. President and Councilor Jones, I perhaps am not the best person to answer on behalf of the city, but I can tell you from our experience at Albuquerque Healthcare for the Homeless, when we issue a voucher, we have the inspection happens within a few days, and then the lease is signed and the rent is paid. I know that in some cases, an inspection can take longer than a few days, and so there has been efforts to include that in the amendments to this legislation so that an inspection would have to happen within 5 days. I believe those are the kind of bulk of the disagreements that we've heard in terms of taking a long time for rents to get paid because the rent cannot get paid until an inspection happens. And I know City Council staff is going to have a presentation to detail some of the processes, so I won't get into it. But I do think there's a lot of great fixes already introduced in this amendment, and I think it solves the issue that we're all looking to solve, which is getting more of our community members into housing a lot quicker.
Thank you. And if I may, a solution we also want to solve is these property owners would like to rent their property, but they'd like to get paid for it in a timely manner. Thank you. And if the city will take a look at that, I would like to see a report on that at our next council meeting, please.
Thanks. Councilor Davis, for follow-up.
Thanks. Mr. President, I think this is an excellent point to, and Councilor Jones, I think you're right. I think there's a presentation coming up about what it does and doesn't do, but we've actually incorporated that input from the community an amendment that has already been passed at committee and is in part of the committee sub. And so I think it's an excellent opportunity, and I appreciate you bringing it up so we have a chance to talk about how this program would differ from the horrible experiences some of those folks have experienced in the past.
All right, thanks. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name's Evelyn Kuhn, and I just want to bring up a question on the source of income discrimination. Just to update you on my adventures of going through a housing voucher. I had oftentimes applying for an apartment, I'm always asked, what is my monthly income? And I wanted to know why that would be relevant. I have a voucher that says I will pay 30% of my, I will pay 30% of my share of the rent, and that the rest will be covered by the voucher. So why would somebody ask me what my income is when in fact 30% would be 1/3 of the money they're getting? So that shows that they're going to get 3 times that, equaling the full amount of the rent they're asking. Because when they ask that question, that's the first question that kind of shuts me out of the application process. And so I wanted you to be aware that's the very first step towards the discrimination that I've faced in applying for different apartments. And that would be my main question to address to you, and also the lack of sufficient housing. I really had to go through some dogs before I could find a decent place to live. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alan Lasek, followed by Charles Sheldon.
Make this a little taller. Mr. President and Council, thank you very much. My name is Alan Lasek, and I'm the Executive Director of the Apartment Association. Thing going on and off here. Apartment Association in New Mexico. We represent about 65,000 rental units across the state of New Mexico, and about 38,000 of them are located here in the city of Albuquerque. We're very thankful to be a part of this conversation, and I want to thank all of you that took time to meet with us and speak with us about this. We have many concerns with this bill, and we believe that there are many unintended consequences with this ordinance. As mentioned, this does create an entirely new class of discrimination that is not in state or federal law. One thing that I don't think we've talked about enough is all of the conversation around this bill has been about the Section 8 voucher program. This bill, as it's written, I would like to take a moment and read a few quotes from it. This bill includes, and I quote, any other form of housing assistance, payment, or credit, and then it goes on to say it's discriminatory not to comply with the requirements, and this is a quote, requirements of any program providing the source of income. So there are absolutely no limits on the number or types of programs or the requirements that can be placed upon an owner. We have many programs here in Albuquerque that specialize in housing homeless or housing people with living with a mental illness or recovering substance abusers, and they do a great job of that. The way that this bill is written, that would be placed on all owners in this city. Owners may have to supply social or behavioral services or counseling or even meals to residents. The list is truly endless. Most owners are not able to operate under these sort of circumstances. I thank you very much for your time.
Charles Sheldon, followed by Gene Vance.
Mr. President and councilors, I introduced myself earlier. You know, there's a lot of good questions that are coming about. When we look at this and someone says, you know, we're asking for, you have a voucher. We have 450 people, and I think Councilman Davis, you and I have talked about this at length, that when we put people in our properties and they do not have any extra income to buy food, to go to the market, to buy clothing, to go to the hospital, it becomes a difficulty on the whole community that they're living in, because they visit everybody else and knock on doors to ask for things. And they turn to sometimes social things that they shouldn't be doing in order to have enough money in their pocket to live. That's a difficulty. I've looked at this for the last 10 years as to how we help people have money in their pocket to do this. And I've indicated that we need to have $400 extra over the rent for people to have in their pocket to make it work. This is a fact. I've seen the failures over and over again. You know, this is not something that I don't care about. I care deeply about this. And we have more people in there that we support than anyone else. You know, this is something that we need to be able to look at how we handle. And to force that down without thinking about that is a failure.
Gene Vance, followed by Steve Grant.
Mr. President, the members of the council, thanks for having us here for the comment. I'm Gene Vance. I'm a longtime real estate attorney in Albuquerque and also general counsel for the association that Alan is executive director for. We have made ourselves available and will still make ourselves available to talk with the council on how we can resolve some of these issues. But there are still a lot of issues in this bill. And Alan talked about one of them, that it's not limited to Section 8. It's any assistance. That's what it says. Maybe that wasn't intended. I can totally understand that. But there are a number of situations sort of like that contained in the bill. Some of the things where I think the council has actually tried to address our concerns, such as saying that you aren't going to limit rent to the federal HUD standard. It's a well-intentioned move, but it doesn't work because that's the federal regulation. The federal regulation controls the voucher program over anything the council does. So if the intent is not to limit rent or make this a rent control, then we're going to have to work at it from some other angle. The question really for the landlords is all the requirements put on them in addition to the source of income.
Steve Grant, followed by Tony Watkins.
Mr. President, fellow councilors, my name is Steve Grant. I'm a small multifamily owner here in Albuquerque. I host a rental property meeting once a month, and I'm the president of the Apartment Association currently. I come tonight representing thousands of small property owners across the Duke City and in New Mexico. And I believe we all want the best for property owners and the tenant. Of course, there's a challenging situation upon us, right, in 2022, and we desire to house as many tenants as possible that makes it reasonable for both us and the tenant. I'm personally reaching out specifically in regards to the highlights of this particular bill. Myself and many other small property owners have a huge concern surrounding this proposed change, and there are many unintended consequences for this ordinance. First and foremost, a version of this bill was proposed by the state legislature back last year and was not approved. If you decide to vote tonight yes, you'll be forcing myself and thousands of small other property owners here to accept all vouchers and all programs. This bill has no limits to regulations. The current process for the voucher program is voluntary, and this makes it mandatory. And last but not least, we're in the middle of a housing shortage, so it's very necessary for us to be very concerned about the fact that we need to be cognizant about the housing people that need housing in this market. Thank you very much.
Tony Watkins, followed by Bobby Griffith. Bobby Griffith, followed by Maria Griego.
Thank you. I'm Bobby Griffith. Thank you, Mr. President, Council. I want to let you know that my company has been in business since 1985. We are a large provider of affordable housing in the state of New Mexico. I think we're one of the largest. We accept vouchers. We love vouchers. We love helping those who need it. But we strongly oppose this bill. The reason is that we're putting a burden on small operators who are not part of the system and who don't understand. We ourselves know how to do the paperwork. We know the 12-page contract that's with the Housing Authority. We know that we're probably going to be 2 or 3 months before we get our first payment. That's just a way of life for us. It's a life that we chose. But to force this on other small rental property owners, I think, is unjust and unfair. What's important, I think, is we find a solution. We were at a meeting about a month ago with the city councilor and others. We talked with the Housing Authority, and we recognize that there's some bad communication, miscommunication of what is needed. The housing authorities do not have a good list of the operators that do accept vouchers. They do not have the means. We propose that the Apartment Association of New Mexico form maybe a coalition, if you will, with the housing authority so that there can be some good communication. There was about 145 people looking for housing, and we had over 200 vacancies that we knew we could put them in. So I think there is a solution. We're not against housing vouchers. We're just against forcing it on landlords.
Maria Griego, followed by Denise Long.
Good evening, President Benton and members of the council. My name is Maria Grego. I'm a supervising attorney and the Director of Economic Equity with the New Mexico Center on Law and Poverty. I want to thank Councilors Bassan and Davis for bringing forth this important ordinance. New Mexico has been in a housing crisis for years. We had the highest increase in homelessness between 2018 and 2019. It's obvious that the pandemic has only exacerbated this already very tragic situation. With increased homelessness, it puts a greater burden on the city, a greater burden for resources. And this legislation prohibiting source of income discrimination is the first step in the right direction. Vouchers are a reliable source of income. I could, as a private person, I could lose my job tomorrow and not be able to pay my rent, but with a voucher, that income is guaranteed. And to Mr. Sheldon's point, actually with vouchers, it ensures that the tenant is not paying more than 30% of their income. So they do have the expendable dollars on hand to, so that would just, sorry. They do have the expendable dollars on hand, which would address Mr. Sheldon's concern. And then to the issue raised by Mr. Grant, this legislation was not considered by the legislature last year. There was a concession made to get the bill passed, so this was not part of the bill that was actually considered by the House or the full legislature. Thank you.
Denise Long, followed by Alexander Colbert Taylor. Alexander Colbert Taylor, followed by Elizabeth Elia on Zoom.
President Benton, members of the council, my name is Alex Colbert Taylor. I'm a staff attorney at the Senior Citizens Law Office in Albuquerque. A substantial portion of my clients, all of my clients are 60 years old or older. We provide free legal services to them. Many of them are recipients of SSI. They're very low income older adults. Many of them are on Section 8. These aren't necessarily the issues that bring them into our office, but they are continually under pressure to live in substandard apartments. They're afraid to move from their homes because they know if they leave their current housing situations, there will be a very great chance that they'll wind up homeless. They'll wind up in these tent cities that we were discussing earlier today. They have nowhere to go, and their income is minimal. And landlords can arbitrarily say that the income you have, even though you only have to pay a third of it, and you'll have $600, $900 left over to live off of, and they're well adapted to living off of these low amounts, they're not being housed. I have clients who are
Being evicted for arbitrary reasons because their landlords know they can get higher rents for them, and they have Section 8 vouchers and nowhere to move to. Thank you.
Elizabeth Elia, followed by Rich Weiner.
Good evening. Thanks for the opportunity to give you my comments. My name is Elizabeth Elia. I'm an assistant professor at UNM School of Law with expertise in housing law. I'm speaking in my personal capacity today to support O2216. More than 100 localities have passed source of income discrimination laws like the one you're considering today. I hope that Albuquerque joins in this trend. It's a win-win-win proposition. Landlords get stable and reliable rent payments. The city is able to more efficiently use all of the federal housing subsidies provided to it, and low-income residents are able to find secure housing with less risk of eviction and homelessness. I want to encourage you to amend the proposed language to make sure that the minimum income requirement definition only takes into consideration the portion of rent that a tenant would pay out of their own funds, not the amount covered by a voucher, in order to make this provision as strong a protection as it needs to be. For the rest of my time, I'd like to focus on what this amendment does not do, with the goal of clearing up some potential confusion about the burdens this amendment places on landlords. First, this amendment does not prevent a landlord from screening potential tenants. A landlord can still decline an applicant if the applicant has a bad rental history or for other legitimate reasons, but not simply because the applicant will pay rent with a housing voucher. The amendment does not require a landlord to charge a specific amount of rent. Landlords continue to have the freedom to set their own rents upon initially renting a unit.
Thank you.
And upon renewal. Thank you.
The next speaker is Rich Weiner, followed by Divya Shiv.
Yes, my name is Rich Weiner. Thank you, Mr. President, city councilors. I was the fair housing attorney, staff attorney for legal aid in the early and mid 2000s. That's housing discrimination law. And I've been involved in various types of housing law ever since, working with different civil legal services organizations. And I can attest to the fact that many, many, many people with Section 8 vouchers have a tremendously difficult time finding housing, often running out the 2 to 4 months time frame they have to find housing with their Section 8 voucher. Thus, effectively, they lose their voucher. They can't do anything with it. It obliterates the purpose of the voucher. And I want to echo what Elizabeth Elia said also, is that the same thing that this does with source of income is the same thing that it does with race, national origin, disability, namely that a landlord does not have to take anybody who comes in with a housing voucher. They just are prohibited from using the fact that they get a voucher from rejecting that potential tenant, just like it is with race, national origin, disability. So please, it's not true that it's a mandatory requirement for landlords to take anybody who comes in with a voucher, but they can't reject them out of hand. Thank you.
Divya Shiv, followed by Serge Martinez.
Good evening, Mr. President and councilors. My name is Divya Shiv with New Mexico Voices for Children, and I'm here in support of the ordinance to prohibit discrimination based on source of income. I'm also a resident of Northeast Heights in Albuquerque within Councilor Jones's district. And I first want to thank Councilors Bassan and Davis for co-sponsoring this bill. Every family in Albuquerque deserves to know the security of stable, affordable housing, especially since housing instability results in worse physical and mental health outcomes for families and worse educational outcomes for children. However, families that rely on housing vouchers and other forms of income are often discriminated against, making it difficult for them to access stable, affordable housing and the benefits that come with it. This hurts our community as a whole, given that the majority of people on housing vouchers are families with children, seniors, and people with disabilities. This ordinance also benefits the overall economy of our city, since voucher utilization makes sure that people don't pay more than 30% of their income on rent, freeing up extra income for them to spend within our city's economy. This ordinance is critical to ensure that families are not unfairly barred from the housing that they need and that they're able to pay for. In addition, through this ordinance, landlords are still able to choose their tenants, conduct background checks, receive security deposits, and receive rental payments in a timely fashion. Given the importance of this ordinance in reducing housing instability and homelessness for families in Albuquerque.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Serge Martinez, followed by Andrew Vanis.
Hi, my name is Serge Martinez. I'm on the faculty at University of New Mexico School of Law, where I work, teach, and write in the area of housing law. I'm here in my own capacity tonight to support the prohibition on source of income discrimination. And thank you to Councilors Bassan and Davis for sponsoring this measure. Housing vouchers have an important role in access to safe, healthy housing, deconcentration of poverty, and access to economic opportunity. They help people have more control over where they live. And the limits on percentage of income that goes towards housing means that folks who use vouchers have money to pay the other costs of living while ensuring that the owner will get a steady check from the voucher source. That will go up if the tenant's income goes down. This change removes an obstacle that voucher holders regularly face in their pursuit of safe, healthy housing in a safe, healthy neighborhood. This is consistent with Albuquerque's history of working toward equity and access to opportunity. Albuquerque has already identified several prohibited reasons for denying someone housing. We no longer allow landlords to make rental decisions or deny people access to housing based on these reasons. We have a long history of using laws to protect renters from harmful biases. The city has a chance today to extend protections to another group that's often intentionally excluded from access to particular housing. Passing this law will help support the important personal and societal goals I've already referred to: access to safe, healthy housing, self-determination, deconcentration of poverty, equal access to economic opportunity. Fair housing means fair access to housing, and this law makes that more of a reality for all residents of Albuquerque. Thank you.
Andrew Vanis, followed by Connie Chavez.
Hello, my name is Andrew Vanis. I'm a small private landlord, handful of properties. I have rented and currently do rent for Section 8 vouchers. I support the program. It's a great program. This proposed legislation is not effective. It will include more risk. What is not talked about is the additional burden that the landlord takes on by taking a subsidized tenant. I am willing to do it because the things are known currently. And everything is, landlord has to follow all processes, including possibly providing meals. Very risky for us as a landlord. I urge you to vote no. Imagine if you had a car you were renting, and if you rented it to someone, they would just pay the rent. If you're renting it to somebody else, you also have to cover the gas. You have to teach them how to drive and cover their insurance. You would want those extra costs covered. If you guys want to make an impact on the availability, remove some of the risks that the landlord has. Maybe cover the damages that these tenants may cause. Because yes, the rent is covered by a third of their income, but if they have damages that they cause, they don't have the money to pay for those. When I make a decision, I look at all the risk factors. And keep in mind, I do have Section 8 tenants. I believe in the program. I started with nothing, built, bought my properties, and I don't want to risk them with this. Please consider the factors.
Connie Chavez.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President, councilors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of the proposed amendment to the Albuquerque Human Rights Ordinance prohibiting discrimination based on source of income. My name is Connie Chavez. I am the former Executive Director of Sawmill Community Land Trust, former Executive Director of the Barrett Foundation, and now Executive Director of the Carrie Tingley Hospital Foundation. I'm here tonight serving in my personal capacity. But in all three organizations, a common theme is access to affordable housing. The population served at Sawmill Community Land Trust is the workforce. At Barrett, the population served is homeless women, children, and families with very low incomes. At Carrie Tingley Hospital Foundation, our clients are families with children who have permanent disabilities, and many are low to moderate income. All this to demonstrate that it is not just one segment of the population who struggle to access affordable housing. It is all populations that share the same struggle. Almost always a housing applicant must demonstrate that they earn 2 to 3 times the monthly rental income to be eligible to rent a unit. But that does not include payments made on the tenant's behalf, such as housing vouchers, public benefits, and/or Social Security. This is a barrier for many, as some have little to no income while others live on Social Security disability. The proposed change removes this barrier, allowing for more individuals and families to be housed in decent, affordable housing units. Currently, we have several clients who are also voucher recipients through housing service providers. While they are excited to receive a housing voucher, the search for a unit is daunting as they did not meet the income requirements to lease from multiple apartment complexes.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. Mr. President, that'll conclude public comment.
All right. Yes, Councilor Bassan.
Mr. President, thank you. I have a few comments, but I also have another amendment that we didn't get to quite yet. And then there's also a presentation that I would like from our staff. So
Which would you like to do?
If you don't mind, we'll just do the amendment and then we can do the presentation. I think that would answer some of the questions and then we'll go from there as well. Thank you. So I would like to move amendment number 2 on page 7, line 33, insert a new subsection as follows. In determining whether the prospective tenant meets minimum income requirements, include in the calculation of rent any amounts that will be paid, credited, or attributed by the tenant or on the tenant's behalf from federal, state, or local housing assistance payment programs. In other words, the calculation of minimum income requirements shall be based on the portion of rent that a tenant is personally responsible for paying, not the portion of rent that will be paid by the housing assistance payment program. Or, and then it continues on. The reason for this is there's many public comments that have come in about this, but at the same time, it's to say that, and to relieve some of the concerns even that we've already heard too, that if somebody can't afford a $1,000 rent check, but they can afford the $300 one, then the 30% or the 3 times for the deposit should be based off of 300 times 3 rather than $1,000 times 3 per month. So I'll make a motion for that. Thank you.
The second from Councilor Davis. Any discussion on the amendment? If not, all those in favor say yes. Raise your hand. Opposed? And that passes on a 5-4. And we'll go now to the staff presentation then.
Yes, Mr. President, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
Ms. Dial.
President and council members. The sponsors of O2216 have asked me to give you a very short presentation on the legislation to provide an explanation of the bill and some context. Next slide. A 2020 study by the Urban Institute identified a need for about 2,200 additional permanent supportive housing vouchers in Albuquerque. The city's investing heavily in housing residents and using housing vouchers to reduce homelessness. There's about $20 million in the FY23 budget for housing vouchers, plus an additional $3.5 million from HUD funding. Even so, for this strategy to be successful, potential tenants must be able to identify housing that is at fair market rate that will accept their voucher. Our Family and Community Services Department reports a 90% success rate when people in their programs, in the programs that are funded by the city, are able to use their housing vouchers. This means that those voucher holders either remained in the program successfully or exited to another kind of housing. Next slide. Caseworkers and prospective tenants have reported difficulty in finding suitable units that will accept housing vouchers. As recently as last Friday, a large housing provider issued 30-day notices to all of the tenants with Section 8 vouchers that were not protected by their lease, that they would no longer be accepting vouchers. And this is not an isolated incident. Our service providers tell us that this is happening more regularly. And in a survey of 176 landlords who advertised fair market rents as determined by HUD, 65% of these refused to take housing vouchers. Depending on the program, housing voucher holders have 30 to 60 days to find a unit. In some cases, this can be extended by 30 days. Many voucher holders lose their vouchers because they can't find a unit in an acceptable amount of time. One large voucher provider reported an average of 70 days right now that it's taking for tenants to find a unit once they have a voucher. Next slide. Housing is a right that's protected for a number of classes, so amending the Human Rights Ordinance to include this source of income will help to stop discrimination against voucher holders and increase access to affordable housing. This doesn't mean a landlord must prefer someone who has a non-traditional source of income, only that they must be considered when considering all other tenants. In other words, this legislation levels the playing field for people who have different sources of income. be that Social Security, disability, alimony, or housing vouchers. 19 states and 115 cities currently have laws protecting renters from source of income discrimination, and having laws that protect renters from source of income discrimination have been proven to increase utilization of vouchers. Next slide. In creating this legislation, the process of source of income discrimination was highlighted by the Homeless Coordinating Council, and the legislation to prohibit some source of income discrimination was included as a recommendation from the 2020 Urban Institute report. Local providers, members of UNM Law, council staff, and city legal first created the first draft. There were multiple meetings with landlords and property management agencies, as well as 2 committee meetings where input was taken and appropriate amendments were incorporated into this bill to try and find a common ground between stakeholders. Next slide. This slide is a breakdown of what the legislation does and does not do. So it prohibits a landlord from rejecting a tenant solely based on their source of income. It allows a landlord to set the price of the unit as they see fit. Landlords do not have to have their units at fair market value. They can price their units as they see fit, and somebody who has a voucher that covers a certain amount of money can apply for a unit that is acceptable under the amount of money that the voucher holder is eligible to receive. This allows landlords to charge fees or deposits. It requires the housing quality inspections to be completed within 5 business days of a tenant selecting a unit. Otherwise, the landlord can move on to another tenant. It appropriates $150,000 for a landlord mitigation study. It appropriates $50,000 for education and technical assistance to help any landlords who do have any issues when they're first accepting vouchers and getting through any of that paperwork. It also appropriates $100,000 for housing quality inspection assistance, and that is to help those agencies that are having difficulty getting their housing quality inspections done in a timely manner to get those done. This does not prevent a landlord from vetting a tenant to see if they fit, whether that includes background checks, rental history checks, interviews, or any other tool a landlord would want to use, as long as it is consistent between all tenants and it doesn't single out people who are using other alternative forms of income. It does not prevent a landlord from evicting a tenant for not paying their portion of the rent. It does not require a landlord to set their rent and HUD-defined fair market value. So in other words, if a unit costs more than can be covered by a voucher, the landlord is not required to lower the rent to accommodate the tenant with a voucher. It does not prevent a landlord from raising the rent at the end of a lease agreement. It does not prevent a landlord from evicting a tenant for any legal reason. Thank you, and I am available for any questions.
Mr. President, thank you so much, Ms. Stiles. So before we go to more questions, I just want to say a couple things based off of some of the comment that we heard too. In the committee substitute, Councilor Jones, we did put in a parameter that inspections have to occur within 5 days. And so that is something that could be to where a landlord, we're trying to make sure that landlords do have some advocacy for them, being that that was one of the major complaints. Okay.
Does that mean that the voucher money will be available within 5 days, or will there still be a 2-month waiting period on the voucher payment?
Mr. President, Councilor Jones, we also put in funding so that we can help with that, at least in the first year while we see how this works, so that we can make sure that if there is a problem with voucher funding coming through in a speedy process, that the city can go ahead and use some of that money until it comes in, at which point it will be repaid based off of legislation. The other thing that I wanted to say, Mr. President, is that, well, we already did the amendment that kind of does the 30% with that, so I hope that that puts some people's mind at ease, but any form of payment has been removed based off of the committee substitute, so this was another concern that we heard from landlords and the business community saying that, you know, they were concerned that we were saying that any form of payment could be calculated to decide if the 30% was available or not, and that has been removed so that it can't be in the form of gifts or inheritance, perhaps even unemployment checks, etc. So that too has been removed, hopefully easing the mind of some. I wanted to ask Ms. Stiles, extra income for food and clothing. I know that some people were making comments just a moment ago too that we heard, and I know I've heard it before, but is there, you know, there's a concern that if people have to be required to pay the 30% and they don't have money for food or clothing or anything else, and they go around to other vicinities in order to find that money. But
It's my understanding that that's not quite how this is arranged. I mean, I realize that the ideology and the reality might be different, but that's not the legal parameter of it. Can you inform me if I'm on the right track or if there's nothing more?
That is correct. I did check with Family and Communities, and they've never heard of a voucher program that would require a landlord to do any of those things. So I'm not quite sure exactly what was being referred to. I'm sorry, Council President and Councilor Basan. So I'm not quite sure what they were referring to, but I have not ever heard of a program like that.
Mr. President, Ms. Stiles, this is a little bit of the different, because that's coming up to one of my questions, but this one is about the, if a tenant, a prospective tenant that is using a voucher has 30%, let's say the round number, right, I keep using $1,000 and $300, so let's say that they're able to pay $300 that month. If their only source of income is $300 that month and they cannot afford food or clothing or any utilities, where does that burden fall on the landlord?
That burden would not fall on the landlord if somebody is going around of their own volition and trying to receive funding from neighbors. That's something that could happen to in any situation with any source of income. It's not something that would be specifically because of this legislation.
Mr. President, Ms. Stiles, is it that somebody that was required to pay $300 in this example would only have $300 of income coming in every month?
Mr. President, Councilor Basan, if somebody's required to pay $300 of income, then that means that they would have an income of $900 per month because the vouchers only require somebody to pay for 30% of their income. So by definition, whatever they are paying, they are making an extra 70% on top of that.
Thank you, Ms. Stiles. That was what I was looking for, making sure that I was on the right track with expecting how to help and make sure that there's that source of income there. And then my last one, Mr. President, I was wondering if we could get the Office of Equity and Inclusion to come and help with answering some of the questions that came up too about whether or not if a landlord is, which I still don't agree that a landlord is forced to take a voucher, that is not what this is doing, but for some people that are worried about if a landlord is going to need to take a voucher, does that also mean that they will have to assist in, based off of the language in this ordinance, are they going to have to assist with taking people to doctor's appointments and making sure that they have food and making sure that it's prepared, et cetera?
Thank you, Council President, Councilor Basan. I'm Tori Jacobus. My pronouns are she, her, and hers, and I run the Office of Civil Rights for the City of Albuquerque. Councilor Basan, there's nothing, Council President and Councilor Basan, there is nothing in this ordinance that imposes additional requirements on landlords for voucher holders. There are no requirements to provide extra food or transportation or counseling. I've consulted with the community advocates, and they know of no program that imposes these additional requirements. Thank you.
Mr. President, Director Jacobus, my apologies that I said Office of Equity and Inclusion, and here you are with Civil Rights. I appreciate it. For now, Mr. President, that I hope does a little bit of a myth buster or clarification in some purposes of what this is and what this is not. Thank you.
All right, Councilors. Councilor Lewis.
Mr. President, I do believe this is, well, I guess let me say I agree with the fact that there are a lot of unintended consequences, and I also I agree with the housing providers in many of the comments that were made tonight. We had a lot of questions in committee, a lot of comments in committee. One of them quickly was just delinquency rates. Did we come back with any data on delinquency rates?
Council President, Councilor Lewis, we did look into delinquency rates, and it's almost impossible to tell because of the myriad of reasons that somebody can be evicted. So there are also many cases when somebody will be told that they're going to be evicted and they just leave. And so there's just a lot of circumstances requiring this. But what I can say is that Families and Communities has reported a 90% success rate with their voucher program. If somebody is delinquent on their, or if somebody is evicted from their program, they lose their program. They don't get to keep it. So there might be a 10%, at least for the Family and Communities program, but that's the best number that we could find.
Mr. President, we've heard a lot from I call them housing providers. These are the housing providers. I mean, we can call them landowners, we can call them owners or landlords, but they're housing providers. They're the people that are providing the places for people to live. And so, but it's clear that there's no buy-in. I don't see any buy-in whatsoever. And you'd think that at a bill like this, there'd be at least some buy-in for it, and I don't see anything at all. And they're the major stakeholders. They're affected by this more than anything. They've clearly have articulated a lot of unintended consequences of passing something like this. And so I'm going to recommend, I'm going to just move a 90-day deferral. I think it'd give it at least 90 days to be able to at least get some buy-in on it, I would think. But I'm moving 90-day deferral.
There's a motion and a second from Councilor Jones for a 90-day deferral. Councilor Davis on the deferral.
On the matter of the deferral, Mr. President, I don't think that's necessary. I think we have done a lot of comment here. I think we've the sponsors have a bill that they think has addressed those questions. I think we can address some of those concerns through Q&A, and I recognize, of course, that this is the bill that stands between us and dinner this evening. So I don't know that we need to prolong the conversation, but I do think we can address some of those concerns, and I would prefer that that we take up a vote on this matter this evening, as we have a complete bill. We have a housing crisis, and we have an opportunity to address it this evening. And if it's the council's intent to vote this legislation down, I think we go into the new fiscal year knowing that, and not leave this hanging there. I prefer we move it tonight.
All right, any other discussion on the deferral? Councilor Sanchez.
I actually agree with the deferral. I think this bill is still, we heard from even supporters of this bill that it's not ready to be put forth. I heard someone in here that had major, that was really involved in the situation and helping with vouchers and accepting these and understands the process that goes through. But this gentleman still stated that this isn't ready to go. So I'm on a position that we do defer this for 90 days.
Mr. President.
Councilor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think that there's a possibility that this legislation, this bill, could be made to work. However, there is so much confusion and so much misinformation. And if landlords are saying to us they're reluctant to rent to someone under these circumstances, and they have in fact had experience with it in the past, landlords aren't out there to stop people from renting from them. They're out there to get people to rent from them, but to be able to collect the rent and make everything work. And I think there is some major concern with a large number of the people who provide housing for the same kind of people who need this kind of housing. And if we set ourselves up so we are causing that group to no longer be willing to participate and house the people who are in most need of a place to stay, I think we're kind of being a little short-sighted in this. So I would hope that with Councilor Sanchez's idea of perhaps postponing or deferring this a little while, and let's take a look at it and let's meet with some of these people and see if we can iron this out. The people I'm hearing from about how this works are lawyers. The people I'm hearing from who say it doesn't work well are the people who have to make it work, are the landlords. The lawyers aren't going to lose money if this doesn't work. The landlords are going to lose big money, because I am confident, having worked in this kind of field before, if this tenant is in default and there's an issue, the landlord's going to spend a lot of money and a lot of time and face a lot of damage to their property in order to get rid of a tenant who has defaulted on the program, or the program isn't working, or the rent isn't being paid, or something's going wrong. And I think that yes, we need to house people, definitely need to house people. But it shouldn't be at the cost of people who have the housing that they could have, because there's a misunderstanding. I would like for the parties to sit down, work this out, and see if this is something that can work. But again, when I'm listening to people who are boots on the ground doing this versus 3, 4, 5 lawyers, this isn't who does this. I don't want to talk to the people who are doing it. I want to talk to some of these people who represent the clients who need this housing. I want to know what's really going on and what the issue really is. So I will support a deferral. I cannot support this legislation as it stands.
All right, we're back on the motion for a deferral of 90 days. All those in favor say yes and raise your hands. Opposed? And that motion fails. We're back on the bill. Councilor Davis.
Mr. President, as I said, I realize that this is an important piece, and I think we've talked a lot about this. There may well be other questions, but I do think we've addressed some of those concerns. And to the point about meeting with folks, I want to make it clear. Councilor Bassan and I held a number of meetings. We met with the Realtors Association. We brought folks into City Hall from the providers, kind of set up this way, unfortunately, too. Like the providers on one side of the table, the advocates on the other. And we really heard from them. And what we found was there's a lot of misinformation about what this means to take a voucher. As the staff report showed, 65% of the workforce housing or market housing providers just don't take vouchers. But it's not because they don't like low-income people. They're in that business. It's because many of them don't understand the process. They don't understand the paperwork. They're intimidated by it. We heard some concerns that, I can't get my check in 90 or 120 days. The data shows us that there are a couple of providers who are way behind the curve in addressing those on a reimbursable basis. But there were two solutions. We found some providers, Ms. Biggs is a representative of one of them, who do reimbursements on a 30-day basis. And so folks start to get their checks in the same month that the person signs up in many cases, absent something weird. But we also have to remember that the voucher is only 30% of someone's income. A tenant has to do all their other work and all their other parts just like any other tenant, meaning that from day one, they have to pay their deposit. They have to pay their 70%. If you normally run an apartment complex and you require people to pay a deposit in the first month, these tenants have to do that too. They have to pay 70%. And so you're collecting 70% of your revenue on day one if that's your policy for all of your renters. And so it is not that you're without forever. It's that you're getting into this program, we realize can be a hurdle. And so Councilor Bassan, I think, wisely changed the appropriations to ensure that there is money not only on the upside for the providers, to be sure that there are more inspectors and that those inspectors are available and done well. And by the way, the Apartment Association and folks who came to the table with us represented that many of their members were having problems scheduling these inspectors, and the Apartment Association would be eligible for that funding to hire their own inspectors to help their own members. But we also found that there needed to be some education on both sides of the table. Some one-pagers. What does this do? What does it not? You saw a piece of that in the presentation from Ms. Stiles earlier. But also to help landlords navigate that process. What does it feel? What is it like to fill out that form the first time? And so that's why we've appropriated what we believe is a good start, working with Ms. Jacobus and others on an advocacy program for landlords, somebody on their side of the table, to educate them about how to fill out the forms, how it is that you can get someone to call and say, I don't understand, someone walked in with a new kind of voucher I've never seen, what is required of this. The city is willing to step up and do that work. And I think that's a huge part of this, in saying the city is not shifting a burden to the private sector. We're trying to figure out how we can help the private sector do their job better. Because at the end of the day, this just says you treat someone who walks in with a voucher just like they walk in with a check. And it really is it is a basic human right to have access to affordable housing. Much of this housing, quite frankly, at this level is not our best. It is not the penthouse apartment. But it is a lot of folks who work really hard to keep up their properties and make them available to working class families. They are paying their fair share. And so I think it's really important that we make that clear, that folks are paying their fair share, they're doing their part. If they don't live up to their agreement, you can kick them, you can evict them just like you could any other tenant. You just can't treat them differently because the color on their check, or the return address on their check is City Hall and not Bank of America or the W-2 at Smith's or whatever that is. This is just a basic thing of helping working class people make ends meet and matching them to housing that we know is available in the community. We've tried to address those issues. I appreciate the time for that speech. I realize that prolongs our dinner. But I think we've done this well, and we'll continue to come back and fix it. But we've tried to address those concerns. We're never going to fix everybody's concerns, but we are going to try. And I know that Mr. Sheldon at TNC is a good player in this. He's asked us to provide social services and other things to tenants to help keep them in place. And we just added $20 million for affordable housing and more in our regular operating budget this year, double what was originally requested. We now have the funds to do all those things, and I think we should be doing that in a collective way, but it does start with making these homes available to people who need them. Thank you, Mr. President.
Councilor Grout.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a question for the apartment association. What would be a better way to incentivize landlords to take vouchers?
You know, I think there's Mr. President and Council, I think that there's several different ways to look at it. One of the things that's been done in other states is what's called a risk mitigation fund. And so as it's been mentioned here quite a few times, is that third-party assistance almost never pays for damages. So a risk mitigation fund is basically an insurance policy. You see them a lot in California. California has it in several different ones. And they're structured differently in every state. But basically it would be, like I say, an insurance pot, whether it be $500,000 or something that the city puts aside or the county puts aside. And it's for, say, $3,000 or $5,000 worth of damages to your property. So that way, if an owner then, who was maybe that they're you know, the reason that they wouldn't want to get into the program was because of the risk of, you know, not having someone pay for damages to the property, they could then apply for this insurance pot, we'll call it. But it's called a risk mitigation fund.
Sounds great. Okay, I have a question for Family and Community Services again. Once a family receives a voucher, how do they find a house or an apartment? And then does Albuquerque Housing Authority help them find a place?
President Benton, Councilor Grout, thank you for the question. First, let me clarify that the Department of Family and Community Services contracts with nonprofit organizations in our community to administer supportive housing voucher programs. The city does not directly administer any voucher programs. All of the supportive housing programs that the Department of Family and Community Services funds comes with case management services. So when a household, a family, or an individual is accepted into a supportive housing voucher program funded through the city, there is a case manager that's assigned to that family or individual that helps them through the housing process, like helping them to identify apartments. Often the organization has a list of landlords that are willing or sometimes willing to take vouchers, and so they'll kind of help folks identify, help them think through where do they want to live, where do they want their kids to go to school, all that sort of stuff. The Housing Authority, Albuquerque Housing Authority, is a separate entity from the city of Albuquerque. The Housing Authority's vouchers do not come with supportive services the same way that the vouchers do that are funded through the city of Albuquerque. So the Housing Authority, as far as I know, does not provide assistance to households to look for an apartment.
Yes, please proceed. Oh, you're done? Okay, thank you. All right. Any other questions? We're back on the bill. If not, I will, Councilor Bassan? Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I'll you take this as my close as well. But I know our budget manager's here right now, and I think that it would be great if we could go ahead and look into at least putting in some details and a note for next year's budget about looking into a risk mitigation fund. And just in summary, we had multiple meetings with both sides, and I'm convinced that I ended up being a co-sponsor on this bill so that I could help figure out some way to represent a little bit more fully the property owner and landlord side of this without even realizing that that's what I was doing. And I realized too that there is no full agreement that's going to happen just with both sides of this. So I think that we've done what we can for now to come to a middle ground to where it's been mitigated a little bit. And it has been a little bit more palatable, I hope. But I do think that this is something that is not going to end up being as scary and terrible for the landlords without really actually trying to help some people that need it as well. So I urge your support.
All right, we'll move to a vote on Committee Substitute 016. All those in favor, say yes and raise your hands. Yes? Opposed? And that passes on a 5-4 vote. And we will return after a short break for dinner. All right, we're back. We're back in session. We're now going to item J. Councilor Feeblecorn, myself, and Davis. Councilor Feeblecorn.
Mr. President, I'd like to move a deferral on R36, directing the city administration to develop operating procedures for safe outdoor spaces to June 22nd, please.
All right. There's a second from Councilor Jones, and there's a motion for deferral of R36 until the 22nd. All those in favor, say yes and raise your hands.
Yes.
Yes. And that passes on an 8-0 vote. All right, we're now on the big item of the night. Councilor Jones and myself, 010, this is adopting citywide text amendments to the Integrated Development Ordinance, Section 1416, for the 2021 IDO annual update, and adopting text amendments for a small mapped area, the Old Town Historic Protection Overlay Zone, HPO5. I move a due pass for the purpose of discussion. A motion, a second from Councilor Jones. Thank you. Councilors, we'll begin with public comment on this bill. We will first hear from those who have signed up to speak regarding cannabis prohibitions in Old Town. This item is quasi-judicial and requires that members of the public be sworn in. If you will be speaking to this, please raise your right hand.
Mr. President, we actually didn't have anybody sign up for that specific portion of O10 for the cannabis related.
Pardon me, no one signed up?
Not for that portion.
So I think that leaves Ms. Schultz then to, is that correct?
Mr. President, but I do believe that folks signed up under for the amendment B14, and I believe that is also quasi-judicial, so they would have to be sworn in to speak on that item.
Mr. President, I'll be presenting on the cannabis changes, Amendment B14, and the general citywide changes after public comment. So we'll proceed with the Amendment B14 public comment first.
Okay, then what about the Old Town? No one signed up on that?
Mr. President, that's correct.
Okay. All right. Thanks. Then we will move then to the public comment for those signed up to speak regarding B14, overnight shelters. This item is quasi-judicial and requires a member of the public be sworn in. If you will be speaking to this, please raise your right hand. And do you affirm under penalty of perjury that your testimony will be true? All right, thank you.
I do so affirm.
All right, thank you. And then, Mr. Moya, please begin calling speakers.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our first speaker will be Carla Sontag, followed by Larry Sontag.
Good evening, Mr. President and members of the council. Carlos Sontag was not able to stay, but I am here. I work with a couple of different groups, New Mexico Business Coalition, also an advocacy group of thousands of New Mexicans called Better Together New Mexico. And we appreciate what you're trying to do here to help people, but enabling and encouraging homeless camps to expand across the entire city is not going to be helpful. There was a name by the name of William Huntsman. He's a former homeless who gave an interview to the New Mexico Sun online newspaper, and he said, enabling a lifestyle of homelessness is counterproductive to help. We want to encourage you to not go forward with the amendments that have been proposed or any of the major zoning changes that are on the table right now. This needs to be flushed out further. I was talking with one of the advocates tonight, and he was saying this won't cost taxpayers anything. Well, that is certainly not the understanding of thousands of New Mexicans that we've talked to. You may have received a number of emails in your inbox from people because advocates want this stopped. And one final thing, I appreciate the fact that the question was asked to the chief of police, did you order police to not enforce basic laws when it comes to vagrancy and loitering and such? That is what you should be focusing on and not trying to establish further homeless camps. Thank you.
Mike Parrish, followed by Joshua James Lawrence. Joshua James Lawrence, followed by Loretta Naranjo Lopez. Loretta Naranjo Lopez, followed by Raven Del Rio.
Good evening, President and councilors. My name is Loretta Naranjo Lopez. I'm president of the Santa Barbara Martineztown Neighborhood Association and a member of the Historic Neighborhood Alliance. The Historic Neighborhood Alliance has long advocated for affordable housing in our neighborhoods and believes that housing is a human right. And our housed neighbors living in our streets deserve the dignity of housing rather than sanctioned tent cities. They deserve a place that is cool in the summer and warm in the winter. They deserve a safe place to age in place and heal from the trauma of living on the streets. They deserve a place to call home more than anything. The strategies we are advocating for are housing first approach for addressing homelessness, accelerate the building of affordable housing, consider citywide rent control. It is time to stop creating Band-Aid policies that will only manage the problem. We need real systemic and transformational solutions. Please vote no against O2210. There are many strategies that the city could undertake rather than this route, especially when it comes to solving homelessness. Housing first is one such model with the right investment can alleviate our homeless crisis in the short term and succeed in the long term. Many of our local nonprofit agencies have a Housing First program, like Heading Home, Albuquerque Health Care for the Homeless, and Hope Works. I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Raven Del Rio, followed by Sandra Perea.
President Benton, councilors, we all know that there is a need to help the unhoused living among us in all 9 districts. But by making IDO changes permissive use versus conditional, you subvert the process of community input necessary when building strong neighborhoods for both the unhoused and the housed. I am particularly aggrieved to see that Amendment B14 silences the voices of your constituents in growing their communities. Even more egregious is allowing cherry-picked main streets and downtown to remain conditional use, sending the message that any area not favored by this administration is deemed somehow unequal and unworthy of equitable treatment. Early on in Amendment B14, the need for citywide equity is addressed. The city's own comprehensive plan touts the need for equitable placement of locally unpopular land use projects as well as desirable ones. Mere paragraphs later, equity is tossed as changes are proposed for MXH buildings, which fall heavily along the border of District 6. D6 comprises 11% of the city, yet contains 42 social services, which is approximately 52% of the services in the city. It is not NIMBYism for districts to say enough when they've been taking the lion's share for decades, while golden child districts never learn what equity really is. Spurning equity and creating zoning laws to legally avoid it is NIMBYism. We want to help the less fortunate and elevate them to a place of safety, security, and self-worth, but we demand the equitable treatment that the city promised. Create an IDO that allows for community input in creating strong neighborhoods. Conditional use is the best foot forward. No on O2210. Thank you.
Sandra Perea, followed by Peter Kalitzis.
President Benton, councilors, my name is Sandra Perea, and I am the president of the Elder Homestead Neighborhood Association, which is located in District 6. By now, you've all received plenty of information in data and facts through emails, telephone calls, and now public comment, requesting a no vote on B14, thus allowing the conditional permit to remain in place. Each of you have spoken heavily about equity and public safety in each of your districts, but if you vote yes on B14, then your words become hypocritical. Residents should have the right to give input on city projects that will adversely affect their neighborhoods and their safety. Your constituents are figuratively screaming for you to do the right thing. We want to be heard and acknowledged, but mostly we want you to do the right thing and vote no on B14. Thank you.
Peter Kalitzis, followed by Leslie Padilla.
There should be some overheads put on 2 of them. You said to let him know. The first one is the MXH. You have this and another one. This shows the location, excuse me, President Benton and City Councilors. This shows where MXH locations are in the city. Most of the locations in the city are hospitals, the old Galison Central, major shopping centers. The only major open areas are North San Mateo from Montgomery to the freeway, and from San Mateo on Central to Tramway. I'm assuming you've seen all these maps since you're going to be voting on this. These maps show that the location of MXAs for unhoused would be along the central corridor, which one of the councilors is trying to revitalize, and also a much poorer area. The other would be North San Mateo. The next slide talks about income. The lowest percentile, excuse me, the highest percentile of the lowest income areas in Albuquerque, if you exclude commercial and industrial, are along East Central, basically going from San Mateo. Those are the red on the second map, which sort of looks like an O, a U above an O. So to understanding those zones, the other aspect is permissive use will allow these to have 500 to 1,000 people residents. The Gateway Center, it's the second largest building the city owns. It could have 1,000 people. Thank you.
Leslie Padilla, followed by Renee Horvath.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I begin, I do have a couple pieces of evidence. Actually, Raven Del Rio forgot to give you a piece of evidence. It spoke to her, so I wanted to, can I give that to the clerk? And if she wants to state what it is, I hope you would give her an opportunity to just state what that is. I have several pieces of evidence. This, and I've only made one copy, but this is the entire submission. Let me just actually start. Well, am I allowed to have more time than a minute and a half, given that this is a quasi-judicial hearing and that I represent one of the neighborhood associations that's directly affected by the Gateway Center?
We have to have the same rules for everyone at this hearing.
Then let me just give the clerk this. This is the information that 3 neighborhood associations gave to the zoning hearing examiner when the conditional use permit was being considered last fall. And lastly, I wanted to give you some information from the city of Denver that has developed what it seems like a good comprehensive means of providing for residential care regulations that is actually an equitable approach. All right, so I'll try to, I really need a little bit more time. I represent the 3 neighborhood associations in their ongoing appeal of the conditional use permit that was granted last fall for Gateway. Tonight I'm speaking on behalf of Parkland Hills Neighborhood Association. As I mentioned, there's a current appeal of the permit for Gateway. the evidence showed at
Mr.
that
President,
time.
that appeal is still pending before the ZHE, and it will likely come up to City Council at some point, so it's not appropriate to discuss that at this time. In addition, one of the exhibits that was handed out directly speaks to that appeal, so that wouldn't be appropriate to hand out as either. The evidence that was just submitted, council staff has reviewed, and you're welcome to consider that evidence. In general, that type of evidence would not be permitted to come into the process unless it's received 72 hours in advance. That's generally a protection for private property owners that are in the process. In this instance, you have a city applicant. We provided that evidence to the city attorney and the city administration. If they'd like to weigh in on whether or not they think that's acceptable for you to view at this time, you should probably defer to them for that question. Since it is
May I
a public property owner instead of a private, the city administration being the folks that submitted the justification for this, it's not quite the same situation as with a private owner that would have needed the opportunity to review in advance. And so it's your discretion as to whether or not you want to accept this evidence at this time. If you do, you should probably consult with city legal and the administration on their position on putting it into the record.
May I respond?
Yes.
I don't. If the objection is that this would be ex parte communication, I mean, this is you're all here tonight, so this would not be an example of ex parte communication, and this is all in the record. The document that I've given you is all in the written record. So I don't think it's objectionable because it does really go to the evidence about why conditional use should remain in MXH and should not be changed to permissive use. So we have to be able to present evidence about this issue. This is a quasi-judicial hearing on this issue.
Yeah, it is complicated by the fact that there's a conditional use appeal. Mr. Melendres?
Mr. President, again, there was 3 pieces of evidence that were handed out. 2 speak very clearly to the policy question before you. The 3rd is specifically labeled as something that was submitted to the ZHE in that process. There will be a process for you to hear that at some point with the parties present and all involved in the record before you. However, it's not appropriate to consider this outside of that separate hearing.
All right, so as I understand it, we can receive this
Mr. President, the 2 of the 3 that have been handed out are the ones that speak more generally to the policy question before you. The one that council staff is still held on to is the one that speaks directly to the ZHE hearing. So the ones that are before you are within your discretion to accept as part of your consideration tonight.
May I ask, what is the information that is okay? I don't know that we've has the public been able to review it? Yes. Okay. I'm unclear on what you're saying is okay for the council to consider.
I guess I'll open this up to the council to ask what the wish of the council is as to whether to receive this or not. Is that correct?
Mr. President, I think that's correct. You may just ask if there's objections to receiving it. Again, council staff reviewed it. It seemed relevant to your consideration tonight. Many times in these instances, there would be a private party that would, stand up and say, we're not prepared to speak to the evidence that you just received. It's not fair to receive it at this time. Again, you may want to consult with the administration and city legal if they have concerns with you reviewing that at this time based on those same types of objections or not.
Councilor Dave.
Mr. President, I think city legal may have some comment here, but look, I think in the big picture here, I think this speaks to exactly why we shouldn't be doing this in this way. It's kind of a quasi-judicial that might be an amendment to the IDO because it does have property rights implications. There is an appeal out there somewhere that kind of this would impact, but maybe not, and it kind of looks like a backwards way of getting around it, but only some people are here to present evidence. Other people haven't had a chance to review it. This just screams for process violation all over the place that somebody will have grounds one way or the other to go about. I just don't think this is the right answer for this particular issue, primarily because there is a real zoning appeal issue out there that is coming to this council. There is evidence over there that may or may not be included over here. And I think if we're going to open this up to a full hearing, we ought to have a full hearing and let everybody participate in the right way. But it's 9 o'clock and on a Monday night and without a whole lot of notice of what we are or not going to debate tonight, I don't think we should be handling this amendment at all, much less inviting new evidence at 9 o'clock on a Monday night before we make a decision that has quasi-judicial impact. So I just don't think it's appropriate at all to do this amendment this evening, much less bring in all kinds of new things that everybody does a chance to respond to.
Other thoughts, councilors, on this? Councilor Bassan?
Mr. President, I'm just wondering if the administration wants to add in anything or if they have something else to say in regards to the legality of this or the potential legality of it.
Certainly, Councilor President, Councilor Bassan. At this point, having just been handed these exhibits, we would have to object to their being admitted for consideration at tonight's hearing. But as far as the propriety of proceeding with anything, I don't believe that there's anything legally precluding this council from entertaining and considering a legislative amendment to the IDO being held tonight in a quasi-judicial hearing. I don't think that there's any lawful reason that that would be precluded or that the council would be prohibited from hearing.
This amendment has not been moved or seconded. This is a general public comment, right, or the public comment on the bill right now. And so I'm going to let that public comment proceed, but I think you need to
All right.
limit your
Thank you, Mr.
statement.
President. But I would note this is a quasi-judicial proceeding, and as such, parties to it are entitled, I'm reading out of a Court of Appeals case, Bernalillo County, Benavides versus Bernalillo County Board of County Commissioners, that people are entitled to be heard, present evidence, and rebut evidence. So, you know, I may have questions for other witnesses too, and that's allowed in this type
All
of
right,
proceeding.
thank you. Your time is
Thank
up.
you.
Renee Horvath, followed by Terry Cole on Zoom.
Hello, my name is Renee Horvath. I'm with the West Side Coalition and Taylor Ranch, and so I'm trying to keep track of all these amendments. But on the overnight shelters, I know that the EPC discussed this last fall, and what they were recommending was a conditional use for religious institutions. So this would allow some public engagement. So I thought that was a good idea. And they were thinking of 3,000 feet apart from each other. Possibly that may be a good idea too. And I like that it's fully enclosed building, and they were recommending a 10,000 square foot building versus a 25,000. And I do like the idea that you added in here require operational plan with policies and procedures, security, and contact information. And so the only thing I have that I've noticed in town that kind of reminds me of this is Pastor Landry's Compassion Warming Station on Trumbull neighborhood. She did engage the neighborhood to talk about what she planned to do using an APS building over there with overnight shelter, and it seems like she's running it pretty good. The only thing outside the gates, there's still tent cities outside in the neighborhood, so we wouldn't want to attract that. But I think the overnight shelters are better than the campground ideas.
Thank you. Councilor Lewis?
Mr. President, and thank you, Ms. You were here representing the West Side Coalition tonight?
Well, as their we haven't taken a vote because I'm still trying to figure this out, but I can tell you that neighborhoods are you know, very skeptical. They want to know that this is a well thought out plan for shelters, and if we do these campgrounds. I think people are pretty nervous right now about doing this, so I'm trying to promote, like, who's going to do this? Is it well thought out? Is it organized? So it's not going to create problems.
Ms. Horvath, Mr. President, is the West Side Coalition taking any position on supporting government-sanctioned tent encampments, living lots, or safe outdoor
They
spaces
haven't taken a
in District
position.
5 or District 1 that you represent?
They haven't taken a position because we don't know exactly what we're dealing with. But I can tell you, listening to people, they say, well, we need to deal with the homeless. But what are we getting? We don't want problems in our neighborhood. So we want it well thought out. And so so I'm just kind of sharing with you, like, we have to be really careful how we do it. That's why I thought conditional instead of just outright permissive, that at least you have some engagement. Well, what are you going to bring to the neighborhood? Because I think people like the idea of shelters. That's what I hear over campgrounds. And that there should be some public engagement, and it should be a well thought out plan. So, and that's the best I can offer right now. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Terry Cole, followed by Vera Watson.
Good evening, councilors. I'm Terry Cole, President and CEO of the Greater Albuquerque Chamber of Commerce. And we're here to advocate for an amendment that would allow the Gibson Medical Center to be converted to an overnight shelter and centralized hub for homeless services on a permissive basis instead of relying on conditional use permitting. Our community desperately needs and lacks overnight sheltering for the homeless, especially for single adults. And what space the city does have is located so far away from the city itself that it is difficult to access. This means beds at the West Side shelter are left empty, while alleyways, storefronts, overpasses, sidewalks, and parks serve as our current overnight sheltering for far too many. To combat this, the Chamber supports the initial plan of a larger scale hub that would not only offer overnight sheltering for those experiencing homelessness, but would also help them access services like ID recovery, medical care, and behavioral health screening, and find transitional and ultimately permanent housing. The amendment before you tonight will enable the Gateway Center to become what it was always meant to be, an overnight shelter that also provides access to services and supports that will help people experiencing homelessness to receive the services they need, with the goal of decreasing over time the number of people who need overnight sheltering. Thank you.
Vera Watson, followed by Rachel Baca.
Yes, thank you. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you, President Benton and councilors, for the opportunity to comment today. My name is Vera Watson, and I've lived in District 6 with my family for over 33 years. I was saddened and disappointed that the city administration has decided at this late date that they now offer amendments to the IDO on these topics, B14 overnight shelters being one of them. The MXH mixed-use high-density zone district proposition to permissively allow overnight shelters removes the citizens' input. We live here too, and the homeless have come along way after the 30-plus years that many of us have been here. Our own local news reports provide a plethora of documentation of the impacts surrounding sites for the unhoused, among them encampments, crime, trash and human waste, occupation of park and public spaces, and a drain on local businesses. These are adverse impacts to surrounding neighborhoods. The point is that neighbors need an opportunity to raise these types of concerns. And why is only MXH being singled out? Is it targeted at Gateway? If permissive use is okay for MXH, why isn't it okay for MXM or in a commercial zone? There needs to be more evidence presented about why permissive use is not appropriate for shelters in MXH. Please do not pass this amendment. Thank you.
Rachel Baca, followed by Rosemary Blanchard.
Mr. President, councilors, I'm Rachel Baca, President of Siesta Hills Neighborhood Association. I implore you to vote no on changing from conditional to permissive safe outdoor spaces, living lots, and B14 overnight shelters in the IDO. Over the past 2 years, I have volunteered a lot of my time and energy and rallied my neighbors to do the same in following the process of obtaining a conditional use permit as outlined in the IDO for overnight shelters for the Gateway. It's been a difficult process, but we're now at a point for the Gateway where we are sitting down with the city to hammer out a good neighbor agreement. The fact that the residents of my neighborhood have been allowed this opportunity to have input into the structure and operation of Gateway and working to set up communications and monitoring of impacts the Gateway could bring to our neighborhoods has been crucial to our ability to protect ourselves and our homes. I'm not naive. I can see that this has been an unpleasant process for the city, one they'd rather avoid on future projects and possibly derail for the Gateway project. And an easy way to kill both of those birds with one stone is to remove the neighborhood representatives from the table. But frankly, it shouldn't be easy to potentially ruin a neighborhood. We are already fighting with both hands tied behind our backs since this process is quasi-judicial, giving our counselors the opportunity to turn a deaf ear to their constituents while we look for anyone to listen to our concerns about these.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. Rosemary Blanchard.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay. My name's Rosemary Blanchard. I live in the near North Valley in District 2. I'm also a member of the Albuquerque Monthly Meeting of the Religious Society of Friends, colloquially known as Quakers. I'm speaking in my individual capacity, but with encouragement from my faith community. I urge you to adopt the various enhancements of the integrated development ordinance, which would allow for creation and equipping of safe open spaces, overnight shelters, living lots, and a compendium of resources for persons experiencing homelessness. Albuquerque Friends Meeting have long urged the city to practice a practical compassion by allowing safe spaces for unhoused persons who, for whatever reason, cannot be appropriately served by emergency housing options or fear being required to use particular shelters. Our meeting has become involved with many of our unhoused neighbors because our meeting house has a gardening water spigot that we have been unwilling to refuse to those who thirst. Likewise, we have shade on our porch, which we have been unwilling to refuse during the daytime to share with persons without shelter. We have not provided overnight hospitality because we're not capable of doing so. But we have come to know these visitors to our front door, engaged with them on a personal level, and come to know them as our neighbors. Now we feel a need to advocate for their humane treatment and dignity. Albuquerque Friends Meeting, through our co-clerks in 2021, shared a letter with the city of Albuquerque expressing these concerns.
Time is up.
Thank you very much for hearing me.
Mr. President, that'll conclude public comment on Amendment B14. If you would like, I can start calling the names for public comment for the general citywide changes. Thank you. Our first speaker will be Patricia Wilson, followed by Ms. Ward.
Mr. President, councilors, the city is only one actor in the commitment to good community planning. Community organizations, institutions, and individuals all have a role to play. What makes a good zoning system? Rules ensure high-quality development citywide. Rules protect special places and open space. People have input about development that will affect them. The city has committed to continually improve the IDO. The process has 3 steps: EPC, LUPS, Council. Those words are all direct quotes from the city website. My words are, the process is broken. Introducing policy changes with little time for review is not good governance. I urge a no on O2210. Well, that won't happen, so vote yes on the red line draft as of May 2nd, with all subsequent floor amendments becoming the first batch of changes in the next update cycle. B13, removal of the DRB, is a huge change that removes public input from the majority of site plans. This needs to be analyzed, vetted, and then proposed in the next cycle. You may wait till June 22nd. That would let you clean up some of these problems, and then you'll pass O2210 at the end of the fiscal year. Reread what makes a good zoning system. People have input about development that will affect them. Thank you so much, and it's nice to see you all in person.
Ms. Ward, followed by Larry Sontag.
President Benton and councilors, please vote no on B13. The DRB should not be replaced. Instead, return the reviews and approvals previously under the EPC to the EPC. There is no need to create a new entity to try to fix the legal problems this body created when approving that aspect of the IDO in the first place. No on B13 and its corollary B21. On the living lots safe open space amendments, a reminder that the majority of opinion of poll respondents in the SRM&A area is to oppose these uses throughout the city. Adequate protections include the following. No permissive uses in any zones. Consider the non-residential special use zone. Keep or restore the one city block buffer to residential areas and add appropriate buffers to schools and daycare facilities. Security measures should be in place, but must not impinge on the rights of occupants. The proposed government ID amendment does not exclude children, and many people don't have IDs from loss or theft. I've been there. The no misdemeanor or felony charge prescription is overly broad as written. Plus, someone could be charged with trespassing in an illegal encampment, and then wouldn't be able to get into the legal encampment. And the electoral districts have yet to be determined because of redistricting and wouldn't go into effect in 2023. An operating site could find itself moved from an allowed district to a disallowed district. Remember, these amendments need to be well thought out. Thank you very much. Bye.
Larry Sontag, followed by Jane Beckel.
President Benton and members of the council, Larry Sontag here. This time I'm coming to you as a 55-year plus resident of Albuquerque and a retiree from the Albuquerque Police Department. I have personal knowledge of the fact that we're multiple people that are involved with the homeless issue, and I encourage you to delay any vote on the proposed changes in whole, what you have on the table for in the IDO. Mental illness is a big compartment of the homeless issue, as you know, and I know this well. I went through the academy with Carol Alexak, who was shot in the head a number of years ago by somebody who was mentally challenged. I was the commander on scene of a terrible scene where Richard Smith and Mike King were killed by a mentally challenged person. So when you are talking about moving encampments all over the city that are going to mix people that have chemical dependencies with mental illness, with people who happen to be homeless just because of circumstances, that is a recipe for disaster. I encourage you to go back to what I said earlier and allow the police to do their job when it comes to enforcing basic laws that will protect all citizens. And we have a lot of resources that have been put into facilities, mental health, and other homeless care treatment that should be utilized. Thank you.
Jane Beckel, followed by Joshua James Lawrence.
Mr. President, councilors, last week I responded to a Nextdoor post asking about the status of city initiatives to respond to homelessness. I posted the link to the City Planning Department IDO page. I received in an email one day earlier. Several hours later, the following was posted. Quote, I downloaded 108 pages of legal jargon. You had to read through with a dictionary and magnifying glass. It was definitely not meant to be read and understood. I guess it wasn't meant for us. The ABC Comp Plan frequently cites public engagement in its policy and action statements. The newly enacted narrow asserts the importance of collaboration, stronger and more informed participation. The Planning Department presentation introducing this year's IDO process noted people that effective zoning is where people have input about development that affects them. If you believe these statements of principle and policy, if you believe your own words in the narrow and believe in the merits of your proposals, it follows that you will assure they are understandable to the people of Albuquerque and subject to wide scrutiny and debate. I have opposed the IDO process as I've seen it with this council, and amendment language submitted since the EPC removed public input on durable and consequential zoning law changes. Thank you.
Joshua James Lawrence, followed by Loretta Naranjo Lopez. Loretta Naranjo Lopez, followed by Peggy Neff.
Good evening, President and councilors. I am requesting that the City Council vote no on the proposed amendment B313, replacement of the Development Review Board, for the following reasons. Any development is required to have public input. Why remove it? The developer requires government assistance and should be required to go through an open meeting for the public to comment. The city planning staff needs to review these recommended changes to the IDO extensively in order to see the financial and environmental impacts our city has and will face with developer-oriented decisions and the trend of lessening the input from neighborhood representatives for the livable, healthy neighborhoods. The Development Review Board has been in existence for many years that allowed all the required departments to review plans. Why are we taking away the one-stop shop where all the departments are communicating that deal with development and which, more importantly, allows the neighborhood leaders input and who are most impacted by these decisions? The taxes the public pays requires the city of Albuquerque to continue the neighborhood leaders or representatives an effective public process. Site plans will be done administratively by planning staff with limited notice, no public hearings. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Peggy Neff, followed by Bradley Day.
Counselors, again, hi there. I'm advocating for a no vote, and don't laugh. The process is broken. The annual update amendment process does not work as a collaborative, public, informative process for changing zone code. It's gone beyond possibilities with this whole cluster that you've encouraged us to participate in tonight. Although seeing the people come out on the various issues that should be policy changes is very encouraging. But the fact is that you've passed already over 85, over 95, over 105, over almost 115 amendments since we started talking about this a year ago. But no one knows about them. Less than 1%, less than 0.01% of Albuquerque can actually tell you what the Albuquerque IDO amendment process is all about. But you need more information on substantive issues, on policy changes. You need unintended consequences summarized. You need a review of risk. You need a number of beneficiaries. You need a statement about examples of things. You need to know whether or not this is a quasi-judicial issue before it goes into the amendment process. Vote no on 02210. This will prompt and ensure improvement of an annual update process. Start over again. Go back to the planning department. Insist on changes that affect our structures that are positive for our communities. Thank you.
Bradley Day, followed by John Welch.
Council President Benton and councilors, it's been a long night. The Bible tells us that the poor will always be with us. And you guys have a really tough job because there's so many things that have to be done. I mean, listening to all the issues and the possibilities over the last few times that I've been down here, you have a really, really difficult job. So let me make this easy for you. We have tonight over 500 people, fellow citizens, who are sleeping on the street, sleeping in a tent, or sleeping in their car. And they're all trespassing. I really appreciated what you said, Councilor Sanchez, about the fact that we are not enforcing the law. But the problem, one of the problems is that in the Ninth Circuit, which is all the states to the west of us, if you arrest a person for trespassing and you don't give them a legal alternative, which would include them being able to take their personal property, then you are going to open up yourself to a huge amount of liability. That's what was being said by Chief Medina. So we're in the 10th Circuit. Oh, am I done? Wow. Anyway, pass B7 and B22. Thank you.
John Welch, followed by Renee Horvath. Renee Horvath, followed by Peter Kalitzis.
Hello again. Yes, I do agree with some of the previous speakers that this is a very difficult process for you guys, for the staff, and for the community trying to go through all these amendments. I remember in the past, the city used to have meetings, town halls and charrettes and things to talk about these topics, difficult topics, and have these ideas thoroughly vetted before it even go through a process of approval. And maybe we need to start thinking about how can we improve the IDO to make it a little easier on ourselves. I know these are difficult issues, but I'll just say there's zoning and social issues. So on the zoning, I do agree. I hate to see the Development Review Board removed. I think, like I said before, I think they're working very well. They have expertise. They're acting very professional. They listen. I appreciate them listening to both sides of the aisle and trying to resolve problems. So I would like to hold off eliminating that. And let's keep it, and if we need to address it, maybe at the next IDO cycle, you know, if there's some issue about it that we need to address. And then on the, I'm still worried about the parking issue. I hope we can fix it because I have some problems on the west side and I just don't have time in 2 minutes to talk about it. But some shopping centers are crowded with, they don't plan out the uses very well. And the safe outdoor spaces, just real quick, again, they should be in community engagement. The location is really critical if you do that. So, thank you.
Peter Kalitzis, followed by Rhiannon Samuel.
President Benton, City Councilors, I'm using your item, your proposal from February, and in it, it talks about fiscal impact analysis. It also talks about comments on non-monetary impacts. Please make sure you read this. It says, these amendments would generally make land development and redevelopment more transparent. By changing to permissive use from conditional use, you're doing the opposite. So the four people who signed this, it's now in error. It's no longer valid. Permissive rather than conditional, take away the limited transparency. I'm with Parkland Hills neighborhood, speaking for them. We do support particularly safe outdoor spaces, but with a limitation of 2 in every city council district. Also, do not exclude religious organizations since they are the major provider of housing for the unhoused. And legally, make sure you're reading RIPA, because that's what your planning department's telling you about. You can put limitations on it. RIPA does have limitations, but you can put limitations in a quantity number can apply to each city council district. And we desperately need these living lots. At one of the homeless meetings, there was a provider talking to a woman who had to sleep in her car or go back to her abuser husband. And Lisa Huval, no place to put her. Thank you.
Rhiannon Samuel, followed by Brett Lovett.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the council. Rhiannon Samuel with NAOP New Mexico, the Commercial Real Estate Development Association. I've talked frequently about a bunch of different amendments that are in the package in front of you, but this evening I want to spend a little bit of time on a few and won't belabor the point on the others. We are in support of B13 and B21 because, as we know, the Development Review Board is not working as it currently stands. It's acting in a quasi-judicial manner, and it needs fixing. This is a solution to get to the fixes that would need to happen with that development review process. Additionally, on B29, an issue that we've already talked about, this hotel conversions into residential units, as we're talking about these really big, complex, systemic social issues, this is another option for us to get residential units on the market, and we should not prohibit that for ourselves. Finally, as we've already heard from a lot of discussion, there's still a lot of conflict between safe outdoor spaces and living lots and all the nuances. There's lots of contradictions that are coming up tonight. We're of the belief, our association, that it should be taken out of this overall IDO package to be discussed independently so we can reach some consensus, because I don't even believe there's consensus on the council. So thank you so much for your time, and thank you for your hard work on this. This is a lot of work.
Brett Lovett, followed by Michael Brasher on Zoom.
Well, good evening, Mr. President and City Councilors. I just want to thank you for your time this evening. My name is Brett, and I'm a homeowner and resident in District 1. I'm here today to ask you to oppose the proposal of establishing homeless camps in our city. You know, I've spoken with my neighbors and other members of the community, and everyone that I've spoken to about this pretty much strongly opposes it. I know that many of you have received emails and phone calls from the community asking you not to support this issue. I'm asking that you listen to the people of your community, the people that voted you into office to represent them, and vote no. We have already seen what homeless camps can do to our city. We see it with Coronado Park. We know that homeless camps bring drugs and crime, lower property values, cost taxpayers money. And I'd like to suggest two things. The first is that if this is to pass, that the homeless camps only be established in the district of the city councilors that are voting for it. The other option is to put this on the ballot in November and let the people of the city decide. I'd like to thank Councilor Luis Sanchez, Councilor Dan Lewis, and Councilor Renee Grout for listening to the constituents and properly representing them. I want to remind you all that you were voted into office by the people of the city to represent them, and if you're going to ignore the voices of your community, they can also vote you out. Thank you for your time.
Michael Brasher, followed by Donald Couchman.
Thank you very much, Mr. President and councilors. I'm Michael Brasher, head of the East Gateway Coalition and also the Inter-Coalition. And I want to say that I'm asking you to vote in opposition to O22-10. First of all, major policy issues are being discussed at almost 10 o'clock in the evening, and many have issues that have not been resolved. And many of the issues should be treated as separate policy issues and not be treated as an amendment to O2210 to the IDO ordinance. Also, B13, the DRB, is not broken, as far as I can tell. And if we need to have a fix for it, and it sounds like we need to, please remember that the proposed action is that the public would have no approval of site plans. That's no approval of site plans, no input, a real lack of transparency. No action needs to be taken tonight on the DRB bill, and that is B13. Again, we stand ready to assist you in coming up with any information we can help you with as you design a new system for the DRB process. But again, the way this is designed, there would be no approval of site plans open to the general public to participate in public meetings. Thank you all very much.
Donald Couchman, followed by Terry Cole. Mr. Couchman, you are muted. If you can unmute, please.
Council President Benton, city councilors. Obviously, our city has a very serious problem involving homeless persons. Various attempts have been made to address the economic and social issues involved. These have been met with very limited success. The next attempt to seriously address this issue via safe outdoor space, which may or may not include major public open space, must be preceded with an assessment of available areas, existing rules, the needs of all the entities involved, and the necessary processes for implementation. Obviously, there are existing laws, regulations, and zonings that must be either met or addressed. Since I and many of us can relate better to a visual representation of an issue, I've constructed a Venn diagram to depict the situation. We have three components: the homeless, the city of Albuquerque, and the property owners, each depicted by a circle representing the needs, rules, and etc. that each feel they need. It is only where these three circles coincide, the small shaded area, that the satisfaction of all parties can be achieved. I do not believe that this is currently possible. I must add that it is counterproductive for certain areas of the city to be declared off limits to the possibility of being included in this process. Thank you for your time and your attention. Please vote no.
Terry Cole, followed by Karen Navarro.
Okay, and your video was on.
Yeah, but this didn't show up.
Ms. Cole, are you there? Let's move on to Karen Navarro.
Good evening, President Benton and councilors. I support the Living Lots Amendment B2. Living Lots is a fast-track, common-sense alternative to the status quo, a first-step measure to provide basic sanitation and access for ACS and homeless services outreach staff to be able to build relationships with the residents so they can move to the next step of transitional housing. Living Lots will help many people immediately while the more structured, safe outdoor spaces are developed, and importantly, would include people living in their vehicles who are at risk of being ticketed where they currently have to park. It should not, however, result in criminalizing homelessness for those who choose not to move to a living lot. Living lots are an alternative for those who want to move from other public spaces, and that would be a lot of people. Regarding B23, safe outdoor space criminal history, please vote no on that. It's an unnecessary barrier and ironic since some of the most common charges include blocking a public sidewalk, camping in an open space, and criminal trespass for sleeping next to a building. These charges can actually be referred to the Bernalillo County Outreach Court, where the individual who works with a case manager can have the legal barrier of minor misdemeanor charges and warrants resolved. If B23 passes, outreach court participants and others with minor charges will be kept out of safe outdoor spaces. Regarding B24 identification, please vote no. It assumes incorrectly that most of the people camping outside have a government issued ID. Doesn't it make more?
Time is up.
Okay, thank you.
Rosemary Blanchard, followed by Terry Cole.
Hello, I guess I thought I had already spoken, but I'm certainly willing to continue my remarks. I wasn't aware that there were two different statements here. What I would urge the city to allow is supportive safe open spaces, living lots, overnight shelter options, and a complex of resources and options for the unhoused and the housing insecure. Like any of us, people without housing, when deprived of sleep, forced to walk through the night, are much more likely to engage in antisocial activity and also to succumb to and then spread infection. These consequences flow from the harsh realities of being outcast. They can be ameliorated by a practical compassion. A little compassion will not break the city budget. The cost of supplying drinking water, portable toilets, and identifying adequate spaces within which a person would be allowed to set up a campsite should be minimal, particularly when compared with the cost of leaving the situation as it is now, where people camp in unsafe open spaces such as sidewalks and between the barriers along the interstate. In addition, the impact of sweeps and lack of access to water and sanitation on the suffering of our unsheltered population. There's also a spiritual cost inflicted on our city employees, most especially the police, and by extension by yourselves, council delegates, caused by having to enforce a dictate that creates this avoidable form of harassment to our most vulnerable citizens. Rather than trying to make our city safe for some, okay, please make it safe for all. And thank you so very much.
Last call for Terry Cole. Are you there, Ms. Cole? Mr. President, that'll conclude public comments.
Okay, we'll move to Ms. Schultz's summary.
Mr. President, councilors, members of the public, thank you. I will be giving what I hope to be a brief presentation this evening. I will review the process to date, and then I do have a slide per amendment. I will give a little bit of factual analysis about each of the amendments and open it up for discussion on those in between each of the B amendments that you have in your packet before you. So again, the timeline of the 2021 annual update began in fall of last year. The planning department distributed amendments to the public for their review. After that distribution, they held public meetings to get input and answer questions on those amendments. That was in October of 2021. In December of 2021, the EPC held their hearing on the proposed amendments. That was a public hearing. It was an all-day event. That board took public comment, deliberated on many of the amendments, and ultimately made a recommendation up to the full council. In February of 2022, council received that recommendation, and that recommendation was formally introduced as legislation. In March of April of this year, the Land Use Planning and Zoning Committee took their first stab at O2210. That is the legislation adopting the 2021 IDO annual update. And lastly, here we are in spring / feels like summer of 2022, where the full council is deliberating the packet as a whole. The EPC considered two bills that have been rolled into O2210. I'm sorry, not bills, two submittals that have been rolled into O2210. One of them relates directly to the Old Town Historic Protection Overlay Zone District and cannabis uses within that area. And then the rest of the amendments are citywide in nature and affect all zoning districts across the city. I will briefly review the Old Town changes in the Historic Protection Overlay Zone, that is HPO 5. On the screen, you should see a map with a blue boundary. That is the Old Town HPO. The proposal that the EPC considered and ultimately recommended approval up to the City Council proposed to prohibit the following uses in the HPO. That's cannabis retail, cannabis cultivation, and cannabis-derived products manufacturing. Generally, the EPC heard support for this proposal from folks who live and enjoy Old Town, hence the recommendation of approval up to the council. There were about 75 other changes not related to HPO 5 or Old Town, the citywide changes that the EPC also considered. Most of these changes did not generate much discussion at the EPC level, except for two topics. One related to overnight shelters in the MXM and MXH zone district. The EPC recommended that those become conditional in the MXM zone district and stay conditional in the MXH zone district. We will discuss that topic a little bit later via Amendment B14. And the other much discussed topic related to taller walls in the front street side yard setback. The EPC's recommendation was that the council should not approve that, and there is nothing in today's legislation related to that particular topic. Other than that, the EPC did unanimously recommend that the changes as they have recommended them to the council be approved. As I mentioned at the beginning of my presentation, the Land Use Planning and Zoning Committee held several meetings over March and April. The first one was March 16th. Council staff gave a presentation and the committee heard public comment on a packet of proposed amendments. On March 30th, there was another presentation, more public comment, and some amendments were voted on. This presentation will be uploaded to the abc-zone.com website, hopefully tomorrow, where you'll be able to access these hyperlinks to get to the summary packets of what happened at that committee. And their final hearing was on April 13th, where again, a presentation, public comment, and more amendments were passed by the committee. Ultimately, the committee did move the bill out and recommend approval to the full council at that April 13th hearing. That brought us to the full city council process. This body had their first full hearing on the matter on May 2nd. The council passed only 4 amendments that evening, had a pretty lengthy discussion on a variety of topics, but ultimately deferred the item. It was deferred until May 16th, at which point it was deferred again. That took us to the hearing tonight on June 6th. Okay, we're gonna get into the 19 proposed amendments for this evening. Councilors, you have a packet in front of you that has tabs with each of the B numbers of the amendments and a green cover page. Please note that the order that your packet is in is not the order we will be going in. But the amendments are tabbed, so you should be able to pretty quickly flip to the B number that you need. Staff thought it would be easier to group all of the safe outdoor space amendments together instead of skipping around, so I hope that remains the easiest path forward. Okay, so we're going to discuss non-safe outdoor space amendments first, and we'll save the fun stuff for the end. So the first amendment we're going to discuss is Amendment B11, related to cannabis provisions citywide. This is not related to cannabis in the Old Town HPO 5 zone districts. There's 3 changes proposed. 1, it would require that if there is to be on-site consumption of cannabis and that cannabis will be consumed via vaporizing or smoking, that activity must occur within a fully enclosed portion of a building. That's to say that you couldn't have a smoking patio. You could certainly eat cannabis on a patio, but you wouldn't be able to smoke or vaporize it. Second, this amendment would limit cannabis retail in the MXT zone district to 10,000 square feet. And lastly, it would require if an applicant is wanting to do a cannabis cultivation use or a cannabis-derived products manufacturing use, they would need to provide a letter of availability from the Albuquerque-Bernalillo County Water Utility Authority to the Planning Department at the time of their application. Councilors, I'll stand for any questions on B11.
All right, any questions on B11? I believe that's Councilor Jones's amendment. Would you like to move that amendment?
I would indeed.
This will be
Mr.
floor
President,
amendment number 1.
I would like to move floor amendment number 1 for a do pass.
There's a motion and a second from Councilor Bassan, I believe that was. Any discussion, councilors? All right, all those in favor say yes and raise your hand.
Yes.
Yes. Opposed? That passes on a 7-2 from what I can see. Thank you. Ms. Schultz.
Thank you, councilors. The next amendment that we will be discussing is B13, the replacement of the Development Review Board. This amendment has about a 60-page exhibit with it that shows kind of the in-text changes that would occur in the Integrated Development Ordinance if the Development Review Board is removed and replaced with a kind of third-party independent hearing officer that we are calling the Development Hearing Officer. I'll highlight some of the facts on my slide that the existing DRB staff members, who are all city staff members now, will continue to support that development hearing officer in the expertise that they are there for, whether it's transportation planning, hydrology, grading and drainage, etc. Those staff members certainly will still have an important role under the DHO. Decisions that the DRB makes today will either be reviewed by the DHO or they will be reviewed administratively, and kind of where those buckets fall can be found in that 68-ish page exhibit. There have been a couple of changes to this amendment since we first talked about it on May 2nd. I'll highlight those pretty quickly. The first is that we were proposing to give the planning department 3 months to make this pretty significant transition from the DRB to the DHO. That has been extended to 6 months to allow them more time to do that transition. Second, the development hearing officer, that DHO position, would need to be confirmed by the council. The administration would still select that person, but then that selection would come before the council, likely as an executive communication for advice and consent of the council. Third, there is a little bit of public process put back into certain application types. With site plan DRBs moving to a site plan administrative process, the pre-submittal neighborhood meeting goes away. What this amendment now proposes is that if a site plan admin for either a multifamily development over 100 units or a commercial development over 50,000 square feet is being proposed, the applicant would still need to go talk to the neighborhood association prior to submitting an application. And lastly, there's a new requirement that for administrative decisions, a notice of decision needs to be issued by the planning department. That's not practiced today for administrative decisions, but it would be moving forward under this new framework. With that, I'll stand for any questions.
All right, any questions on B13? And Councilor Sanchez.
Mr. President, thank you. Ms. Schultz, I had a question about that is when we went over our briefing, does this have anything to do with due process? That due process that we talked about during our briefing?
Mr. President, Councilor Sanchez, the way that the Development Review Board, or the DRB, operates today does provide some kind of problematic procedural issues that would be remedied by having a third-party kind of independent reviewer of these cases. That would be someone who is not a city staff member, someone who would be making a decision independent of being the folks who review the case as well. The way the DRB operates today, it's those staff members who are both reviewing and analyzing the request and formally voting on the decision. And there isn't any other development hearing body at the city, whether it's the EPC or the ZHE, who operates in that manner. So this would be bringing those types of decisions more aligned with how we treat other development requests.
Thank you, Ms. Schultz.
Councilor Feeblecorn is next.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was just wondering if we could hear from Director Varela, who is here. We heard from him before these changes to the amendment were proposed, and I'd like to hear if these really fix all the issues that he had identified earlier.
President Benton and Councilor Feeblecorn, City Councilors, we greatly appreciate the 6-month lead-up time on this, so we can get somebody on board. That is going to be not a simple task in this day and age. It's going to have to be somebody with special qualifications, so we certainly agree with that change. We did have some hesitancy with the confirmation by City Council requirement, but as we thought about it, we said, well, you may as well share in our experience of trying to find a qualified person. So hopefully that'll mean that we all are out there trying to recruit the right person or persons to help us with this. I was very happy that the suggestion of the department was acted on to build back in some voice for the neighborhood associations through the process of them being able to have some post-submittal type meetings on these, so that they could be heard as they were to some degree, not the same extent as DRB. And so I think that this is workable, and we look forward to implementing it. And I wholeheartedly agree with what Ms. Schultz said, that this should hopefully clear up a lot of those questions regarding ex parte communications, where you had staff members looking at an application, guiding an applicant throughout the process, and then sitting there as the judge to determine whether or not that application would be approved or not. We remove that, and we make this now more analogous to what we're doing with the ZHE, which is, I think, the right thing to do in this case.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Director Varela.
Other questions? This is Councilor Pena's amendment. Would you like to move it?
Sure, I'd move B13, Amendment B13.
I think this would be number 2.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry, 2.
Okay, there's a motion and I'll second that. Motion and a second for floor amendment number 2. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor say yes and raise your hand. Yes. Opposed? I think that passed on an 8-1 with Counselor Grout opposed. All right. Ms. Schultz.
Mr. President, before we dive into Amendment B14, I would ask that you swear in any city staff who are going to speak to this item. This is one of the quasi-judicial topics this evening.
Mr. President?
Yes.
If I might jump in, I'm not going to move this amendment, so we
you're
might be
not
able
going
to
to move the
share a
amendment?
little, we might be able to save a little time if we wanted to skip it.
Okay. So there's not an intention to move B14. So we'll move on to B21.
Mr. President, Amendment B21, titled Application Decision Requirement, would add a new requirement to the IDO that when the planning department receives an application for an administrative level decision or a development hearing officer level decision, as determined by Table 611 in the document, that the department must issue a decision no later than 60 days after that application is received. In the instance of an administrative decision, if that 60-day requirement cannot be met, then the department would be required to send that application to a third-party review service for them to make a determination in a timely manner.
Any discussion on this B21, which would be floor amendment number 3 if moved? And this is also Councilor Pena.
I would move floor amendment number 3.
Is there a second? Second from Councilor Bassan, thank you. And Mr. Rowe.
Thank you, Council President, sponsor, and councilors. We certainly appreciate the aspirational goal here of trying to make these decisions within 60 days, but it simply is not a workable plan. Fortunately, when I was here a little over a month ago during our budget processes, you provided quite a few new resources for these processes, more engineers, more planners, navigators, et cetera. That set of resources needs to be implemented so that we can speed up the process naturally, I think organically. It isn't as if we have engineers right now sitting around waiting to review complicated applications on drain plans, et cetera. We will have more staff coming in the next several months to help with that. Setting on a quasi-judicial or even on the administrative a deadline for a decision, I think is counterproductive because what will happen is decisions will be rushed and they will probably then be denied more often because people aren't going to stick their neck out and take the risk of saying we're going to approve something that's highly controversial, and we have engineers that are still having mathematical and other disputes regarding calculations that have to be made. So we certainly appreciate this as aspirational, but it is not workable. We would respectfully ask that the resources that we've been given be allowed a chance to work, and especially when you combine this with other, quite frankly, radical change, the biggest one probably in the IDO's history of eliminating the DRB and going to a development hearing officer. We've got to give those a chance, and I think we're definitely on the right path. We'll keep in mind that we would love to have decisions issued within 60 days if possible where appropriate, but it simply would not be something that I think could be forced. I think this would all backfire. So we would certainly ask that this be considered perhaps down the road after this experiment and this new approach that we're taking has been tried and we have some actual data.
All right, Councilor Pena.
I'll withdraw the amendment.
All right, that amendment is withdrawn. It was moved and seconded. Do we procedurally, is that correct? Vote on
Mr. President, it's been moved and seconded but not voted on. If the mover and the seconder agree to withdraw their motion in the second, that's all you would need. You wouldn't need to vote.
And then we'll go on to number 4. Okay. Ms. Schultz.
Okay, Mr. President, Council, now we are discussing Amendment B27, titled Distance Separation for Light Vehicle Repair. This would add a new requirement to the IDO for future light vehicle repair uses that they be no closer than 330 feet to another light vehicle repair land use.
All right, and this would be number 4 if moved. This is also Councilor Pena.
I think actually, amendment number 3, is that correct?
Yeah.
It's 4? Okay, sorry about that. I'm doing it wrong. So I'm not sure whether there's, the desire from the council to pass this one, but I think I'll move it anyway. Just, you know, there's, community members who've reached out to me, just letting me know that, you know, in a particular area, there's like 12 or 13 tire shops, almost right next to each other, next to a residential area, and they have a lot of concern for it. So I said that I would move this amendment. So I'm moving the amendment.
And there's a second from Councilor Feeblecorn. Any discussion, councilors?
Mr. President, thank you. Councilor Pena, so even though I understand that it seems like we want to prevent 12 more from beginning all next door to each other, how is this going to help the 12 that are already existing that are a concern?
Mr. President, it actually wouldn't help the ones that are there. It's just kind of, it would be an overtime kind of thing as to where if one of them moved out and they didn't renew their lease, then after that, they wouldn't allow for that type of business to go there.
Councilor Davis, or excuse me, any more questions, Councilor Davis?
I wonder if the sponsor would be willing, just instead of saying prohibited, would be willing to make it conditional, so that there could be an opportunity for somebody. I do think this is something that we deal with on East Central a decent amount as well, and some of the carryover for vehicles that are parked on the roadway, et cetera, that, you know, sort of treating mechanic issues. But I wonder if we should make it conditional, so at least if there was a good operator trying to step into a neighborhood or an area, they would have the opportunity to make that case.
So, Mr. President, yes, I would be willing to make it conditional, but I know I'm not speaking for my fellow counselor to the east who has a different opinion. So
I will defer to the I'll defer to the sponsor.
But yes, I'll amend my amendment to say conditional.
Okay, so that's a friendly amendment that will just be noted. Councilor Gropp, an expert on the subject.
Mr. President, while I understand the intent, I think that this will cause a lot of problems for a lot of businesses. Where I am an auto repair shop, and right next door to us is another one, but that is built for an auto repair shop. There are some to the south of us, same thing. There are several businesses on Susan Street. I can name you a dozen different buildings across the city that are made specifically for auto repair and so forth. And so this could be a problem for a lot of property owners. You know, what are you going to put into a place that's made specifically for auto repair? So while I understand the intent, I will vote no for this one.
All right, thank you. Other discussion, councilors? All right, did we cover everything there, Ms. Schultz?
Yeah,
Or
Mr.
did I get
President.
I think Councilor Pena pretty
Mr.
much
President,
covered.
I think, you know, just for discussion, we'll look at this the next go around with the IDO, and I'll withdraw my amendment.
Okay, so that one's also withdrawn, but the number would remain, right?
Mr. President, this counselor who seconded the amendment would also need to consent to the withdrawal. That's Counselor
consent.
Feeblecorn.
Okay, thank you. So we'll move on to the next one, Ms. Schultz.
Mr. President, counselors, thank you. This is Amendment B28 related to the definition of major public open space. This amendment is an edit of an amendment that this council already approved as a part of this year's cycle on May 2nd. It was labeled B12 in its initial iteration. Staff missed a pretty important piece of language in that initial draft. I've underlined it here in the text on the slide, related to city-owned or managed open space that is zoned NRPOB. Staff unintentionally omitted the phrase "or managed," and it's pretty important to the intent of that amendment. So this definition, or this Amendment B28, proposes to clean that up.
Thank you, and this is sponsored by Councilor Lewis.
So I'll move approval. What amendment is? Number 5. I'll move approval of Amendment 5.
And there's a second from Councilor Bassan. Any discussion, councilors? Seeing none, all those in favor of floor amendment number 5, say yes and raise your hand. Yes. And that passes, no. That passes on an 8-1 vote. Counselor Feeble-Corn opposed. And Ms. Schultz.
Mr. President, councilors, we are on to Amendment B29 titled Rescind LUPS Amendment A2. The Land Use Planning and Zoning Committee did pass an amendment labeled A2 at the time that created a use-specific standard to allow for the conversion of non-residential uses to a residential use, specifically when that residential use is associated with city affordable housing dollars. That would have allowed for a lesser kitchen to be equipped in each of those units than would otherwise be required. If this B29 amendment passes, that amendment A2 that the committee passed would be rescinded, which means there would be no option to do that kind of lesser kitchen in these very specific conversions.
All right, thank you. And this is sponsored by Counselor Grout.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know that we need affordable housing and we need it now, but I don't think that converting a hotel room with a hot plate and a small refrigerator is sufficient. I think that conversion should be done, and they have been done. There's one right down the street from our business that's been done very nicely, and I think it should be done that way. I think that the people that live there, I think we should have better respect for them than just giving them a little hot plate.
So is that a motion for, that would be
I
floor
move-
amendment number 6?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
I
there's
move
a
to-
motion. Is there a second? This is for floor amendment number 6, B29.
To pass.
Okay, any discussion, counselors? Did we get a second? Second from Counselor Sanchez. And any further discussion, counselors? Seeing none, all those in favor say yes and raise your hand. Opposed? And that passes on a 5-4 vote, or fails on, excuse me, on a 5-4 vote. Okay. Ms. Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and councilors, the rest of the amendments this evening will relate to the living lots concept or the safe outdoor spaces concept. We'll start with proposed amendment B2 titled Living Lots. This would create a new land use called living lots for occupancy of tents, light vehicles, and recreational vehicles. It would be a permissive use in the MXT, MXL, MXM, MXH, NRC, NRBP, NRLM, and NRGM zone districts. There are requirements for hand washing stations and toilets, and these would be considered a temporary use. Specifically, the amendment says that a living lot could be conducted for 12 months at a time with the potential for 2 6-month extensions. The planning department would have to approve those 2 6-month extensions, and then a 6-month break would have to occur on any one lot. With that, I'll stand for questions. Oh, and Mr. President, Councilor, sorry, there is a map here that shows anywhere where you see a colored parcel, that is a parcel in which a living lot would be a permissive use.
Let's see, we do want to move the amendment first. Is there a question, Councilor Lewis? So this is Councilor Bassan's amendment, so.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to move amendment number 7 for living lots. Thank you. And then, Mr. President, I do believe that we have a short presentation that we have created, right? Slideshow, something? Slideshow? So I was asked when this began, where would I put them? I did not dive too deep into making sure that all of this is going to happen. So before anybody freaks out severely, just know, I found with staff's help 2 properties that meet what my vision would be when it comes to living lots on a temporary level, when it comes to illegal camping throughout the city, which we've heard plenty about tonight. People don't want tents in front of their businesses on the over or underpasses at city parks. We want enforcement. We need somewhere to put people that don't have a bed or a house. So what are we going to do right now so that we can enforce? And I believe that living lots are going to be not incredible. I'm not trying to sugarcoat it and say that this is the, amazing vacation spot to make sure that we, enable people. This is to say you cannot camp anywhere in our city. And what are we going to propose to do about it without spending a lot of excessive money, without building infrastructure and making it permanent? This, I believe, is a first step. So I think this is going to be in your iPad too, for those of you that want to see it. But this is supposed to be that first step. And if there's one thing that I can make sure to drill down into anybody and everybody's head is truly step one. We've talked about safe outdoor spaces, and we're going to talk about them next. We've talked about tiny homes, West Side Shelter. We've talked about Gibson safe, we've talked about the motels and the conversions. Well, what are we doing for the first step to remove tents and cars from properties that are sprinkled everywhere in Albuquerque? I believe that this is the first step to do that. So I want to get the ball rolling so that we can make sure to develop better plans and better capabilities so that we can enforce, and so that we can, for those of us that are really fed up with seeing this occur, we can make sure to take back that portion of the city. For those of us that really want to do something to help those in need, we can start by figuring out how to identify what services they need, who they are, start actually giving them services, make sure that we start saying, oh, you need an ID, we can do that. You just want to do this for the rest of your life? Okay, well, we're gonna come back to you while we take care of all these other people that are looking for help and figuring out how we're going to do it. So the next slide would be great. By the way, I can't stand PowerPoint presentations, even though I really did ask them to do this. So thank you all very, very much. So the first one that I think would be ideal, and maybe you will or won't agree, and it would be permitted if this passes tonight. Currently, and for the record too, the administration doesn't even know about this. So, I mean, everybody could freak out, I don't know. But there is a property owned by the city of Albuquerque right at the Big I, the old Vulcan property. It's being remediated so that we can build, and I see Director Whelan back there, God bless you for staying this late, but it's going to be eventually a new convenience center for solid waste. But what are we going to do with that property until then? Are we going to need all of that property right now? Can we start in the next 2 weeks by making sure that our unhoused population has somewhere to go right now without spending a lot of money on property we already own, so that we can use all of the different departments that are already working in the city of Albuquerque on tent encampment cleanup, but they can actually go to a consolidated area to give services. So then that would be like, this is my ideal spot. And Councilor Benton, it's not that I intentionally picked your district, I promise. All right, and then people ask me what I'm gonna do about making sure that they're in my district. So we made sure to identify another piece of property. Oh, this is a side view of, we would say, this is going back to the I-41 at the Vulcan property / new convenience center. It's not saying that whole giant piece of property has to be used. We could use part of the property to start it. We're not saying put 2,000 people on dirt and see how they do. We get that, I get that. But they could use part of this property now, and we could start the process of step one. Okay, this is in my district. This is owned by a Presbyterian. They might freak out too, but it says in this property, in the actual description of the trust that owns this property, that it is for philanthropic community use to help those in need. So this is somewhere that we could actually look at and have discussions with to say, hey, might we use this property to be philanthropic while identifying those in need, so that we can also begin the process of minimizing the homeless crisis in Albuquerque. That's the one in my district. There were a couple others. I didn't think they were a good idea, so I didn't want to share them with you and intentionally make you mad. But at the same time, here's a vision. This is, you guys asked. I wanted to make sure to provide that there is some thought going through this, but it's supposed to be basic so that we don't get in our own way, so that we don't stop this before we actually start it. So with that, I will let you all ask questions, and I would urge your support, because I think that was my open and my close whenever you're ready, Mr. President.
All right, thank you. Councilor Lewis.
Thanks, Mr. President. Ms. Schultz, this is the map that you were talking about?
Mr. President, Councilor Lewis, yeah, the map on the screen is the same one you have printed out there.
Right, okay. And it doesn't have any roads on it or anything like that. I mean, you have to kind of guess what these are. But, and I know Councilor Bassan mentioned several lots, but if we were to pass this amendment, it would include all of these lots, correct?
Mr. President, Councilor Lewis, yes, these are all the lots that a living lot would be a permissive use on if a property owner so chose to do that with their property.
And has this ever been published? I mean,
Mr. President, Councilor Lewis, this map is on the abc-zone.com website, but that's only as of this afternoon.
so just this afternoon, people have seen this. Even, okay. Then what was the one that the Albuquerque Journal published a few weeks ago, about a month ago? That was Safe Outdoor Places?
Mr.
Okay.
President, Councilor Lewis, yeah, I believe that was related to safe outdoor spaces, not living lots.
Right, so I mean, passing this, changing the zoning here would allow for, not just the city of Albuquerque to do this, but other people to, come in and have this kind of usage on any of these colored areas?
Mr. President, Councilor Lewis, yes, the use is not limited to a public entity, a government entity. Any private property owner could start doing a living lot if this amendment passes.
Okay. Yeah, and this is, I mean, just for the fact of alone that this was published this afternoon, and I mean, these are places that are just all over our city and next to residential areas, and big chunk of this right here, there in District 5, I mean, is just lit up with all kinds of color.
Other discussion, Councilor Bassan.
Ms. Schultz, Mr. President, thank you. Ms. Schultz, is this going to be permitted in your residential areas?
Mr. President, Councilor Bassan, living lots would not be a permissive use in any of what we would call the R zones, R1, RA, RT, RML, RMH, just all the mixed-use zones and most of the non-residential zones. No low-density residential neighborhoods.
Other discussion, Councilor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to thank Councilor Bassan for this proposal, and I wanted to register my complaint that no spots in District 7 were included in her PowerPoint. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, yeah.
Councilor
None were included in Councilor Bassan's recommendations, is that what you're saying? Because they're all over District 7 here, is that in the map?
Mr. President, Councilor Lewis, I said there was no spot in District 7 included in Councilor Bassan's PowerPoint.
Yeah, the two lots that she recommended, so. And, Mr. President, so, Ms. Schultz, how close to residential areas? I mean, this is about, what, 7 or 8 different usages. In some instances, you do know how close, I mean, a block away from residential areas, half a block, 100 yards, how far in some of these instances would these usages be away from someone's home?
Mr. President, Councilor Lewis, there's a variety of distances, but there are examples where some of these zoning districts will directly abut a low-density residential neighborhood or zoning district. So in some instances, it could be a couple blocks, but there are also options across the city where the parcels could be touching.
So it could be next door. It could be next door. So, in District 5, in all these colored areas all over District 5, there could be, in fact, there's likely, and all over the rest of the city, there's just a lot full of tent encampment that would be next door. You walk out your front door and then within a few feet away from some tents.
Mr. President, Councilor Lewis, there are no required distance separations between a living lot and, say, a low-density residential zone or use. So if the zoning matches up that way, that could be a possibility.
Okay, Councilor Bassan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Councilor Lewis, while I appreciate and I agree with most of what you're actually implying with that, Ms. Schultz, would it be correct for me to say that, yes, if something like that were to abut near a residential zone, that would be only if the property owner decided to do so after and if this passes?
Mr. President, Councilor Bassan, yes, that's correct.
All right, any other discussion, councilors? There we have a motion and a second for amendment number 7, living lots. All those in favor say yes and raise your hand. Opposed? And that fails on a 3-6 vote.
Mr. President.
Counselor.
I'm reminded that our rules say we have to be done in 5 minutes. I don't think we're anywhere near that.
Thank you.
So I suppose we ought to extend this. I'd make a motion to suspend the rules and extend the meeting I'm sorry about this, maybe till 11:30. That gives us an hour for the other dozen amendments or so, and the bills on the agenda.
There's a motion and a second from Counselor Grout to suspend the rules to extend our meeting to up to 11:30. All those in favor say yes. Raise your hand. Yes. Opposed?
Dan, you're always the no.
Then we would
Yeah.
adjourn in 3 minutes. Those are your choices. So, I'll
Y'all take off your time.
all right. So let's proceed then.
Mr. President, councilors, the next amendment is Amendment B7. The rest of the amendments this evening will be related to safe outdoor spaces. So this first one would change the allowed zones for a safe outdoor space. What has already been passed by the council is that they are conditional in the MXM and MXH zone district. This amendment, the first thing this amendment would do would change that conditional use to a permissive use. The second thing it would do is if you have the appropriate zoning, but your property is located in the downtown center, a Main Street area, or an urban center, which are all mapped areas in the comprehensive plan, that you would need to go through the conditional use process.
And this is my amendment. I'll move this, which would be floor amendment number 8. Is there a second? Second from Councilor Fieberkorn. Thank you. And councilors, yeah, just quick, my own explanation for this is, I mean, it does include a certain amount of District 3, but that's not my concern here. My concern here is that the downtown center, the main streets, and the urban centers are areas that we've already designated as the city to be important redevelopment areas or development areas where we're trying our best to utilize land to its greatest possible extent, and these areas also tend to be higher density. A living lot, or excuse me, a SOS is a very low density use, and for that reason alone, I wrote this amendment. Councilor Davis.
Mr. President, thank you. And you and I have had some conversation, and usually we agree on these. I think this is a place where we sort of have a technical disagreement. And there's another amendment later in this, but I do think this is important. I appreciate that the sponsor recognizes the importance of making those conditional uses in areas like our Main Street corridors, downtown, urban centers. I do think, however, that in the comp plan, there are some other areas that deserve attention. I have an amendment that would include more of them, but I think the important one here is in employment centers. I mean, these are our places where our largest employers are targeting, where we are really set aside for generating safe workplaces and gross receipts that benefit our city. I'd like to make an amendment that we add employment centers to that language for the conditional use approval, so that it would read that the use shall require conditional use approval pursuant to whatever within the downtown center, Main Street areas, urban centers, and employment centers. And that would negate the need to go through the other amendment later, and I wouldn't need that one. So make that motion.
There's a motion to amend the amendment to add employment centers. Is there a second? Second from Councilor Bassan. I would like to ask Ms. Schultz examples of these employment centers.
Mr. President, I don't have a map readily available of employment centers per the comprehensive plan. With about 3 minutes time, I could probably get one pulled up.
Let me take a wild stab at it. Would it include the North 25 Journal Center area?
Mr. President, I'm almost certain that that would be considered an employment center in the comprehensive plan.
Okay, so there's an example. Okay. There's a motion and a second for the amendment. Any discussion? Councilor Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. President. Do we have any maps that, if this amendment were to pass, that would show where the safe outdoor spaces would be?
Mr. President, Councilor Lewis, what's on the screen right now depicts where a safe outdoor space could go as B7 was drafted without the amendment to the amendment. What you see on this map is purple and tan parcels first. Those would be areas in which a safe outdoor space would be permissive. All of the red areas are where, those are the urban centers, downtown, and Main Street corridors where the use would become conditional per this amendment.
And how has this been published? For how long?
Mr. President, Councilor Lewis, yes, this one has been published for several weeks as President Benton did propose this amendment at the last hearing.
And this excludes the urban areas that this amendment speaks of?
Mr. President, yes, this would make it a conditional use in the downtown center, Main Street corridors, and urban centers. Not prohibited, you would still be able to do it, but you would have to go through the conditional use process before the zoning hearing examiner.
Okay. I mean, I think that this is one of the issues that I had when we were speaking of this, the last meeting, is that, we're proposing, the different spaces are proposed, and yet there's large portions that are being excluded for various reasons, and for some, I mean, because, you're identifying land that you want to see, developed in different ways. I mean, I could make a case that my entire district I would like to be, developed in ways that are critical, and I think the premise is that these tent encampments would be detrimental in some way to some of these areas, which is why the sponsors, I think, are excluding them from certain areas. And I think I would make the same case of the rest of the city. I think we're just kind of prioritizing and saying one area is more important than the other when it comes to that. So I just, the reasoning I have a hard time with, and which again, it just led me to propose amendments that just exclude these from entire districts. And so I'd be inclined to introduce an amendment that excludes from District 5.
Just to be clear, Counselor, this is to require conditional use. This is not to exclude it. So it's creating a higher standard in an area that has higher standards already. But the amendment on the floor is Counselor Davis's amendment to add employment centers to that.
Mr. President, I do have a map available of employment centers if the council would be interested in seeing what that would add to the conditional use requirement.
Okay, can you share that?
And Mr. President, while she's pulling it up to shortcut, it's the airport, UNM, CNM, so our college districts, Double Eagle Airport on the west side. Journal Center, part of Mesa del Sol, what we're developing.
Mr. President, Councilor Davis, all of these centers that are depicted in blue are the employment centers. So that is what would be added to the conditional use requirement for a safe outdoor space if the underlying zoning was appropriate.
All right, any further discussion, Councilor?
Mr. President, so there are spaces in District 5. Are all of those conditional use under these two amendments? Is this amendment, then amendment to the amendment? In District 5, are they all conditional use with this?
Mr. President, Councilor Lewis, what this map is depicting is that kind of purple area that you see in the northwest part of the city, and that blue area, those would become conditional use. They would require a conditional use if this amendment is both amended and passed.
But not the, I think there's a tan area.
Not the tan area. The tan, those kind of tan centers you see sprinkled around the city are activity centers, which are not up for discussion as a part of this amendment at this time.
Okay.
All right, so we're on the amendment to the amendment at this time. Any further discussion? We have a motion and a second for the amendment to add employment centers. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes. Yes. Opposed? It looks like that fails on a 3 to 6 to add the employment center. So we're back on the amendment as written. And again, that is adding a requirement of conditional use in these Main Street corridors, downtown, and urban center. I'll urge your support on that. All those in favor say yes and raise your hand. Yes. Opposed? All those in favor say yes and raise your hand. Hold it up. 3, that's 4. Opposed? No. All right, and so that fails on a 4-5 vote.
Mr. President, moving on to amendment labeled B16, Safe Outdoor Spaces Department Review. Safe outdoor spaces require that a management plan or security plan be submitted to the planning department at the time of application. What this amendment would do is require that the Department of Family and Community Services review that management plan, not the planning department.
And let's see, again, this is my amendment. This would be number 9. Is that right? Number 9. All right, and yeah, I mean, we have a separate bill that is being proposed that I believe Councilor Feeblecorn and myself and Councilor Davis, if I remember correctly, that more gets into the details of what needs to be reviewed by the city before one of these actually is approved under zoning, and so that's what this is. And so that's a companion to this amendment. And that will be, that's scheduled for a hearing on the 22nd, that separate resolution. So, any discussion on this? I guess I moved it. Was there a second? Okay. And then Councilor Bassan.
Mr. President, I just want to confirm that this management plan is not to say that it's going to interfere per se. I mean, I'm under the impression that if Safe Outdoor Spaces were to pass, it's not Family and Community Services that's going to develop necessarily and execute the plan. It's just that we want them to approve that we're really looking at the proper avenue for this. And then we would also still expect that whoever got the RFP to actually manage the contract.
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. President, Councilor Bassan, one clarification. The way the language is written, it calls for the department to review the plan. It doesn't indicate that they have to approve it, just that they need to have their eyes on it.
And there is one amendment I would like to make to my own amendment, which is to add the word operation. So operation and management plan is if that's all right with everybody. That's my friendly amendment to my own amendment. All right, any other discussion, councilors? If not, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of floor amendment number 9, say yes and raise your hand. Yes. Opposed? Yeah, I still didn't. Did the staff get it? Okay, 7-2. Thank you. Then we'll move on to Ms. Schultz.
Mr. President, councilors, this is Amendment B17 titled Safe Outdoor Spaces NR-SU. This proposes to change the zoning district in which you could do a safe outdoor space. Today, you can do them in a variety of the mixed use and non-residential zones. This would take all of those zoning districts off the table and only allow it in the NR-SU, that's non-residential sensitive use zoning district, which is a pretty unique zoning district in the IDO. You can only receive this zoning district by going through a zone map amendment process before the EPC. And at the time that you go for that zone map amendment process before the EPC, you also have to have that request accompanied by a site plan. So the site plan and zone map amendment both have to be reviewed by the Environmental Planning Commission. The NRSU district is typically reserved for, it's inherent in the name, sensitive uses. Some of the other uses in that zone district are like a helipad, a hospital, for example.
And this amendment is by Councilor Pena. This will be number 10.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, I would move floor amendment number 10.
Is there a second? Second from Councilor Bassan. Any discussion, councilors? Councilor Sanchez.
I just think that since I am opposed to the safe outdoor spaces, I think that this makes it a little more restrictive, so I'm going to say yes to this one.
Councilor Lewis.
Do we have a specific map that shows these specific areas?
Mr. President, Councilor Lewis, I
Can
do
you
not.
name them? Like, how many of them are there?
Mr. President, Councilor Lewis, I don't have a map readily available again in about 3 minutes. I could probably have one pulled up. This is not a zone district that is mapped across the city very heavily. Again, it's only reserved for these particular uses that are listed in the amendment. And so where one of those uses exists today, you'll find that zoning district, but it's not common. But if at the council's discretion, I could take a moment to pull a map up.
Mr. President, Ms. Schultz, if you could, I mean, if it's not common, maybe there's 2 or 3 of these or a 10. Maybe it'd be pretty easy to find out where they are. Or I would suggest maybe we table this until the end.
Let's stay on this, if all right with everyone, and let Ms. Schultz do this. I think just to clarify, this is restricting the use to only one zone. Is that correct, Councilor Pena?
Actually, yes.
Okay. So non-residential sensitive use zone will be the only zone in which they would be permissive.
That's correct, Mr. President.
Musical interlude, anyone?
Mr. President, Councilor Lewis, what you see on the screen, I'm sorry, it's not very large. All of the swaths in the city that you see in gray are NRSU today. And maybe I'll zoom in and just cruise around the quadrants a little bit. Yes, the label that says Los Ranchos is outside of the city's jurisdiction. It is just unfortunately the same color as the NR-SU zone district.
So how many lots are there?
Mr. President, Councilor Lewis, I don't have I'm not sure the number of lots, but you can, I mean, there's some sprinkled here, if you can see my mouse moving around. The 2 airports, of course, anecdotally, maybe 20 without having an official count. It would, Mr. President, Councilor Lewis, it would be likely that if someone who owned a property wanted to do a safe outdoor space and this amendment passed, that they would need to go through the zone map amendment process before the EPC and potentially before the council if the parcel was large enough.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. President. And still, I mean, we're getting closer to, I mean, just kind of identifying specific areas, which is really where we should have started in the first place. Just name the 3 or 4 or 5, 10, 40 places that you want them to go. And let's start there.
Mr. President, Councilor Grout, I can make it larger, but only if I zoom in on particular areas of the city. Anywhere that you see a dark gray blob, that would be, that's an official zoning term, that would be a parcel that has NR-SU zoning today.
Mr. President, and this is, you know, it's just an interesting process we're going through. It's definitely not transparent. I mean, it's definitely not in any way, you know, informative to the public at all. I mean, to just be an amendment like that. I mean, I understand why the amendment's being proposed, but I mean, it's definitely not in any way transparent in any way or really a public
Yeah, I believe
honoring process.
I believe I recognize one that in Councilor Davis's district, Councilor Lewis, which is the Fairview Cemetery. And then, of course, and then the airport itself, the Sunport, International Sunport, it would be allowed there.
Mr. President, correct.
The old, the runway, the north-south runway, right? Okay. So is that clear enough for everyone? I think we need to keep moving with these amendments. So the amendment number 10 has been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor say yes and raise your hand. Opposed? And that fails on a 2 to 7, 3 to 6. All right. Ms. Schultz.
Mr. President, councilors, the next amendment is labeled B18, Safe Outdoor Spaces District Caps. Today, the IDO says that you can't have more than 5 safe outdoor spaces in any one city council district. This amendment proposes to reduce that number to 2.
And this is my amendment, councilors. Despite popular thinking, I don't think we ought to be putting these all over the city. I think 5 was way over the top, so this would make it 2 per council district. Max. Second for Councilor Davis, and a question.
And Ms. Schultz, just to clarify for my memory and for whoever might be still following, but we still have the amendment that would exempt our religious-based or faith-based organizations because they are already sort of exempt anyway by definition. Is that correct?
Mr. President, Councilor Davis, yes, if a safe outdoor space was associated with a religious institution, there are several use-specific standards that would not be applicable to them. The district cap is one of them.
Thank you, ma'am.
Councilor Bassan.
Mr. President, I would like to just take a quick moment to clarify for those people that are going to hear about this, whether it be right now or later, that just like this didn't say that we were automatically putting in 45, this amendment is not saying we're automatically putting in 18 throughout the city. It's saying there won't be more than 2 in any one given district at a time. So please, anybody watching and hearing, it does not mean that we would put 18 out there right away, if at all.
Thanks for that clarification, Councilor. And we did get a second on that. Any other discussion? Councilor Lewis.
Mr. President, I'd like to make an amendment to the amendment to exclude District 5.
Is there an amendment to that effect already?
Mr. President, Councilor Lewis, there is an amendment later on that exempts several council districts. District 5 is included in that amendment. That's going to be B26, the very last one we consider this evening, unless the council would like to take these out of order.
Mr. President, so that amendment's dedicated specifically to those amendments? Because I don't think they were ever put on the record. I didn't think we ever put them on the record. But.
Mr. President, Councilor Lewis, B26, sponsored by Councilor Sanchez, proposes to prohibit safe outdoor spaces in council districts 1, 5, and 9.
Okay, I withdraw my amendment to the amendment.
All right, any other discussion? It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor of amendment number 11, say yes and raise your hand. Yes. Opposed? I didn't get it. Was that 5 to 4? 4 to 5?
Mr. President, could you call for that vote again, please?
Okay, all those in favor, raise your hand. Opposed? 4 to 5. Okay, that fails on a 4 to 5 vote. All right.
Mr. President, councilors, the next amendment is B19, safe outdoor spaces temporary. The way the safe outdoor space use exists today, it could be a permanent use. This amendment would instead make it temporary in nature. The safe outdoor space could occur for a period of 24 months with the potential for one 24-month extension, so I guess a full potential of 4 years. And then there would need to be a 6-month break on any parcel doing a safe outdoor space, and then the 4-year cycle could begin again. And again, it's the purview of the planning department to approve those temporary use extensions.
And this would be floor amendment number 12. Again, I'm sponsoring this. I have discussed the SOS idea, and I'm an advocate for it. I'm an advocate for trying it out. I'm not an advocate for saying this is a permissive use from now on until we repeal it. I advocate that we try it out, and that's what this does. And speaking with a lot of the people who've really been in the trenches of trying to help the persons living on the street, and particularly with with the challenges they face from a behavioral health and addiction standpoint and so forth. I really, the debate on this over the last couple of months, it makes it clear that people don't even understand what it is. People think it's some sort of just a free-for-all, and everybody brings their own tent and camps, and there's no rules, and it's no different, as has been described from Coronado Park, which granted is a free-for-all. This essentially says this is something that's worth trying, and it can be demonstrated, and it could be there up to 4 years if there was a renewal at the 2-year point. So that's what it is. So I'll move that floor amendment number 12. There's a motion and a second from Councilor Davis. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, all those in favor say yes and raise your hand. Yes. Opposed? So 24 months with a 24-month possible renewal. So all those in favor, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Opposed? 5 to 4. That passes. That passes on a 5 to 4 vote. All right. Ms. Schultz.
Mr. President, the next amendment is B20, labeled Safe Outdoor Spaces Option 2, and it does a number of things, proposes to do a number of things to the safe outdoor space use. Let me check my log here because this amendment is dependent upon if another amendment passed. So let me confirm. Okay, this amendment starts out by saying if floor amendment B7 did not pass, take an action. Floor amendment B7 did not pass, so the first action listed in the amendment would be taken, which would be to make a safe outdoor space permissive in the MXM and MXH zone districts where it's conditional today, but also require a conditional use approval if located in a main street area. So earlier we talked about urban centers, downtown, and main streets. This amendment talks only about main streets. This amendment also proposes to remove all the requirements related to showers and would also allow for on-call support to meet the requirements as opposed to on-site support. The safe outdoor spaces today is explicit that on-site support is required. This would, again, open the opportunity for on-call support.
And this is Councilor Feeblecorn's amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is my last-ditch effort to make safe outdoor spaces something that can actually be implemented in the city quite easily. Moving it from conditional to permissive in just those 2 zones, removing a lot of the details that, quite frankly, are not ours to be worked out. We have a separate piece of legislation that would have Family and Community Services, along with several other city departments, working together to develop what these actually look like. Again, this is a zoning document, not a program plan. So I urge your support. Move Amendment 13.
So I have, that's been moved and seconded. I have a question for the sponsor. So what's the rationale for removing showers as a requirement? How would people keep themselves clean?
Mr. President, I don't think we would be removing showers from safe outdoor spaces. We would be allowing those details to be worked out by the experts at Family and Community Services and the other city departments where there are actual experts working with this community and these folks every day. And so I wanted to leave this out of a zoning document and make it part of the piece of legislation that you referenced earlier that would really have the experts delve into this issue and develop a project plan that works.
And also a question for the sponsor. Main Street areas would still remain or be put under the conditional use rubric.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. left that in. I know that was something that was discussed earlier. It was important to you. I see the rationale for that. I didn't want to go too far. I don't want to make these too restrictive so that we can't actually start them up. But I do understand the rationale for Main Street areas being a little bit more difficult for this, and they would be conditional use only, not permissive.
All right, thank you. Other questions, councilors? Councilor Davis.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to the sponsor for bringing this. I support your initiative to make these more accessible and make them more permissive in some areas. I think I can support 2 out of 3 of these pieces, and I wish it was broken up. But I'm back to the same. I really do think that Main Street and our employment areas are important. It's not the only one, but again, I think we're asking a lot of our neighborhoods around the Gateway. It's an area that this would automatically make these permissive at that facility, on top of the other issues that are not yet sorted out. I think it's a lot to ask, and so without that carve out, I couldn't support the entirety of the amendment. But I think 2 of the 3 of these are important, and so I hope we can figure out a way to make that work somewhere down the road.
Mr. President, can I just ask Councilor Davis, what are the 2 of the 3 that you would support?
I understand the provisions for letting the experts deal with the showers, and certainly think that the on-call replacement is absolutely right. It shouldn't be a full service on site. I'd love to figure those out somewhere, but I can't support the conditional use only for main streets, and I can't make it permissive for MXH without that carve out.
All right, councilors, any other questions? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote on floor amendment number 13. All those in favor say yes and raise your hand. Yes. Opposed? And that fails on a 3-6 vote. Ms. Schultz, you're ahead of me, I hope.
All right, Mr. President, councilors, we are on to Amendment B22. This amendment proposes to change safe outdoor spaces again from conditional to permissive in MXM and MXH, but would go on to make the conditional use approval required in downtown centers, Main Street areas, urban centers, activity centers, that's a new one that we have not yet discussed, and employment centers.
Mr. President, third bite at the apple, I'll move floor amendment number 14. And if there's a second, Mr. President, I'll explain the activity center piece a little bit. Thanks. Just for discussion really quickly. Without a map in front of us, we've looked at the employment centers. The activity centers are mostly those like our malls, the Fort Hill Shopping Center. Again, these are activity centers are the sort of the neighborhood commercial centers. There are a number of them on the far west end of Central in Councilor Sanchez and Pena's district. Mostly those sort of neighborhood commercial centers that we've carved out mostly for small businesses. I think those are aligned with Main Street districts, even though if they may not necessarily have that designation. And so I feel that that those are appropriate.
Any other discussion or questions, councilors? This would be number 14. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say yes and raise your hand. Opposed? That looks like a 3-6. And next is number 15.
Mr. President, yes, this is amendment labeled B23, Safe Outdoor Spaces Criminal History. This proposes to add a requirement that the required management plan specify that persons with misdemeanors or felony charges are not permitted to stay in a safe outdoor space.
All right, and this is Councilor Sanchez's amendment.
Mr. President, thank you. The reason for this amendment is to make sure that we make the place a little safer. You already have individuals who we know that are walking the streets, a criminal element out there. And also, we have over 110,000 people walking the streets of Albuquerque currently who have warrants for their arrest. So why would we want to bring criminal element in a place that we're trying to make safe? We're calling it safe outdoor spaces. Then let's make sure that they're safe and make sure that we do not allow felony or misdemeanor individuals in the encampment.
You make that a motion,
Make-
Counselor?
Yes, I asked for a motion and do pass.
All right, and is there a second? Counselor Grout, second. Any discussion, counselors? Counselor Davis.
Mr. President, I understand the sponsor's intent, and we don't have to get into it. But I'm not sure that's how it reads. I think stating that they have a charge could mean in the past. It could mean they have a history. I don't know that it's worded appropriately to meet what the sponsor dictated, and how that would be determined. I wonder if that's not an issue maybe. I just wonder if this is not too broadly written, or if there's some help from staff that could help us. If they're trying to say that, if the sponsor intends to say that a person who's wanted on a warrant, I think that's kind of covered by the fact that we have a warrant, like that is a whole charge in and amongst itself. So I'm not sure why this would be necessary.
I'm looking at it from the fact that that individual is a wanted person. If you have a warrant for your arrest, that means you're wanted by the authorities, and those are the individuals who probably could end up in a desperate measure if police were called or a situation took place that escalated. And so I'm looking at someone that has a misdemeanor or felony warrant to be excluded from safe outdoor spaces. The intent is to keep it safe.
Counselor Bassan.
Mr. President, Counselor Sanchez, I guess what I'm hearing you say, and to Counselor Davis's point too, is you're saying about a warrant, but yet this reads about misdemeanor or felonies in a past. So to me, they're two very different things. Is it somebody with a warrant that is not allowed in a safe outdoor space, or somebody with a misdemeanor or a felony, or somebody with any of those?
The intent is a misdemeanor or a felony, either or.
Thank you, Mr. President. Maybe I would just make a quick suggestion. Maybe you would add just the word current, a current misdemeanor or felony charge, which would mean that there was a current warrant.
If you have an active warrant for your arrest, that's basically what I'm intending. Any active warrant, you haven't taken care of it yet. You're still wanted by law enforcement. Your obligation to the court still has not been met. That's what a warrant means.
Mr. President, if I may, I think there's a little bit of potential ambiguity in the language, and maybe Councilor Sanchez wants to clean it up a little bit. But the way it's written right now, it uses the language with a felony charge. That's probably the most ambiguous word that we're talking about here. Somebody with a warrant is somebody that needs to be brought in by law enforcement. Somebody with a conviction is somebody that has committed a crime, faced justice, and been convicted of that. And so I've heard sort of folks talking about the whole gamut of those things. To the extent that a charge is used, that may suggest that somebody is pending adjudication of a criminal violation. And so I think those are the choices for you. Are you looking to ban folks that are pending adjudication of a criminal violation? That means that they've been charged but not yet given their opportunity to face justice and be convicted or not. Or somebody that has absconded from their obligation to appear, or has faced a grand jury charge or something that has resulted in a warrant, or somebody that is carrying around a conviction that has been adjudicated and presumably faced some level of punishment for that. Could easily change it to just say no person with a pending misdemeanor or felony warrant shall be permitted, if that's consistent with what you're going for.
Well, I could. Mr. President, thank you, Mr. Melendres. I could actually see both points, because if you have someone who is pending a charge, let's say, for example, they just committed the violation and they're still pending the charge and still not have a warrant, they still haven't been considered. They'll still face their due process. So what I'm looking at is someone who has a current outstanding warrant for their arrest. And what I'm saying is that they are running from the law, basically.
Yeah, if we're going to debate this, I think this needs to. I might ask the sponsor to be willing to withdraw it and consider it as part of our conversation on the 22nd about the rules for how to screen these folks. I think this is getting incredibly complicated really quickly because we have some proponents who say we should be criminally charging by way of citation folks who are trespassing in public places, which would necessarily then preclude them from using the safe spaces as a safe sanctioned alternative to that. So then what the hell do we do with them? And I think that we're sort of running in circles here at 11 o'clock about how to do that. I certainly understand what I believe to be your intent. I hear you that if someone has an active warrant and they haven't dealt with that in the court, but not all warrants anymore are arrestable. They have to have an arrest charge. Sometimes requires the person to appear at a later date. So as long as we know where they are, the court would allow them to stay there. Like, there's just a lot of moving pieces in this that I think we could better address in the experts piece of the ordinance that's coming up. But if not, well, I think we certainly need to tighten this language up to say what the sponsor intends it to say instead of the way it's written today.
Mr. President, it's my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, through all of the other amendments and how this is derived over time, but with safe outdoor spaces, it's written to say that this is by referral base. So wouldn't we just leave it up to whoever is going to be giving the referral through the actual management plan and operation plan through Family and Community Services rather than add this to it as part of, is it still written to where this safe outdoor spaces will be referral based only?
Mr. President, Councilor Bassan, from a land use and zoning perspective, the rules that the council and the LUPS committee have adopted so far do not address that kind of referral only issue. The document is silent on that.
Okay, Mr. President, thank you. Mr. President, as well, I agree with Councilor Davis. This is just cutting off our nose to spite our face, and so I can't support it. Well, that's my words, not what you said, just to clarify. I get it.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Melendez, I just want to make sure that we can actually fix this, because what we're looking at is letting individuals who have warrants. I don't mind taking out the misdemeanor side of it if you want to just put the felony side of it. These are individuals who have actually committed felony crimes, whether they're violent crimes or property crimes. It's still a very, very, very difficult situation to actually allow someone with that degree of crime pending to be placed in a safe outdoor space with others who are trying to be in a safe outdoor space.
Mr. President, Councilor Sanchez, I think it's your amendment and your discretion to remove misdemeanor if you think that that's appropriate. I think to clear up the ambiguity, I would suggest simply changing the word charge with warrant. I've heard you use that word repeatedly, and it sounds more consistent with the intent of the amendment. So if you'd like to remove misdemeanor, you may do that, but a minimum perhaps change charge to warrant. What would you like to do?
Yeah, that would be fine. I'd like to make we can remove misdemeanor, and I think we should still leave the felony warrant in place.
Mr. President, councilors, so item sub little I would then read, no person with a felony warrant shall be permitted to stay in a safe outdoor space, and that's the amendment you're voting on. Mr. President, would the seconder, Councilor Grout?
Mr. President, B24, Safe Outdoor Spaces Identification, proposes to, again, add a requirement to that management plan to say that anyone staying in a safe outdoor space would be required to hold a government-issued ID from any jurisdiction within the United States of America.
Mr. President, the reason for this amendment is, again, for the safety of the occupants that are in the safe outdoor space. If you're in a safe outdoor space and your neighbor commits a crime, a violent crime against you, then we need to have a way to identify the individual who actually committed that crime against their neighbor. within the confines of the safe outdoor space. And I'd like to move the amendment.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll just once again say we have a piece of legislation that will be heard on the 22nd that would deal with how these projects would be structured and what would be allowed and not allowed. And that seems to me the proper place for this kind of discussion and this kind of detail, certainly not in a zoning document.
Thank you. And I would agree with that. I think the SOS discussion has really gotten way down into a level of detail that we don't normally see in zoning documents. All right. Any other discussion? If not, we'll go to a vote on floor amendment number 17. Correct? All those in favor say yes and raise your hand. Opposed? And that fails on a 3-6. Councilor Sanchez, number 18 or B26.
Mr. President, this is Amendment B25, and this would be Floor Amendment 17. What was just voted on was Floor Amendment 16. This is labeled Safe Outdoor Spaces, Sex Offenders Prohibited. This would propose to add a requirement to that required management plan to prohibit registered sex offenders from staying in a safe outdoor space.
Mr. President, again, this amendment is meant for the safety of the individuals who are going to be occupying the safe outdoor space. I think it's important that if this passes, if the IDO passes, that the individuals who are staying deserve the right to know if there is a sex offender. So I think they should be run through the sex offender registry before they have access to the safe outdoor space. Again, to protect the neighbor or whoever else is going to be in the safe outdoor space with that individual. Thank you. And I'd like to make a motion to do pass.
Second.
Motion and a second from Councilor Lewis. All those in favor say yes and raise your hand. I'm sorry, Tammy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm just going to repeat what I said. We have a piece of legislation that is coming up. We will be hearing that on the 22nd. That legislation sets forward what these programs and projects would look like. That is the proper place for this kind of detail, not in a zoning document. Thank you.
Any other discussion? All those in favor say yes and raise your hand. Yes. Opposed? That fails on a 4-5 vote. Excuse me?
Mr. President, that Floor Amendment 17 for B25 passed on a 5-4 vote.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you. All right. And now we're on floor amendment number 18.
Mr. President, yes, Floor Amendment 18, Amendment B26, the final amendment as far as I'm aware, proposes to prohibit safe outdoor spaces in City Council Districts 1, 5, and 9.
Thank you, Mr. President. The purpose of this was based on the fact that frequently Councilor Lewis, Grout, and I have always had the same idea when it comes to safe outdoor spaces, and we've all opposed the SOS, and that's so the council services came up with this amendment based on the fact that our consistent vote against SOS prompted council districts 1, 5, and 9. I'd like to make a motion for a due pass.
There's a second from Councilor Lewis. All those discussion, Councilor Davis.
Mr. President, I appreciate that these counselors don't want these in their districts, but this is a citywide problem. So I'd propose an amendment that says the first safe outdoor spaces will be required to be in City Council districts 1, 5, and 9. I have a motion in a second.
Can we amend something that basically completely?
It's an amendment of the amendment.
Mr. President, the council does entertain amendments to the amendments.
Okay.
The restriction is that in the rules is that a amendment cannot be changed so significantly as to completely change its original purpose, and so that's a little bit of a discretionary matter there. However, given that the subject is still the same, it would seem to be within the scope of what's on the table.
Mr. President, I would agree. I think the scope of the amendment is dictating the districts in which it can be, when the districts in which these safe outdoor spaces could be located, and the amendment stays within those bounds.
All right, there's a motion to amend the amendment to change it to are allowed only in as opposed to prohibited.
Mr. President, to clarify, I think it just requires that the first safe outdoor spaces will be required to be in the districts.
Councilor Lewis.
Mr. President, Councilor Sanchez's amendment is a serious amendment. It's not a joke. And that's what Councilor Davis's amendment is. It's a joke. And Councilor Sanchez's amendment is not a joke. We represent people. I represent people in District 5, and I can't name one person that's emailed me, that's called me, that supports these tent encampments in my district. So it's a serious amendment. So, but I mean, if that's where we want to go with this, then so be it.
Mr. President, I realize that. We don't want to belabor this point. We can make this vote quick. But, look, I do think we don't, Councilor Lewis has been here with us a long time, and so have I at this point. But I think we usually do these as a whole. We take the votes as they come. We apply these rules equally across the city. When we have citywide problems, we have citywide resources to put into it. Every taxpayer pays for the benefit and the repercussions of us doing or not doing. I think we're all in this together. But if the councilors want to divide it up, I think we ought to have that ability to make that decision and make the option to keep us all included. So that's urge your support.
Councilor Bassan.
For the record, I will second that amendment. However, I just want to also say that I don't support either of these amendments because I think that it defeats the purpose to pick pick whether it's the first district or not when we need to look at where the need is. Where is the property that will actually suit the need for fulfilling the duty that we're trying to achieve when it comes to creating a space for the unhoused population to end up going. It's not about my backyard or your backyard or their backyard, or it's really defeating the purpose. So I don't support either of these because this is a citywide issue, and if it happens to be one district over the other that it's more beneficial for real reasoning, I think that that's something we should look at.
Mr. President.
Councilor Grout.
Thank you. I represent the constituents in District 9, and I can't tell you, maybe I've received 2 emails where people said, bring it on. I want one in my district. Everybody has opposed it, and so it's not my vote, it's my constituents that I'm voting for. Thank you.
Mr. President, are we, so Councilor Davis didn't withdraw that, so we're going to vote on it.
It's been moved and seconded.
We're going to make a mockery of this council tonight, so let's go ahead and vote.
You know, it's been moved and seconded, as explained by Mr. Melendres, it's allowable. And it was seconded by Councilor Feeblecorn, not by, or Councilor Bassan supports it apparently, but, or it doesn't. But it was seconded by Councilor Feeblecorn. And at this point, I sort of agree that, well, I won't weigh in on it, but I think we need to just go to a vote, unless you have something really essential that needs to be added at this point, Councilor Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Laws and rules are made to protect the citizens of Albuquerque. We already have a city-sanctioned encampment at Coronado Park that needs to be dealt with and it needs to be fixed. This whole entire IDO process.
Councilor, you're out of order. This is an amendment to this bill. You're making a closing statement of some kind. I'm not going to allow it. I'm sorry.
Mr. President, what I'm doing is I'm talking about what I believe is what needs to be done in reference to the safe outdoor spaces. I think it's an important subject. We all have to deal with what's going to happen. I am here on behalf of my constituents.
You are out of order, sir. It is not germane to the motion on the table. The motion on the table has been stated. All right?
Exactly.
So unless you want to overrule my ruling, then that stands. We're
Mr. President, I'd like to make a motion to overrule your ruling so I can say what I need to say.
That's a precedent now, Mr. Melendres. The decision of the chair was to not allow that continued discussion and to vote on the.
Mr. President, that is the discretion of the chair to do so. Like every decision of the chair that is not specifically prescribed by rule, it is subject to appeal by any member of the body. In order to have that type of appeal move forward, Councilor Sanchez has made his motion to appeal that decision to move to the vote, essentially. If he's successful in getting a second and a majority vote, then I think sort of tying the rules into this, he could exercise his personal privilege as a counselor at this time as opposed to at a time when a vote isn't pending.
Is there a second to overrule the decision of the chair? There's a second to overrule the decision of the chair. Let's go to a vote on that. This would be an affirmative vote is to overrule my decision to end debate and to vote on the amendment to the amendment.
Mr. President.
This is non-debatable, correct? Okay, thank you. All right, so all those in favor of the motion, say yes and raise your hand.
The favor of the motion to overrule the chair, yes.
Yes.
All right, opposed? I didn't see everybody's vote. Let me see the votes to overrule the chair. I see 2. All right, 3. Okay, last chance. That fails on a 3-7. Or 3 to 6, excuse me.
Mr.
Right.
President, just a point of clarification. I honestly believe that if those were closing arguments, then we will have time to do that. We have 2 amendments that are on the floor, and we'll have time to make some closing arguments. And I believe the chair will give us the time that's necessary to do that. So
that was my point.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're back on the amendment to the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment as stated by Councilor Davis, say yes and raise your hand. Opposed? That fails on a 2-7 vote. All right, now we're back on the amendment as it was originally put forth by Councilor Sanchez without any changes. I think we've debated that at this point. All those in favor say yes and raise your hand. Opposed? That fails on a 3-6 vote. All right, is that our last amendment?
Mr. President, yes, that concludes the amendments for O-2210. It's the purview of the council at this time to vote on the bill as amended.
All right, councilors, we have some closing arguments apparently that are desired. So would you like to extend the
Yes.
suspend the rules?
No. Mr. President, yes. I don't know if I want to suspend the rules, but I would like to move to reconsider Amendment B18 on district caps.
And is that, so she did vote against it. While they're mulling on that, Councilor Jones, I'm going to move that we suspend the rules again to extend the meeting until 1/4 till midnight. There's a motion and a second to suspend the rules. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Opposed? And that passes.
Mr. President, Councilor Jones did vote no on floor amendment 11 related to B18.
Which one was that? 11.
Floor amendment 11 labeled B18.
All right. Can you explain that one so we're all on the same page here?
Yeah, Mr. President, Councilor Jones, Amendment B18 proposes to reduce the city council district caps for safe outdoor spaces from 5 per city council district to 2 per city council district.
All right, thank you. So there is a motion for reconsideration. So a vote in the affirmative is that we'll reconsider the vote. All those in favor say yes and raise your hand.
Yes.
Opposed? Five to 4? Okay, so this will be reconsidered. This was the amendment that I previously stated, which reduced the total number of safe outdoor spaces per district from 5 to 2. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, say yes and raise your hand. Yes.
Yes.
Opposed? And that passes 5-4. All right,
Thank you, Mr. President.
thank you. We're back on the bill as amended, counselors, and we've got a couple more items of business, but let's get to the closing statements. I want to recognize Councilor Sanchez first, since I cut him off so rudely.
Thank you, Mr. President. As I was saying, that we're working with our constituents. We're trying to do what's right for what our constituents want us to do. And as we heard today, it was 17 people that were against SOS versus 4 that were for SOS. What we're dealing with in this IDO is we're dealing with a social issue versus a zoning issue. This should have been straightened out immediately and taken and split up right off the bat, because we're losing out on some valuable time in reference to our zoning issues that could and should have passed. Instead, we're dealing with safe outdoor spaces, which is going to be an issue that we're going to be dealing with just like the DOJ and just like our art project. This is not going to go away. And once we put this in place, no matter what happens, it doesn't matter what the crime is involved, doesn't matter what we see as an issue, we're going to be stuck with this. I think it's something that I think that the people should decide on a ballot instead of being decided right here. This is something that is greater than us, and we should actually have the citizens of Albuquerque weigh in on this. I think that we already have a sanctioned encampment that is being run illegally at Coronado Park, and that sanctioned encampment at Coronado Park needs to be our test ground. It needs to be a place where we go in there with the same ideas that we have in reference to safe outdoor space and handle it as such. We already know, based on the discussion, that we do have the beds, we do have the resources to deal with what we're dealing with. We just refuse to do it. And I think it's important that we take our heads out of the sand, take the blinders off as we all drive to our city hall location to do our job here, and do our job right here at Coronado Park. We need to find a way, make it work. If we can make that work, then that's a success story, and then we move from there. It's very important to make sure that we actually enforce the laws at the lowest level so we can get to the individuals who need the help. They're being extorted, they're being victimized, and they're being taken advantage of every day. When I went to the cleanup at Coronado Park, there was an individual there guarding the bathrooms. You had to pay an extortion fee to go use the bathroom at Coronado Park. Those kinds of things need to be enforced. We also have a city building right next to Coronado Park that is totally 100% vacant, and we own that building, and that building is not being utilized in any way, shape, or form because of the problem that we have there at Coronado Park. I think that we need to really, really, really think about what we're doing here. There's always a way that we can actually vote down the IDO, start over, and deal with safe outdoor spaces in the manner that it needs to be dealt with, and also pass the amendments that we need to pass so that we can move forward and separate the social issues from the code issues. Thank you.
Councilor Grau.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Councilor Lewis and then Councilor Grau.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I wanted to, I guess, in just some closing, remarks, and I know we've had a lot of discussions about this, but it's been a good while now. But some of this is from people that have emailed the council and just information that they've given us, and some just again research and really looking at what's going on around the country. But some facts about city-sanctioned tent encampments, and that's exactly what this is. I mean, this regardless of what we amended tonight, what was already amended within this bill is approval of city-sanctioned tent encampments, and they've kind of been sold as new and innovative and doing something. And I would propose that they're not new, that they're not innovative. That there's cities with tent encampments all around the country now that are admitting failure to solve the problem. Many of them are going back to clearing camps and enforcing trespassing and loitering laws. Seattle, here's some headlines. Seattle clears tent encampments after admitting failure. That was in the Seattle Times in May of 2022. Portland, Seattle, DC, LA clearing homeless camps for good in the Columbian, June this year. Denver sees massive increase in homeless despite safe outdoor spaces. That was in the Denver Post in June. Cities are changing course, clearing homeless camps. New York City residents furious over homeless and tent encampments in Queens. That was in the New York Post. Toronto wants to demolish tent cities. That was an article in June. Houston's clearing out and closing encampments, enforcing loitering and trespassing laws. San Diego, the city's focusing on mental health and drug abuse programs, no sanctioned city encampments. Honolulu, Salt Lake City, Seattle have reversed support of sanctioned tent encampments. City spending around the country on tent encampments is absolutely unthinkable. The Denver Post in May of 21, Denver's annual per-person spending on homeless is twice the cost of a one-bedroom apartment. A homeless encampment run by San Francisco cost the city $60,000 per year per tent, twice the median cost of a one-bedroom apartment for each tent. So that was the San Francisco Chronicle reported that in June 2021. They said that with the amount of money that San Francisco was spending per tent, $60,000 per year per tent, they could put up two families in a nice downtown San Francisco apartment for a year. The citizens of this city don't support tent encampments. We've received a massive amount of emails and calls and citizens who oppose in campus. I don't know of one neighborhood association, not one coalition that supports this. I don't know of any other organization, in this city that has endorsed the government-sanctioned tent encampment proposals and specifically what's before us right now. In the city of Austin, voters approved a ballot proposal to ban tent encampments and ensure Austin is enforcing anti-encampment laws. In Missouri, there's a bill right now to that's advancing to ban tents in response to homeless tent villages. Denver implemented a sanctioned encampment where we've heard presentations on, where residents have begun a formal appeal process to remove them. 65 cities across the U.S. have implemented ordinances to remove encampments, the New Mexico Sun reported. We're already spending massive amounts of money on drug treatment, on homeless services. In our budget this year, we passed $60 million to housing and homeless services. The city runs the West Side Shelter. We heard tonight there are over 200 beds on average that are unused every single night at our city-funded shelters. The city also contracts with 10 other homeless organizations that provide shelter. The city bought the Gibson Gateway Homeless Center for $15 million, added another $5 million for construction, another $5 million for operations in the 2023 budget. We funded over $25 million in housing vouchers in this budget and another $20 million tonight we just passed in housing vouchers in this GRT package. There's a large percent of the homeless people that were homeless in another city before coming to Albuquerque. So should Albuquerque be responsible for homeless people that are homeless that have migrated from other cities? I've talked to AFR medics and that have told me that 3 out of 4 people that they transport to the West Side Shelter said they were already homeless before they came to Albuquerque, and they came because they heard Albuquerque would leave them alone. And then the Interagency Council on Homeless provides caution to exactly what's before us tonight. So Interagency Council on Homelessness, federal agency, and the agency cautions the approach, saying tent encampments are costly, they don't provide a solution to homelessness. This was in a May 2018 report, and they cautioned in some ways. They said creating these environments may make it look and feel like the community has taken action to end homelessness on the surface, but by themselves they have little impact on reducing homelessness. It said they're costly in money and staff time and effort. They prove difficult to manage and maintain. They're proposed as temporary approaches, and they are in fact difficult to close once they open. We've talked about in this process a lot of the things that we should do. The conversations about, well, we got to do something. Well, I do believe we should create a more comprehensive plan that includes all the organizations that provide temporary shelter with heat, with running water, with drug treatment, with mental health, other programs that meet the needs of the unsheltered. We should study the amount, I mean, we had some reports tonight, the amount of unsheltered on the streets on any given night, but also the available beds on any given night, and those who want them. Ensure that millions of city dollars that fund mental health are focused on those that need it the most, that are on the streets. There are solutions to this. Completing the $15 million and plus 15 for another $5 million in the budget Gateway Center and get it helping people and providing services and shelter for the unsheltered, and then permanently clear encampments and enforce loitering, trespassing laws. So, I think the solutions are in front of us; they're ahead of us. I don't believe that that the solution is in this bill that's before us right now, and we should not approve this. And again, if it were only the fact that people in the city just don't support it. If we pass this tonight, it should at least go before the city. In fact, we shouldn't pass this tonight. And we're really passionate about, proposing these kind of proposals. We should put it before the voters in November. Thank you, Mr. President.
Next is Councilor Grout.
Thank you, Mr. President. I concur with everything that Councilor Lewis said. We have received so many emails. All of us have received all of these emails. And the majority of them, the vast majority of them, oppose these tent encampments. I want to read it, just a couple. These are from people that sent emails to all of us. We want to help the homeless. That's why we voted for funding the Gateway Center and the tiny houses. There is also the West Side Shelter. There is Joy Junction and other options. I realize that there are homeless who do not want to utilize these facilities, but those are the options they have to choose from. We are all given choices in life, and we all are required to choose from them. The homeless are not special. They need to choose from the given options just like the rest of us do. We do not need to add encampments as an option. They have plenty of options already. We pay taxes so we can enjoy our bike trails and open spaces. I won't feel safe unless using them or letting our children use them with homeless camps of any kind on them. These encampments will be near our homes, and they make me scared for my safety. APD works hard to keep us all safe, and these homeless encampments will make Albuquerque less safe. I believe that the word is already out on the streets, that in Albuquerque, you can just camp anywhere and there are no rules. Once we add safe outdoor spaces as a permissive use and private landowners can develop property for this purpose, the problem will only get worse, not better. We need to be helping these people, not enabling them, and that's what this is doing. We need to be directing people to real shelters with heat and running water and treatment for mental health and addiction. That's what people need. And if there aren't enough available shelters, we need to build them. Safe outdoor spaces are just another way to warehouse people, and that's not right. It's not humane. I know that the answer we'll get from the administration is that not everyone wants to go to a shelter, and I get that. There's accountability in shelters. I'm accountable to the constituents who write and call me and tell me to stop this madness. We shouldn't be doing this.
Councilors, other comments, closings? Councilor Bassan.
Mr. President, it's one sentence. I just want to make sure to clarify that safe outdoor spaces is not the same as encampments or warehousing people. They are two totally separate things, helping with a different issue. And so I think that that's more than one sentence. They're very different.
Thank you. Other councilors? Councilor Jones, she's the co-sponsor of this bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know we have mixed emotions about this, all of us do, but we also have very strong emotions when we drive down all of our city streets. We have strong emotions when we drive down Central especially and look at downtown and see what has happened to our city, all over the city. And the idea of putting people in tents is not something that I would like to see either, but the idea of people living, sleeping, defecating, doing all kinds of things in our storefronts, in front of our homes, in our city parks, the needles, the drug use. I don't believe there is a simple solution to any of this, but I believe doing the same thing over and over is a pretty good sign that we're not doing things correctly. So I would hope that we would sit back and maybe address this. I don't know how the chair wants to handle it. I think rather than vote hastily tonight one way or the other, perhaps we need to have a little bit of more meetings and more opportunity to do things, because no matter what we vote on, nothing will happen immediately on any kind of a situation like this. So I think we need to kind of think about it and see what we do. Would I love to have the people off of the streets in my and out of my parks where the kids are going to be playing soon? Yes. I don't know how to do it. We have to do it legally. So I'm not sure if we can defer this. I don't know what the answer is. It's up to the council. Thank you, Mr. President.
You certainly have the right to move a deferral, Counselor, if you wish.
I would move to defer this until the first meeting in August.
Second.
Is there a second? There's a second from Counselor Grau. Before we start discussing this, I want to ask Ms. Schultz to clue us in as to how this affects the annual updates, the ongoing process with the IDO. We're all focused on SOS here, and we're forgetting that this is the zoning code annual update, which has basically been totally taken over by the safe outdoor space discussion. But first, I'm going to have to move one more time. I apologize for not making it longer. You know, I'm going to throw in the towel here and say until, I'll move we suspend the rules until 12:15. There's a second and a motion and a second. All those in favor say yes? Yes. Opposed? All right, so we're back. Ms. Schultz, could you tell us, based on a deferral to August, how that, and maybe Mr. Varela as well would like to speak to that, but start with you.
Mr. President, there's two kind of timing considerations I see with that motion to defer. The first is August is when the planning department starts compiling changes for the 2022 update. And if the 2021 is not finalized, I'm not sure that they can proceed with that work to stay on the timeline that the IDO dictates for the annual update process. Second is the B13 amendment that passed that has a 6-month effective period. If this gets deferred until August, that does push out that 6-month effective period for the changes to the Development Review Board and the Development Hearing Officer setup.
Director.
And I agree. Now, of course, deferring to whatever date the council chooses is certainly up to city council, but it does push everything back correspondingly.
Thank you. Councilor Jones.
I understand it will push everything back and it'll be inconvenient, but we have a real dilemma here that needs to be solved, and it's time we finally started talking about it. We've all agreed what a mess and what a debacle we have in this city. And I think to push this forward quickly so we can do the IDO amendments or whatever, we can get around that. I think we need to make a decision as a city, and the council needs to take the lead on that, and hopefully the administration will help with it. We need to do something. This certainly proved it here tonight. We need to figure out how to start making our city again. So I have no problem if we run late on the IDO and some of the other things. We need to finally sit back and say, this isn't working for anybody. It isn't working for the homeless people. It isn't working for the citizens, and it certainly isn't working for the business people of our city. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is that moved and seconded? All right. Councilor Lewis.
Mr. President, I mean, if we voted on this tonight, I mean, I certainly don't want this to pass. I don't agree with it, but at the same time, I'm not sure what a deferral is going to do. I mean, I think what we have here is a bill. The only way to change this bill at this point is to completely either withdraw it entirely or vote it down. This is a safe outdoor spaces bill. This is a city-sanctioned tent encampment bill right now. And unfortunately, there's other good amendments in here. There's other good updates to the IDO. So that's why we're in the mess we're in right now, is because we have one bill that deals with a wide range of things, and in fact, a big part of it that the city doesn't agree with. And so while I agree with other amendments in here, so I don't know what a deferral is going to do unless we actually, there's a way to absolutely separate out every amendment in this bill, which as it stands right now, again, the only thing we could do to be able to do that would be to withdraw this bill or to vote it, to vote a no vote on this bill tonight, and then we start over with it. I'd rather we vote no on this bill tonight, and then if we're going to wait till August to do this, there's plenty of time to introduce another bill with safe outdoor spaces on it, and then another bill with all the other amendments that I think there's some general consensus on. So otherwise, if you agree with safe outdoor spaces, then vote on it tonight.
I don't see anyone else jumping in, so I'm going to. I totally disagree with the motion and will not support it. And I totally disagree with your characterization of it, Councilor Lewis, that this is the zoning code update as required by the city planning structure. What happened was an outlier came in towards the end of a very lengthy process that was safe outdoor spaces. And, you know, it gained some steam, it gained some interest. Then the concern arose, does it meet zoning? The answer was no. There's nothing of this sort anticipated in the current zoning code of the IDO. And away we went for the last 2 months talking about safe outdoor spaces. I might point out that I don't know of one organization in this city who has offered or put themselves forth to operate one of these for us, with the exception of a small religious congregation in my district that might be able to fit about 8 or 10 tents on their parking lot. I don't know of one. I also do not know one of the major providers of homeless services that has said that they like the idea of safe outdoor spaces. It's something that has gained steam. I think it's something that has some small niche of viability and helpfulness in the challenge of homelessness in this city. And I saw the ones in Denver. I saw what I saw. As your news report said, Councilor Lewis, it did not solve the homeless problem. No, but people were living there, and it was orderly, and it wasn't anything like Coronado Park. So I'm repeating myself now. Also, this whole thing about, oh, they're difficult to close. Well, we just passed an amendment that said they can't last for more than 2 years or 4 with one update. All right, so that blows that argument out of the water. I mean, I really think we're arguing over one little aspect that has sort of commandeered this code. And again, the really qualified providers don't even like this idea. All right, I like it as a possible test, and that's the only place I was coming from with it. Councilor Bassan.
Mr. President, I would like to call the question. We're on deferral, I think.
We have the motion for deferral, yeah, and it's a significant motion, so there's a motion to call the question.
Mr. President, that needs a second.
All right, there's a motion to call the question. This requires just a majority vote. Requires 7. Okay. There's a motion to call the question. All those in favor say yes, and raise your hand. Opposed? And that passes. All right, so we're back on the question. All those in favor of 022 as amended? Hold it. Oh, I'm sorry. All right. All those in favor of deferral until August, when is it? 1st? Say yes and raise your hand. Opposed? Did you get the votes there? Okay. 1 to 8. Okay, so that fails. All right. Back to the bill. Maybe we should call a question on that. I'll stop talking if everybody else will. All right, that's a promise. Okay, so we're on 022 as amended. All those in favor say yes and raise your hand. Yes. Opposed? That fails on a 4 to 5 vote. Okay, so we'll deal with that later, and we'll go on to our agenda. So next on our agenda is Councilor Feeblecorn, C 018, unless I left anything behind.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is 018, amending the Albuquerque Retailers, Meat Markets, and Wholesalers Ordinance to revise inspection frequency, update permit processes, revise fee procedures, and to regulate edible cannabis products. This is by request that we need to update the ordinance that would allow the Environmental Health Department to actually regulate edible cannabis products, which are new to the market. There is a amendment that we should move on it. Oh, I'm sorry. Motion, move to pass 018.
All right, so there's a motion and a second for the amendment. Oh, okay, I thought I heard somebody else second. Okay, so the second was from Councilor Bassan. All right. So there's a motion and a second, and there's an amendment in your iPads. Councilor Feeblecorn?
Mr. President, I believe it's my amendment. Mr. Morgan's got us ahead of time. Mr. President, this will be amendment number 1. Essentially, this adds the language we discussed previously at the committee, which essentially just differentiates the difference between finished cannabis products, derived products, and just the raw flower that's processed for rolling your own at home. I move amendment number 1.
There's a motion and a second for amendment number 1. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in...
I'm sorry, I rushed through that, Mr. President. The original bill just said that all the cannabis products could be need to be covered just like food products, but we needed to make a distinction between the raw flower that's just taken off the plant, tested at the state level, and put on the shelf without any manipulation. So we're making a distinction between that raw flower that's not changed and ones that are turned into like edibles, et cetera, like a commercial kitchen.
Any other discussion? Councilor Sanchez.
Yeah, I'd just like to ask the sponsor, when reading it, it looks like there's a change between the time of inspections. And I just wanted to get some clarification on that. I still think that the inspections should stay where they're at. Oh, we're on the amendment?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Got it, sorry.
Mr. President, I don't think there's any more discussion on that. That was about another item.
In favor, say yes and raise your hand.
Yes.
Mr. President. Mr. President, I think the only way, the best way to do this would be to if is there discussion? So that's what I'm talking about, Mr. President. I'm addressing the reconsideration. Okay. So what I'm saying is I don't believe we have to reconsider this. I think if Councilor Jones is wanting and concerned about the other updates and amendments to the IDO, that we can bring these up again, and we can even bring up the safe outdoor spaces, and we can bring up the other amendments that we voted on tonight. We can do this separately, which would be so much cleaner. I think it would certainly address what Councilor Jones is concerned about, right now. So maybe our staff could address that, that we could come up, and especially if we're if there was a deferral till August. I mean, certainly that's plenty of time to be able to come up with two separate, updates or things that we can look at and vote on separately if this were to come up again, if we were to propose some of these amendments again.
Mr. President, I think we can move this pretty quick. We're all in agreement. I think we can get with it and get it done and separate everything and be in the mix really quick.
Mr. President, I would like maybe if our staff would address what would be a pathway forward if we were to, new updates. What would be a pathway forward for new updates to the IDO?
Mr. President, Councilor Lewis, if the vote that just happened is sustained and not reconsidered, there's kind of two options for putting forth new amendments to the IDO. One is through the IDO annual update process, the normal process the planning department kind of shepherds through. But also at any time, a private citizen, a counselor, can also submit amendments for consideration. Either of those pathways go first to the Environmental Planning Commission and then come back through the Land Use Planning and Zoning Committee and then back before the full council. So either way, you're starting kind of from scratch, but starting with the full review and approval process.
So we could, Mr. President, we could say at the next council meeting, we could prepare and introduce an update to the IDO that includes the other amendments that were passed tonight, that were it would just include the ones that Councilor Jones is concerned about. And then a month later, someone could propose an update separately that would include the other updates, safe outdoor. So, Mr. President. Mr. President, is there discussion on the motion for reconsideration? Mr. President, this is directly related to the reconsideration. Okay. Okay.
Mr. President, I'll move a deferral on O19, which is amending the Albuquerque Food Sanitation Ordinance to update permit processes, revise fee procedures, and to regulate edible cannabis products. Move a deferral to June 22nd.
the vote on that? That was the deferral on, until July 22nd on 019. What was the vote? You got it? Yeah. Okay, all right, 9-0. Okay, and then we are now on item E, 024, Counselor Pena.
O24 is amending the municipal solid waste rate table to incorporate the FY23 residential rate increase in the rate appendix. I move a do pass.
There's a motion and a second on 024, amending the municipal solid waste rate table to incorporate residential rate increase. Discussion from the administration there, Bill.
Mr. President, members of the council, we urge your support.
Any discussion from the council? Seeing none? Counselor Lewis.
And I'd suggest we either just close this meeting or we take the time to deal with these bills tonight, as long as it's necessary. Have the discussion as long as necessary, or we close this meeting and do it another time. So.
Yeah, so, Counselor, this has been moved and seconded, not for deferral, but for passage.
All right.
Yes, moved and seconded.
Any discussion?
Yes, Mr. President. So I oppose this. This is an opportunity that we had during the budget to put $2 million. We could have taken it out of Parks and Rec. We could have taken it out of a number of different things, but we had over $100 million in extra revenue in our budget, and we decided to raise people's trash rates within the enterprise. When it could have been done in a number of other departments, there's precedent for that. I mean, I think the argument's going to be with the administration, well, this is an enterprise. You know, the only way we can pay for these costs is to raise people's rates, and that's absolutely not true. It's absolutely, there's precedent. We give to the airport enterprise chunks of money out of our budget, and so this was a decision. If we pass this, it's a decision by this council and this administration to raise one more fee, make it cost a little bit more for people in this city to just have basic services that they need. So this is the wrong way to operate and to do these services when they could have been done in an entirely different way. So I do not support this, and I support making it. I don't support raising people's fees and just making it a higher cost of living, even more of a higher cost of living in this city by passing this bill tonight.
Councilor Bassan.
Mr. President, there's several Lone Rangers that have stuck with us through this evening, and I see that Director Whelan is here, and so I would like to at least give him the opportunity to speak to us since he's stuck around this long. Please.
Director Whelan.
If you want to, Director. I'm not forcing you to.
Council President, Councilor Bassan, thank you for the opportunity. As the administration says, we continue to urge your support for everything that we do in Clean Cities. That division of the Solid Waste Department does a lot more than just cleanups. You know, they do highway, they do illegal dumping. We have recycle sites, convenience centers, medians, graffiti cleanup. And so we do a lot of things with that $17 rate that we have compared to 10 other cities in our region. We do a lot more than what other solid waste municipalities do. So we stretch those dollars as far as we can. So we just continue to urge your support.
Thank you, sir. Other discussion? Councilor Pena to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. As a co-sponsor, I urge your support.
All right, all those in favor of 024, say yes and raise your hand. Yes. Opposed? And that passes on a 5-4 vote. And we'll move on to item I, Councilor Pena, R20.
R20 is staying the enforcement of 26-4B1 and 5, creating a working group to study the effects of remote meetings of public boards, commissions, and committees. I move a do pass.
There's a motion and a second from Counselor Feeblecorn. Any discussion? Counselor Pena to close.
I urge
Or-
your support.
Okay. Thank you. All right. All those in favor of R20, say yes. Raise your hand. Yes. Opposed? And that passes unanimously. And then we'll move to the last item, R41. This is approving and authorizing the mayor to execute a grant agreement with the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services Early Head Start Program and providing an appropriation to the Department of Family Community Services beginning in FY23. I move it do pass. There's a motion and a second from Councilor Bassan. We have an amendment in your iPads, and we'll need a vote on that amendment. We've got it up on the screen, although I don't have it handy. Can somebody summarize that? So this will be floor number 1 on page 1. This is adjusting the funds, I guess since the introduction, changing page 1 to line 11 to $2,036,000 on page 1. Line 4, 509,000 should be $509,247. So these are a bunch of corrections, counselors, of the numbers. So I'll move floor amendment number 1. There's a motion and a second. All those in favor say yes. Yes. Opposed? That passes unanimously. We're back on the bill as amended. R41. Urge your support. All those in favor say yes. Raise your hand. Yes. Opposed? And that passes unanimously. And there being no further business, this city council meeting is adjourned.